The European Le Mans Series makes its annual trip to Circuit Paul Ricard in the south of France. Beautiful weather here. We're positioned about halfway between Toulon and Marseille at Le Castellet for the 4 hours of Le Castellet. This will form round 4 of a 5-round championship for the 2015 European Le Mans Series. We'll give you plenty of detail, of course, on the championship battles and also 1 or 2 extra drivers, tweaks to driver lineups that have taken place. There is Gerard Neveu, who had a very interesting press conference to unleash to us all yesterday at 5:30. Announcements on the 2016 season. The calendar has been published. And we are going to be lucky enough to have an extra round on the calendar with Spa introduced as the penultimate event between this one, effectively, and Estoril. But the other 5 rounds stay on the calendar. It'll be myself, Johnny Palmer, and Bruce Jones to take you through this, as it has been all season. And Bruce, tremendous weather. That very strong wind, which really affected the run down the Mistral Strait, has dropped. But there is a little bit of cloud in the air.
There is. Sunglasses not necessarily required down on the grid. Still warm. 22 degrees, 29 degrees track temperature, 9 kilometre an hour wind down the back straight. It blows from the start of the Mistral Strait all the way up to Seine. Yesterday, though, it was mid-30 kph, and the cars were gaining 20 kph down that back straight. Top speeds of around 300 kph as they consider Seine. Still, however you look at it, a very fearsome corner at the end of the Mistral Strait. So Chris Hoy down there on the grid. He's enjoying his time very much this season. He will not be starting, however, because his car is being started by Charlie Robertson, who took the pole in LMP3. Good job there from the Ginetta crew. Ludo Bade, always a smile on his face. But for Thierry by TDS Racing, only 4th on the grid, because the news for me this weekend, you'd expect them to be up on the front row, but behind both the BR01s, run previously by SMP Racing, now through a technicality called AF Racing, but they're determined to register their first win for this chassis. Murphy Prototypes, they're looking at it as a possibility for next year, but 2nd and 3rd on the grid for them behind the flying Harry Tincknell on pole for Motorsport. So change to Dunlop rubber, working wonders for the Russian-French team.
And it is a 3rd pole position for Motorsport, 3 in a row, in fact, now, after Harry Tincknell did the business at Imola, at Red Bull Ring in Austria, and now at Ricard as well. Can he make it 4 in a row, possibly, for the end of the season at Estoril? We'll concentrate, of course, on this round first of all. And 1 or 2 drivers saying to us around the paddock that really qualifying doesn't matter a great deal when you're looking at a 4-hour race. Ego fest was a term that was used on more than one occasion, I have to say. It is a matter of bragging rights, I suppose. It throws down the gauntlet to everybody else, but also it's an opportunity for people like the BR01s run by AF Racing to really show what they're capable of on this new tyre.
100% so. Now, we're going to find out how good this circuit is for overtaking. That was a question some of the LMP2 drivers in particular were considering ahead of the event here at Paul Ricard. So getting on pole position for Harry Tincknell and Motorsport, very important. Simon Dolan, there on screen, just putting his helmet on, will be leading it off. And it's been a big weekend, a big week for the Motorsport team, because they've announced they're moving up full-time into the World Endurance Championship next year. But fear not, they're not leaving the European Le Mans Series, because Simon Dolan enjoys it so much. He loves the circuits, loves racing in Europe. He is going to continue racing in 2016. But great sights and scenes, and here at Paul Ricard, there's Pierre Fillon, the main man. But let's now take a look at the glories of the circuit Paul Ricard.
It really is a fabulous place to go racing. Circuit Paul Ricard in the south of France. brilliant weather, a fabulous lineup with 27 cars ready to get going for the 4 hours of Le Castellet. And this is the 4th round of the season, as I've mentioned, the European Le Mans Series, with a chance for the championship protagonists to really take a stranglehold on the season before we head to Estoril in Portugal. We got an indication there on the screen of the colour codes within the 4 classes: P2, P3, LMGTE and LMGTC, while the blue number boards, and also that's indicated on the graphics as well, indicate the LMP3 cars. 10 of those here this weekend. We have 4 LMP3 cars. They are purple in colour, the orange or amber colour of GTE, and then it's the black numbers on the white background for GTC. And there is the car that's taken pole position in GTC, championship leader no less, from TDS Racing, the BMW. Franck Pereira doing the time. He's joined by Dino Lunardi and Eric Dumont, and that French lineup, a stellar job being done earlier on in qualifying by Franck, but ably assisted by those 2 Frenchmen, of course, here at their home race.
Yeah, the clouds, you can see, are starting to gather. We didn't see that yesterday by simple dint of the fact they couldn't stop. They were blown straight past the circuit. Very fine weather. And a lot of Ferraris obviously down the back end of the grid. Johnny just mentioned that Thierry by TDS have taken pole position. Sorry, the TDS Racing have taken pole in the GTC class. But at the top of GTE, the senior of the GT classes, we have the 3 Ferraris. And the best place of those was from AT Racing. Alexander Talkanitsa Jr. will be starting the race, and there is the pole sitter in GTE, but it was Alessandro Pierguidi who was using all the track and a little bit more, and I think that's a theme Johnny will be coming back to through the course of this race. There are no real curbs here at the Paul Ricard circuit. The outside line of the circuit isn't a curb, it's a white painted line. Beyond that you have a blue strip, and then you have many blue strips, and if you really go far off the circuit you'll be going over the red painted lines on the outside, and the stewards will definitely be keeping an eye on who is taking advantage of going over those curbs and taking a wider line, or indeed a tighter line through corners.
Yeah, there was a possible concern for Ticknell's times, 2 of those laps actually that he did this morning. He, after Charlie George caught up with him at the end of the session, was not in really any doubt that he'd cut corners, gone over the curbs excessively. But I think any quick time, any impressive time will draw the attention of the stewards, whether you've broken the rules or not. And clearly we've heard no further issues about the 146.917 that Tinks did. So that stands, and the 38 car starts from pole position. But alongside a couple of, just in front of a couple of AF Racing BR01s that are still a little bit of an unknown entity. They came at Imola first of all, didn't they? That's when they broke cover after being much publicised, and the BR01 has taken a little bit of time to really become competitive. The switch in tyres from Michelin to Dunlops somehow just suits this Russian-built car. And yes, there's more pace to be found, I think, on these brand new tyres, but it seems to have been a decent decision for the team.
Certainly has. We were just taking a look at the LMP3 front row of the 2 LNT racing cars. One painted black and orange this weekend. That's the number 2 entry. That had a rear shocker problem, a rear damper problem actually, during qualifying, and ended up second because Mike Simpson had to pull over. Now we're looking at the car that Mark Patterson will be starting. And don't forget that start he had at Imola when he held off all the young guns, the hot shots, for lap after lap. So expect a good strong start from Michael Patterson. Leo Roussel, real star of qualifying, 5th fastest, so a great run for Pegasus Racing. So certainly watch out for him, and likewise with Mark Patterson. But really we're looking up ahead of that car as David Cheng walks past towards the back of the BR01s. And they've got a best finish of a 3rd, which was last time out at the Red Bull Ring, but they've also got lots of stripes across their name, which means retirement from the earlier rounds. But they're certainly finding their form, and the change to Dunlop has worked some wonders for them. They're starting 2nd and 3rd on the grid. And Thierry by TDS Racing, who would you want to put in at the start? Well, Ludo Bade. When it comes to traffic, Ludo's perfectly prepared to duke it out, and that Oreca 05 probably expected to be on the front row here, particularly with the long straight, the long Mistral straight. But second row it is, outside of the second row. That's the side closer to the pit wall. And there's Ludo on board, and ahead of him, an unusual sight for him to be looking at the tail of a BR01, and that just shows the progress that's been made by the Russo Franco team to put their cars 2nd and 3rd on the grid. Clouds seem to be slightly higher than they were half an hour ago, so let's hope we'll have a good dry race. I'm sure we will. Temperature's not too hot, and for a lot of these drivers that's quite a relief, certainly those in the closed cockpit cars. But there on board is Michael Alishin in the car that's starting third on the grid. He was very strong at the end of qualifying, made a bit of a mess in the third sector of his qualifying lap, but both he and Nicolas Minassian using the curbs and beyond, not so much using the curbs to an advantage, almost having to kick the tail out, particularly around the final corner, turn 13. They were really, really ragged, but they were determined to get as close to the front of the grid as possible. Second and third, a very good result for AF Racing.
Yeah, the word on the street is that they really want to make sure that car wins this time around, because the new regulations that kick in 2017, just around the corner, of course, and the BR01 as an LMP2 car, its life is shortened because of the new regulations that are going to come in. So their opportunity to win slowly running out. And could this be the time, in its first year, to take a first ELMS victory? Well, Motorsport will certainly be out there to stop them, and possibly also Thierry by TDS Racing. Murphy Prototypes potentially got more pace to show, and Greaves Motorsport didn't quite happen for them in qualifying either. They're third in the championship coming into this round on 50 points, just 11 points adrift of Motorsport. Bjorn Vernheim to start the 41 car from 8th position, but watch that fly as well in the hands of the Swede. Race winners, of course, at Silverstone. Relatively controversial race winners, it could be said, after one or two moves that John Lancaster pulled off, but that's all now in the past. And you know, it went to Stewards' inquiry and they investigated it, and it was a legitimate win in the end. So 25 points, a great way for Greaves to start their season. They haven't been on the podium since then, though.
Yeah, Murphy Prototype said they were caught out, had the wrong compounds on. I think a lot of teams were thrown by yesterday's conditions being so different, with the incredibly strong and gusty wind here at Circuit Paul Ricard. But so I think on the back foot, definitely Greaves Motorsport. Eurasia Motorsport, likewise, they were caught out by yellow flags when they were going for quick times right at the end. And I think they missed getting to the checkered flag before it fell by about 1 second, so they didn't have their best shot. So Murphy Prototypes, Eurasia Motorsport and Greaves Motorsport starting 6th, 7th and 8th. Expect them to make progress. And Leo Roussel is ahead of them for Pegasus Racing, but I think in terms of sheer pace, they should outdo him. 4 hours of racing ahead of us, starting in about 7 minutes from now. But Simon Dolan's got the best seat in the house on board the Motorsport Gibson. He's sitting there on the left-hand side of the track, looking down towards turn 1, the start of the Est la Verrerie, a very tricky opening stint for the lap. It's a tightish left and then a tightening right that follows, and then the ground just starts to drop away a little bit. It seems very wide on entry, but it tightens in on you. And over the years of racing here at Paul Ricard, there have been a lot of incidents down at turn 1 too.
And the other thing that I've noticed actually being here in person for the first time is that it has very little reference points. I mentioned this if you were with us during the qualifying period. As you head down, and that's a great sight actually from Simon Dolan's point of view, down in the 38 car. There is a little bit of a drop away, then the track climbs very slightly, but at which point do you brake, at which point do you turn in? Because normally you'd have a marker board or you'd have a tree there or something like that, and the landscape is fairly barren as you approach turns 1 and 2, so it's difficult to get the ideal line in there, particularly when you're in traffic. So the countdown board's about to be displayed, one of them briefly revealed there because of the wind, which may be about to pick up. Can't see the flagpole, well, there are no flags in place yet on the podium, but it is rather warm, as is demonstrated by a number of umbrellas up and down, or parasols up and down the grid, to keep the drivers in the cars as cool as possible. The 40 car, which is there on the grid, will be started by Tracy Crone. He qualified the car as well, but expect that machine to go a bit quicker in the hands of Olivier Pla, who's been brought on board for this weekend. And what can the 60 Formula Racing squad do about the 80 Racing team, who've taken a second pole of the year in the 56 machine? Formula Racing lead the championship. Need to be careful that the 56 car doesn't go too far up the road. So here is a reminder of how we stand in the LMP2 Trophy Drivers' Championship. Philippe Albuquerque, Harry Tinknell and Simon Dolan lead on 60 points, and just by a couple of points over Thierry by TDS Racing and Pierre Thierry, Ludo Badet and Tristan Gomendy. LMP3 headed by Charlie Robertson and Chris Hoy. That's the pole position car for this race as well. Winners at Silverstone and at Austria. And with the 2 cars struggling in qualifying, you could argue that's their championship to lose. As far as GTE is concerned, it's Rizzoli Johnny Lawson and Mikkel Mack for Formula Racing, who lead now by 5 points. And in GTC, TDS Racing on 57 points, courtesy of that extra point that they won earlier on, getting pole position in GTC. So they now lead the championship by 6 points, ahead of the 62 AF Corsa Ferrari and the 64 AF Corsa Ferrari. But the grid is being cleared. We are moments away from the very late preparations ahead of the race. This will be a rolling start very, very shortly. In fact, the formation lap is underway according to our screen.
Just waiting for Simon Dolan to lead off from pole position. Alongside he has Nicolas Menassian, the second of the AF Racing cars, from third position on the grid. Mikael Alishin starting that alongside Ludovic Badet. On the third row, Leo Roussel and Mark Patterson for the Murphy Prototypes team. Then Nico Peter de Bruyne, joined this weekend by Richard Bradley, will start from 7th. Bjorn Verdheim 8th. Michael Mooneman, Algarve Pro Racing, Ligier from 9th, and Tracy Crone 10th, and last in the LMP2 class will be starting from 10th on the grid. Then next up come a brace of Team LNT Ginettas with Charlie Robertson and Gaetan Palatou. Behind them, the best of the GTE entries, Alexander Talkanitsa Jr. starting on class pole, 13th place overall for AT Racing. And alongside him is Peter Mann, who will be starting the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. Formula Racing Ferrari next, Johnny Lawson on board. Then Philip Keane will lead off the Gulf Racing UK Porsche. JMW Motorsport, Robert Smith, he's got 2 new teammates this weekend alongside him. He will be starting the 66 JMW Motorsport Ferrari. Aaron Scott will be starting the 55 AF Corsa Ferrari from 18th on the grid. In 19th, another LMP3 duo, 19th and 20th. Konstantin Kalko for the SVK by Speed Factory team, and Giorgio Cernaiotto in the Viorba course entry. And then back down to the tail of the grid, we have the Proton Competition Porsche, Christian Ried starting 21st. The best of the GTC class cars is Henri Acide in the Mark VDS BMW. Then the TDS Racing, sorry, I beg your pardon, I've already said Eric Dermont will be driving that. He will be driving TDS Racing class leading car, of course. Henri Acide's in the GTE class, I beg your pardon. 24th position, AF Corsa Ferrari, Thomas Floor. AF Corsa Ferrari 63, Giorgio Roda. AF Corsa Ferrari, you're getting a theme going here. Mads Rasmussen, and bringing up the rear, the massive Motorsport Aston Martin. 27th on the grid with Simon Muller. So pole position, just remember that's Simon Dolan. He's on the left-hand side as they go down towards the left-hand corner. But right now he's going up the Mistral straight, and it is up the straight because it rises from its start as they come out of turn 7, which is a fast left kink, and then keeps on going. And just towards C, just where the safety car is now ahead of Simon, the slope steepens. It's a gentle ascent, and then it kicks up, and that gives just a little bit more sort of cornering potential into scene. But the top drivers will be taking this fast right-hand corner at the end of the back straight flat in top gear, 280 kph, and with the following wind it has been 300. So big figures. Good view looking forward. Simon Dolan's point of view is he's going down to what's called the double droite du Beausset. It's the du Beausset corner. It's 2 right-hand corners that are interconnected, and really in many ways they're interconnected to scene because it's a big fast turn into scene. And in the blink of an eye, you're down to the du Beausset corners, that bit tighter. And then you get to a very technical 3-corner stint that takes you through to the end of the lap. Turn 11, the Épingle du Bandeau, that's a hairpin, but a fairly wideish one. Then you go through an S du Viage, and then you get to the final 2 corners, a left, fairly open, then a much tighter right. The final corner, Virage du Pont, they're going through the penultimate corner there, that's the Virage du Lac, and Simon Dolan and the BR01s coming down to the final corner, the tight right onto the start-finish straight, Virage du Lac. Philippe Albuquerque, Harry Tinknell on the right and left respectively. Handshake, good luck to the team. That's the Motorsport duo, but the man in control of the car is Simon Dolan, and he's leading the field round to the start of the race.
And this is going to be so interesting to see how long Dolan can keep the BR01s behind him. Bear in mind, Nicolas Menassian, platinum driver, Michael Alishin, platinum driver, Simon Dolan, very quick, but a silver driver. He does not make his trade by being a racing driver, very much a successful businessman, but he's super quick in this Gibson, and we'll see how they get on as they power their way then down to turn 1, and already the BR01s are starting to gang up on the Motorsport Gibson. Very wide indeed as well for Ludo Badet.
Yeah, but it's Roussel up from 5th to 1st. He went down the left-hand side. The others were looking to their right, but he's immediately been passed, and I think that's Menassian who's got past him, and a very long run across the inside of the field. He might get a tick for that. Ludo Badet. So Simon Dolan was was absolutely monstered there, and the gap between first corner and second corner for Minassian to take the lead, quite extraordinarily good bit of form there. But there was a bit of a sort out, and someone has gone for a spin at the back. That's the Proton Porsche, so really interested to see a replay of that start. But what we can tell you is Dolan led away, but not for long. Roussel took the lead, but then the better of the two BR01s came on through, and Dolan's down in, I think, 4th place. Flipway is the fact that Greaves Motorsport has gained a couple of positions, so John Lancaster has picked a couple off there. Sorry, Bjorn Verdheim. But look at the gap between first and second. It was Alishin, not Minassian, who got through into first place. Wow.
Christian Reed going for the spin in the number 88 Proton competition car, and we spoke to Michael Lyons not half an hour or so ago. He was worried that there wouldn't be any overtaking. Well, we've seen about 5 cars overtake the leader, what was the pole position car, before the first corner, and now the battle is on between Leo Roussel and the 20 car of Nicolas Minassian. It's now AF Racing 1 and 2 with Michaela Leishin and Nicolas Minassian leading the way from Leo Roussel, who is a very, very quick starter indeed for Pegasus Racing. The rejoining Ludo Bade up to 4th place, but he straight lined the first corner. I'm not sure whether he'll be allowed to keep that position.
He did. What we need to see is when we get to a replay is whether there was a little tap up the tail of the TDS Orica to push it straight on, but he's got back ahead of Simon Dolan. So it's BR01s on their new Dunlop rubber, first and second in the race. The fast starting Leo Roussel for Pegasus Racing holding down 3rd place, but I think it'll only be a matter of time before Bade and Simon Dolan take a run at him. And Bjorn Verdheim coming around in 6th place, riding looking forward from Tracy Crowe's point of view. He is running in 8th position, and unfortunately the team that's lost out in that starting lap of the race was Eurasia Motorsport, down to the tail of the field, Nick Peter de Bruyn. So we'll have to see what happened with him.
Yeah, very slow first sector for Nick Peter de Bruyn, so whether he was caught up in a moment immediately after the start. He has gained 1 place now on the spinning Christian Reed, I've noticed. Leading LMP3 then after the first lap, Charlie Robertson ahead of Gaetan Panatu, the 3 ahead of the 2. GTE incredibly close. It's Alexander Talkovitz, a junior, who started the 5680 Racing Ferrari. He leads the 60 Ferrari of Formula Racing, Johnny Lawson, and then it's Phil Keane in the first of the Porsches, number 86 for Gulf Racing UK. GTC headed by a Ferrari, so the BMW that had pole position has lost the lead because Gianluca Roda in the 63 Ferrari now has that.
Well, what's intriguing is the fact that Alishin made that incredible, well, into turn 2 he took the lead, having not been into lead into turn 1. The gap he opened out over Leo Roussel, of course now he's being chased by his teammate Nick Minassian, but the first sector of this lap, fastest first sector of all by Michael Alishin. He's sitting on an advantage of 2 and a bit seconds, and Simon Dolan, we're riding looking on board with him. He is starting to see Ludo Bade just easing clear in 4th place, but it's very close. You can see at the front of that image there, you've got the second BR01 with Nick Minassian on board, being pushed really hard by Leo Roussel. You wouldn't have predicted that, and certainly the young French driver really doing a very good job so far at the circuit, Paul Ricard. Not far behind him, and I would say just edging closer is Ludo Bade. Simon Dolan hanging on behind, and Bjorn Verdheim not really making ground band. Let's take a look at the start, Johnny.
Yeah, well, I wonder whether there may be a slight hint about a jump start.
Start under investigation side on our screen, so I think you're right. Number 5, the 5th.
Bade, well, he lost the back end very slightly on cold tyres and then had to mop the moment up by going straight on. Didn't quite catch that moment with our cameras, though, as it then straight lined that part of the first corner. Leo Roussel, silver-graded driver, all over the back of Nicolas Minassian. He cannot shake young Leo in the Pegasus Racing car, and interestingly, that Pegasus Morgan has started to open up a gap to Ludo Bade in 4th position. Simon Dolan circulating in 5th place, having started from pole. He's now got Bjorn Verdheim not perilously close. There's a gap of about 3 seconds, but the closest fight out on track is this for 2nd position with AF Racing, almost acting as rear tail gunner to Michaela Leishin.
Yeah, well, I saw both of the Pegasus Racing drivers, Leo Roussel and David Cheng, having some coffees by the restaurant just before we came out here. Obviously, they're filling him up. Is this the replay of is this the opening lap and the spin from Christian Reed? I would suggest. No, that's not the opening lap. That's the second lap. So that's the second off he's had. One on lap 1, one on lap 2. But Leo Roussel really sticking to tail. Certain points on the circuit he can really attack, and that's the 1st and 3rd sectors where he really is just throwing that Morgan around him. Just spotted there, slightly offline, slightly off the over the white painted line at the edge of the circuit was Nick Minassian, and they did say that they will be throwing everything they have at trying to win this race here at Paul Ricard on the BR01, and sitting on a lead at the moment, just over 3 seconds, is his teammate Mikael Aleshin, but Leo Roussel really pushing on, and Simon Dolan, if anything, starting to close onto the tail of Ludo Bade in the battle for 4th place. You can see them passing the pits. Now take a look as we ride down towards turn 1, the start of the Est de la Verrerie. You don't get much to see. You're going between trees, and then suddenly it opens out, and you've got all these painted lines, and you have to turn left and then sharply right. Number 15, that's
SVK Racing car,
that's Konstantin Kalka, who went out to qualify that. He's up to 15th position and getting stuck in among the GTE battles and GTC battles, but still leading the way in GTE is Talkanitsa Jr. just ahead of Johnny Larsson, but that's just changed because Aaron Scott has moved up into 2nd place in the GTE class, 13th place overall. So the number 55 Ferrari on the move. That's the red one with the silver roof.
I just wonder whether there was a hint of contact between the 60 Formula Racing Ferrari and that number 15 LMP3 car. They certainly brushed very close to one another, but hopefully they managed to stay away and avoid any contact. It's the 55 car up ahead of us right now, so we're on board with Johnny Larsson in the 3rd placed LMGTE car, and up ahead is Aaron Scott. Ahead of that is Alexander Talkanitsa Jr. So this is just how close the GTE battle is. 1st, 2nd and 3rd. You could throw a blanket over them. It's an old phrase, but it works in this instance. And we're heading out onto the Mistral straight now. Looks to be dead straight in terms of, certainly is in terms of trajectory, but undulation, there is far more than I'd expected. And this is actually where the first 2 Ferraris are edging away from the Danish squad.
Yeah, well, hey, let's watch Christian Reed for a bit, because we know that he's been in the battles all the time. He's trying to get up the inside of 51, and he does that seemingly without any trouble whatsoever. That's going past Peter Mann, but he's having to regain the grounds he lost. And there, the view, there's a JMW Motorsports entry coming uphill, the yellow, black and white Ferrari, and Robert Smith, the regular in that car. He's got Rory Butcher and Johnny Cocker joining him this weekend, but the regular taking the start of the race, and he's running around in 19th place overall, which equates to 5th in the GTE class. Now we're back on board with Johnny Larsson, and what we've seen over there, he's not got just the 2 Ferraris ahead of him. He has been passed by Konstantin Kalka, who's gone past. Just trying to see which of the cars. And he's up ahead. But what I can tell you, though, for sure, is that the gap between 1st and 2nd is actually just starting to come down. Mikael Aleshin, oh my golly, there's Konstantin Kalko.
That's the Eurasia car, which is recovering, of course.
Of course it is.
It was 16th at the start of the lap, well, it's gained a few more places now as it sizes its way through this GTE traffic and gets back towards a more rightful place.
What we had in that final corner, you had Konstantin Kalko in the black Ginetta flashing past Johnny Larsson, then up the start finish straight, the Ferrari's got back ahead again, so too fast into that tight right and suffering on the exit. But Nico Peter de Bruin in the Eurasia Motorsport Orica 03R really picking his way up. He was 27th at the end of the opening lap. At the start of this lap he was 14th. He's just picking off 2 more ahead of him. He's up to 12th, and then he'll have the 2 LMT Racing Ginettas, number 3 and 2, Charlie Robson and Gaetan Palatu. They'll be the next one on his target.
Back to the GTE lead then, and AT Racing put on pole position by Alessandro Pierguidi, but being driven by Alexander Talkanitsa Jr. over this opening stint, not able to give, or being given, a moment's rest here, because Aaron Scott is all over the large rear wing of that effectively GT2 Ferrari. In the distance, the Formula Racing Ferrari, number 60, under pressure himself by Konstantin Kalko in the number 15 LMP3 car, and then just the other side of that, Phil Keane, who's having an interesting first stint here, starting to apply a bit of pressure to the 3rd placed Ferrari. Aaron Scott, you can tell by the body language of the car here, is on it.
Totally on it, and let's see if they can stay within the lines. But there is more speed for Aaron Scott. He's ducking up one side, nipping up the other. He's trying to go around the outside. He's just putting so much pressure on Alexander Talkanitsa Jr. Now he's on the wrong position there, but if he gets any closer, he can come up the inside next time around. There's also a fantastic battle out on the circuit for LMP3 honours. Charlie Robertson and Gaetan Palatu covered by a 1/5 of a second the last time I looked at the timing screen. So that's about the same as the gap between this duo, Talkanitsa Jr. and Scott, as they really push very hard indeed by Konstantin Kalko in the LMP3 Ginetta, the black entry behind them, but accelerating and pulling out a better exit from the final corner. Talkanitsa Jr. gives himself a bit of a breathing space, and in GTE that means about 0.4 of a second. So
back to the first corner goes the GTE battle. It's just less than half a second the gap, and Konstantin Kalko would like to be ahead of these Ferraris without doubt, but he needs to pick his course relatively carefully, because Aaron Scott and Talcanitza Jr. are far more concentrated on where each other are, I suppose, rather than this LMP3 machine, which will be looming large in the mirrors now. But it's a low-slung car, might be difficult to monitor, particularly when you consider that the view at the back of one of these Ferrari 458s is renowned for being not great. It's rather restricted, with the bulkhead immediately behind the driver's head. So back onto the Mistral they go, first, second and third in GTE, and Phil Keane a little more distant this time in the Porsche. By the way, at the head of the order, not missing a great deal, Michaela Leishyn completes another lap in the number 21 AF Racing BR01. It leads by 2.1 seconds from the sister car of Nicola Minassian, and Leo Russell still playing his trade very nicely indeed. Third place for the Pegasus team, car number 29. There's some movement further down. That's the Eurasia car getting ahead of Charlie Robertson now and splitting the two P3 leaders.
Konstantin Kalko trying to go around the outside of Aaron Scott's Ferrari. Can't do it. He's now. He looks like he's pulled it off, but then he's on the wrong position, and Aaron holds that down, and that gives a little bit of breathing space for Talcanitza Jr. riding with the 52. That's Henri Acide looking at Robert Smith's Ferrari, the JMW Motorsport Ferrari. And then again, you can see the striped lines out beyond the curbs, the painted curves here at Circuit Paul Ricard. And now we've got a change for the lead in GTE, because in the traffic there with Konstantin Kalko, we didn't see the move happen, but Aaron Scott has pulled it off. He's taken the lead in 55 ahead of 56. So Talcanitza Jr. back into second in GTE, and somewhere in the mix, Konstantin Kalko got past one of the Ferraris and then lost out to the other, so he stays right behind them, and Johnny Larson is in the thick of that battle as well, just in behind. And then not that far back down the track is the blue and orange Porsche sitting in the backdrop there. Now here's the moment, Talcanitza Jr. looks like he's just gone a little too fast.
That's a good move for Aaron Scott, really good, because he kind of expected a bit of a moment there for Talcanitza Jr. Took the wider line, missed the apex on the first element of it, but then he instantly had the inside line for the tighter right-hander to follow. And
then you could see that Konstantin Kalko hit the curbs on the inside, was squeezed for space and couldn't get the power down. And that's why Talcanitza Jr. was able to keep the 15 Ginetta behind him, but Aaron Scott into the lead. Oh, JMW Motorsport Ferrari running very wide there, and Henri Acide getting a good look. So I think Robert Smith has to just try and keep it on the black stuff on the track, that is, because certainly pressure is being applied by the BMW from Mark VDS right in behind. And famously the VDS, well, not any of the BMW Z4s suffer in straight line speed in comparison to the Ferrari 458 Italias. And this time Acide, however, has made a good exit. Now he's starting to flash his lights to really hassle Rob Smith, but he seems to have stayed just a car lengths or two behind him the whole way up the Mistral Straight. Now this is the point as they go through Seine and to the double rights of Dubose, where the BMW Z4 has seemingly much better handling and is able to really, really harry the Ferrari. This is the battle for fifth position in GTE, as the graphic tells you, and the BMW staying behind, but Henri Acide putting a lot of pressure. And last time around we saw a slight slip up from Rob Smith, and he's run wide again and not quite managing to get round past the inside of him at the Épingle du Bendor, but taking a look as they go through the Village S, it stays behind. So Acide stays behind, and Rob Smith really having to work his tyres.
Bjorn Verdheim a little bit quicker than Simon Dolan through the first sector, but he has got about 7 seconds to try and find on the 38 car, and also Ludo Bade just slotted in between the two of them. In fact, there's a place change there. That's what's confused me. Simon Dolan's gone ahead of the 46 car, so Dolan gaining that place. He had been circulating right behind the Oreca 05 of Thierry by TDS. Well, he's got the move done, and that's one of the places he lost at the start, gained back.
Indeed, and I've just been watching the gap between first and second. It came down by 0.7 of a second last time around. Nicola Minassian ending that 1.4 seconds behind the race-leading teammate Michael Alishin, but I think a little bit of lapping happened in that lap, so you can imagine a little bit of momentum lost by, well, in this case by Aleshin, but the first part of this lap was, yes, the gap is definitely not 1.5 seconds. They crossed the finish line. It's almost double that, 2.8 seconds. So the middle part of the lap was where Aleshin didn't get it right, and Minassian very much did. He set his fastest middle section of all. And there's definitely a problem for the Thierry by TDS car, because another position has been lost, and Bjorn Verdheim has just gone flashing past, and didn't look as though it was standing still, the Oreca 05, but Bade just didn't seem to have accelerated very well out of the final corner. Is there a problem with pickup? Well, we'll find out, but going backwards now, down into 6th place. Ludo Baddy, we're riding on board with him, and Verdheim, having got past, is really dropping him fairly quickly, and the braking, of course, the gap goes right down. In fact, 0.5 looking very wieldy around there, and the Gibson not so much so, but what we can tell you, of course, the Swedish driver Bjorn Verdheim up into 5th place. So the order is Aleshin, Minassian, Roussel, who's had such a strong start to the race. Of course, we're waiting for an answer. As I say that, no further investigations regarding the start of the race comes up. There was some question mark that his start was startlingly good, 5th down to 1st by the opening corner.
Yes.
He stays on, however, in 3rd place. Simon Dolan up to 4th, Bjorn Verdheim up to 5th, Ludo Badé down to 6th place with Mark Patterson next. Michael Moonman, in fact, has just moved ahead of Tracy Crone to take 8th overall.
Yeah, the start was possibly a little bit doubtful, but I think all the movement was done after the line, and although it was frenetic into the first corner, almost 4 abreast with P2 cars, still all was within the rules and the constraints of the regulations. So what can Simon Dolan do now that he's into a little bit of clean air? I say that, but he has got 2 GT cars immediately in front of him. So Leo Roussel's in front of, what, the 20 car? Yes, so a mistake possibly by Nicolas Minassian.
Yeah, because someone else has also made a mistake. Tracy Crone, I said he'd lost a position to Michael Moonman, and he had a spin down at turn 5 on the last lap, but we didn't see where this happened though.
Roussel up to 2nd place now, so he almost got the lead as they headed into turn 1 at the start of the race. Well, Roussel just having a blistering stint here. That can only be a mistake by Nicolas Minassian, you have to think, because he had a tidy lead over Leo Roussel.
Yeah, Minassian had been setting good lap times as well. The previous lap, he set his fastest middle sector of all. Now, Minassian starting to get back onto the tail of the blue and red Morgan, but Roussel, I'm going to drink whatever coffee he's been drinking. He really is putting it together. Through turn 6, which is the Virage de la Sainte-Baume, and then they go through the little left-hand kink just right here. That's turn 7, and it's all about the straight line speed up the Mistral Straight. Yesterday they had a 30-kilometre plus tailwind, which certainly affected their handling. It made them guess from lap to lap where perhaps they might like to, those that do dip their brakes, dab their brakes slightly into, seeing where they might want to dab them. But for the top guys, it's flat anyhow. They just pitch it in and go on round to the right.
I must credit Sam Smith of dailysportscar.com, who's told us that TDS actually had to let the Jota and the Greaves cars through after cutting turns 1 and 2 at the start of the race. I did wonder whether Ludo Badé had taken an advantage after straightlining that portion of the circuit. Normally the protocol is you allow those cars back again, as Leo Roussel gets very sideways indeed there. He's still pushing on, but normally the protocol is to allow the cars through as quickly as possible. Well, I noticed a message on the screen flash up that said that the team manager from car 46 was summoned to race control. That message has clearly been put across now, and the instruction given to Badé.
Yeah, about 3 or 4 minutes ago, I saw the first message, didn't spot the second, asked to pull over, so that's a relief, there's no problem. Now let's have a look. This will be the sideways moment from a driver not trying hard at all. Thank you, Leo Roussel. Fabulous slide there. But as you can... Actually quite bumpy when you get over that little curve there. I've been talking about there not being curves and just being painted bit, but obviously a little undulation, but generally a very flat circuit. Now we're looking forward from Ludo Badé's point of view. Tyrrell by TDS Racing Orica 05, and ahead of him is Bjorn Verdheim. He had to let him through, he had to let Simon Dolan through. Now let's see if Ludo can take the battle back to down into the left-hander at turn 1. As you can see, a slow crest and then down into a compression as you go through turn 2. Great little set of sweepers, but very technical at the start of the lap. It only really opens out when you get to turn 7, and then you're onto the Mistral Straight. But Badé certainly having a little bit more speed than Bjorn Verdheim there. Car looking very good indeed. But for the team, the frustration of A, running wide at the first corner, and B, having been found to have taken an advantage. And so Simon Dolan and Bjorn Verdheim had to be waved past, but Ludo Badé back up to full operational speed. And overall, I'll tell you how far behind the leader. At the end of the last lap, 18.5 seconds. That's the gap after 10 laps. So it shows just what a good start the BR01s have, but also the race pace they've achieved so far in the opening 10 laps of the round 4 of the European Le Mans Series here at Paul Ricard. And certainly the Russian car is impressing big time. But this is a car, as we've mentioned, Johnny, not eligible to come to play in 2017.
No, indeed. So you need to get the race wins in when you can, and well, it'll be interesting to see where the BR01 car goes if it can't race in LMP2, because it's clearly a very good piece of kit and rated by the drivers that have been lucky enough to experience it. Changed tyres, as we've mentioned 2 Dunlops from Michelin's, and that has only benefited it. So going particularly well this weekend, running in 1st and 3rd positions with Michael Aleshin and Nicolas Menasson at the wheel. There's been a slight change in the driver lineup as well, with Anton Ladigin exchanged for Victor Scheitar. Scheitar just a little bit quicker than Kirill's brother. So over the line goes the 46 machine, Ludo Bade. So into the first corner goes the 46 car in 6th position. Bjorn Verdheim away in the distance, well, right in front of us, I beg your pardon. And Bade trying to get back past, legitimately this time. He's going to be on the outside line though for this corner, a right-hander. And Bjorn Verdheim has got a right job on his hands here to keep Bade behind. So they work their way through this first portion of the lap. No further investigations regarding the start of the race. We know that's been displayed in the message a while ago. So Bade now, well, needs to be as close as he was through the twisty stuff, but for whatever reason he's dropped back a little bit on the entry to the Mistral, so can't quite get the toe he would have done. But these cars so reliant on downforce, of course. You don't want to get too close to a rival because that can really ruin how the air flows over the car. But a hot knife through butter there. Ludo Bade just scythes by the Swede in the Greaves Motorsport car and takes 5th position back again. So good move that from Ludo Bade. I thought he was a bit too far away, but by the end of the Mistral straight, that Thierry by TDS racing car with its Nissan engine really came into its own.
I think what had happened there, Johnny, he went slightly over the curve and just got a load of dust on the tyres and then didn't have grip for the next couple of corners, but certainly the speed he was carrying when he made that provisional move down into turn 3 that didn't work showed that what we expected, that he does have a performance advantage over the Greaves Motorsport Gibson at this point in the race. Now let's see what he can do. He's moved up into 5th place. His target is Simon Dolan. I haven't seen Simon for a while, and as you look down the start-finish straight, you can't see Simon. In fact, he was just disappearing under the bridge in the background, so you could see him, but that's an idea of the gap between them. It's about 10 seconds. Gap between 1st and 2nd has gone out again. In traffic, it came down to 1.5 seconds, went out afterwards, though, to 4.6 seconds, so 3 times that. Aleshin leading, not from his teammate anymore, but from Leo Roussel, who's not only got into 2nd, but holding Menassion back behind him. Bade now starting to lap a wee bit faster. Someone else who's just set his fastest first sector of the race. The lap split into 3. Michael Mooneman running around in 8th place in the Algarve Pro Racing entry, and he's about 12 seconds back on the Murphy prototype Zorica in the Ligier, but running well and picking up his pace there. Certainly picking up pace is Ludo Bade. He's going down the Mistral straight again. Occasionally, as you look up the straight, you can see bits of circuit going off the side. There are many permutations in use here at the Paul Ricard circuit. There's a chicane there. You can use it. It was used during the Blancpain Endurance 6-hour race here early in the year. They turn left and then rejoin the Mistral straight half the way along. And here's the famed Scene corner. Flat on the panning. Seems a bit of a twitch. You're going up a bit of an incline and then you jink to the right over a crest. So every opportunity to have the car lightened. Just when perhaps you'd rather it was pushed into the circuit, it sort of comes above the circuit and pressure goes off. Still leading the way in GTE is Aaron Scott, but Formula Racing are really on it this weekend, as we haven't seen them before. And Johnny Lawson in the 60 Ferrari getting very close, and behind both of them looking to pick up the pieces perhaps is Alexander Taukanitsa Jr. This is riding forward, looking forward as Johnny Lawson had seen it, and Scott's really not very far ahead, and Lawson carrying more speed into turn 1. Very tricky corner if you don't get turned in sufficiently to the first part. The second part here comes up on you very quickly, both running over the curbs on the exit, but Scott stays ahead for AF Corsa, but Formula Racing on the rise, and going past both of them is our race leader Mikael Aleshin. I was wondering why Lawson was staying over slightly further to the left than I'd have thought, but that was a moment that Lawson thought he might take advantage and make a move. And Charlie George is down with TDS Racing, finding out how their day is going.
We'll get to that interview in a moment or two, but they're nose to tail still for the lead of the race. 55 from the 60 car, and Formula Racing with Johnny Lawson on it here. This is also very important as far as the championship is concerned, because the lead at the start of this round was just 5 points. Well, it's brought it down to 2 points, but in the favour of AF Corsa. So Formula Racing desperate to try and get in front of Aaron Scott here to retake the championship lead as it stands. Oh, and Johnny Lawson with a big moment there, getting into the tailwind of Aaron Scott. That just unsettled the second place Ferrari, and they're also having to be overtaken by the race leaders, Bruce.
I just wonder if he looked up, the Danish driver looked up and saw, and it just took his attention off the corner as he was trying to turn in behind Aaron Scott, but it gave Aaron a little bit of breathing space. But Johnny Lawson straight back onto his tail, and now Taukenitsa Jr. with Leo Roussel, who's second in the race, third in the race now. It's just changed again. He's dropped back down behind Minacio, right on his tail. And Roussel is losing ground now because he's got Simon Dolan right on his tail. And look how Roussel is stuck in that Ferrari sandwich, the middle of the three-car battle for GTE honours. And Simon Dolan has been playing slowly catchy, and he's right now on the tail of Leo Roussel. So in the space of a handful of laps, second place could very soon become fourth for the Pegasus racing car.
Was that slow 46 car I just saw, or was it going at a decent speed? No, I think we're okay actually, but the 46 car have already got us gasping for breath a little bit because they allowed cars by after that straight line of the first couple of corners, the opening lap. Simon Dolan starting to close in on Leo Roussel now. That will be for third position. There's also a change with Bjorn Verdheim getting back past Ludo Bade, so that has happened.
No, can I just cut across? You were right. Car 46, slow after turn 11, just now coming into the pit lane. Can he get into pit entry? So yes, Bade into the pits, so he got his way back up the order a little bit. But here he comes into the pit lane. Let's have a look and see if we can see what the problem is. Well spotted, Johnny.
Yeah, so all change then for sixth position, where Bade had got to. Well, it was fifth actually, with
could be a puncture
getting through. Maybe a slow puncture. Let's have a look whether there's an obvious. No, it's a flat, a definite flat. Rear left, as you can see there on our feed, and the tyres. Well, all four tyres may well be changed because there is a risk there may be a slow puncture in some of the others, perhaps. It's being fueled first of all. Now it goes up on the internal jacks, and that rear left is being changed. They might be happy with the rest of the tyres, of course, to make sure that they keep with their allocation. So the car is dropped down onto its wheels. It's restarted by Ludo Bade, and he gets it back into the race. But this is not what Thierry by TDS Racing wanted at their home event. For some reason, this does not sit right with Thierry by TDS Racing. They had a nightmare a couple of seasons ago here, coming through the final corner on three wheels, I seem to remember.
Yeah, a couple of points a few years ago, they had those sort of problems. But to have the BR01s keep them off the front row and then drop them in the race, then have this other problem. But I suppose you could say if there was any fortune, 46 was reported only slow after turn 11, so that puncture came late in the lap. To have lived the 5.8 kilometres of a whole lap would have dropped them to nowhere at all. So it's Alice Shin from Minassi on the BR01s, first and second. Leo Roussel back into third place. Simon Dolan fourth. Bjorn Verdheim fifth. And now we haven't really talked much about Murphy Prototypes. They're up to sixth place, but they are evenly spaced fairly much. But the gap, the GTE class is the one to watch. There's Aaron Scott leading the way in the 55 Ferrari. Right behind is Johnny Lawson in the 60. And now almost Relive is helped by traffic to get back onto their tail. Is Alexander Taukenitsa Jr. And he's really pushing the Formula Racing Ferrari. So three Ferraris in the lead of the class. Fourth in the GTE class, a little way back, is Phil Keane in the Gulf Racing UK Porsche. But for now, all eyes should be on this fabulous battle. It might be the battle for 14th, 15th and 16th, but far more important that it's first, second and third in the GTE class, and it's very close indeed.
Johnny Lawson, the meat in the sandwich, hammering over the curbs there, really unsettling the car. That wasn't the quickest route through there, and now might be under pressure at the end of the Mistral straight from the AT racing machine of Alexander Taukenitsa Jr. Aaron Scott just gives him a little bit of breathing space at the head of the order then. We're only on lap 15, by the way. And we are just coming up to half an hour into this 4-hour event. It's almost side by side as Taukenitsa Jr. has a little bit of a think about a move up the inside of Johnny Lawson, but decides that just tucking back into line might be the better option, at least for now. Lawson is wide into this route, but that's just different, slightly different attack to that corner.
But what we have Bjorn Verdheim right behind him, almost caught the back of Taukenitsa Jr. there as those fight ahead of him. Lawson holds on for now. Now Verdheim dives up the inside in the Greaves Motorsport Gibson. He's got to get past, well, he's got to find a way past, because blocking and over the curves to Johnny Lawson. The Swede will make the move around the outside, but this is good news for excuse me, for Aaron Scott, because he's managed to get a huge lead. 3/4 of a second, I'd reckon.
as life has been all race. I'm just worried about Johnny Lawson's tyres here. I think they're cooked. After half an hour, he's been pushing that hard. He almost looks like for Alexander Taukanitsa Jr. I said a different route into that corner. It's a spin for the 51 car. That's Peter Mann, isn't it?
Yeah, Peter Mann.
Yeah,
he was second last in the race, just ahead of Simon Muller. We just saw Muller in the massive Motorsport Aston Martin, just ahead of that GTE class battle. But one of the good things about the circuit, Paul Ricard, is if you have a little spin, you can generally gather it together, find your way back to the circuit and carry on as you will.
Assuming you don't get collected by anybody else, and I'm sure that one or two needed to avoid him. He's now deep in P2 traffic, but a great scrap at the pointy end of P3.
Yeah, Guy Sampalatou and Charlie Robertson, they've been covered by the similar margin of less than a second pretty much since the start of the race. Konstantin Kalko is about 20 odd seconds behind them. TDS Racing trying to see why they had this puncture. You can see lots of shed rubber within the wheel, but running off the circuit slightly there was Guy Sampalatou, very keen in his battle, sharing Mike Simpson to take victory on home ground in France. And the Tyrrell by TDS Racing, Orica 05 right behind them with Ludo Baddy, flashing his lights, keen to get them out of the way. He's already lost ground, he's already had to give position, he's already run wide at turn one, he's already had that puncture. So not the dream stint for Ludo Baddy. Still got a hand on to Pierre Thirier and Tristan Gomindy, but he's just got to get past these cars and try not to lose any more ground.
A little bit of ground made up by Nick Peter de Bruyne in the Eurasia Motorsport Orica, getting ahead of Michael Mooneman for 8th position, so the 33 car gains another spot after a tricky start for the guys from the Philippines. Gaetan Palatu and Robertson now separated, as Bruce mentions, by Ludo Bade in the TDS car. And there's a change of place there with Tracy Crone getting a spot back again, it looks like, for 7th position ahead of the 33 Eurasia car.
Yeah, we didn't see that incident. I would reckon that was probably down to accelerating out of the final corner. Someone's run very wide. It's one of the LMP3s, the Viorba course car. In the background of this GTE battle, running wide and off the circuit, is the car that's now rejoined behind them, which is Giorgio Cernaiotto, running 17th overall, last in LMP3. But now we've had a change there. Johnny Lawson, his tyres may indeed be cooked. He didn't get the power down well out of turn 13 and down into turn 1. Taukanitsa Jr. has moved into second place in class. That's been brewing for many, many laps. Pierre Thirier, concerned faces. They're all still looking at this left rear wheel that came off Ludo Baddy's car. And has it sheared? Oh, it looked as though it had a hole within the rim. I have to have another look at that in a minute, or maybe my eyes are deceiving me as I took a sneak peek. But be a bit of a worry if that was the case. Let's pretend it isn't. It might be me just making stuff up. But what we're not making up, and some might not have believed it, is a BR01 leading this race, a BR01 second in the race, but Mikael Alashin leading by just a shade under 4 seconds at the moment. So they wanted a strong showing, they've got a strong showing, but we still have just under 3.5 hours remaining in this race. They were desperate for this car to win. As we've said, it doesn't get out to come and play in 2017. Next year will be its last year, so it doesn't have the long life that the Orica 05 will have, as that's 2017 compliant. It needs the wins and it needs them now, and certainly the pace it's showing here at Circuit Paul Ricard with Mikael Alashin and Nick Minassian looking very promising indeed.
GTE, headed by Aaron Scott, we know. Alexander Taukanitsa Jr., though, is now second, having got ahead of Johnny Lawson on those difficult tyres. I reckon those Dunlops are well and truly past their best, and how far away from the first stop are we for the 60 car? They might have to adjust their strategy because of that, depending on how much distance they start to lose on the top two Ferraris in GTE. He also has Giorgio Sergiotto behind him in the number 5 P3 car. And the distance is only minimal, actually, back to that 4th placed P3 car. GTC headed by Gianluca Roda in the 63 machine from Eric Dumont, the 59 BMW, who'd slipped to 3rd position, having taken pole position earlier on today. But the BMW now separating 2 Ferraris, 63 from 64, and Eric Dumont slotted in between Roda and Mads Rasmussen.
Now this is a scene you didn't expect to see, a sight you didn't expect to see. The Thirier, if you told me I'd seen that shot at the start of the race with Thirier by TDS Orica leading the BR01s up to the back of the race, I'd be up to the back end of the back straight, I'd be going, gosh, they're going well. But the fact is there's a lap between them because, of course, Bade has come in to make that pit stop, and he certainly has no performance advantage as they go around the final sequence of the lap, but leading the way and looking effortless in doing so. Oh, big moment there from... to work out who it is. Ahead of Simon Dolan, it must be Leo Roussel getting very sideways around some back markers. And Simon Dolan closing right in now, but he closed in a few laps ago under traffic, but they're still picking their way through traffic, but he hasn't managed to find the moment to do so. They're sweeping around the Estouviage as they come round towards the end of the lap, but it is trying to pick your way past at the ultimate moment. A lock up there from Roussel as he goes inside the TDS Racing BMW. Note on the screen is telling me the other BMW in the race, car number 52, started by Henri Assida's missing a headlight. You never know if that's down to contact or being hit by some debris in the road. Lee Roussel now jinking out from behind the number 3. Charlie Robertson, Ginetta, as they go down to the first corner. Will he gain advantage? He's put it between himself and Simon Dolan. Simon Dolan right on the tail, but diving past Charlie Robertson. Or is he? He's just managed around the outside of turn 3 now, the turn 4 down to turn 5. But as he gets closer again to Leo Roussel, Leo manages to put the number 2, Gaetan Palatou, class leading LMP3 Ginetta, between the two of them, and Simon will be desperate as they go through turns 5, 6 and 7 to get ahead of that Ginetta for the roar up the Mistral straight. Can't afford to lose any momentum at all. They go to the left-hand kink. He hasn't lost any momentum. We'll have to try and use a slipstream and then burst out when they get to Scene.
What I don't have in front of me is the average lap times from Simon Dolan over the last 5 or 6 laps, but I would imagine they make very good reading indeed for Joe de Sport, because he's just been picking away there at Leo Roussel's car. Was considerably faster last time around, with Roussel struggling a little bit maybe with the setup of that car. Back on board with Dolan now, heading towards this fast right-hander at the end of the Mistral with that moving target ahead of him, but that is sort of the hair, if you like, that he can match his pace to, and ideally better the pace of the 29 Pegasus racing car in the distance there, and that will put him back into the top 3 and kind of crucially for the championship ahead of its nearest rivals. I mean, the 29 car's not really in the championship mix either, so crucially for Joe de Sport, they are outscoring Thierry by TDS right now, they are outscoring Greece Motorsport right now, so although it's a 4th place that they run, this is still good for points.
I was just watching the attitude of Leo Roussel's car. We saw in the early laps when he led oh so briefly down to turn 1. By turn 2 he was back in 2nd place with Michael Alishin diving past. But those early laps when he was trying to hold off Nicolas Minassian, the other BR01, he was working his tyres very hard indeed. It felt so he was in a sprint and everyone else in an endurance race. And I feel at this point in the race, Simon Dolan's tyres are probably giving him a lot better handling, because he was quite careful over the opening laps. He's chosen his moments, he's picked his way up the order, and of course he'll be handing over to the duo of Philippe Albuquerque and our pole sitter Harry Tinknell. So the car it's got some really good drivers to hand on to, and Simon just closing in all over again to Leo Roussel.
Hearing, by the way, from Philippa Nielsen factor of Dunlop tyres, and the 46 is a rim issue. So that's what you suggested, wasn't it, Bruce? Affecting the tyre, and they were clearly inspecting that to make sure that it wasn't going to be encountered again during this race. So the 46 car well and truly put down into 10th place, the last of the P2 cars now. There's another place change with Michael Mooneman having a good little dive with Tracy Crone there, and the Algarve car up to 8th position now.
Well, just come up on screen that we've had a car 55, that's Aaron Scott, had a spin at turn 6 and continued. Car 6, he was leading the class, and he's still leading the class. GT in 14th place overall, but car 56, that's who's challenging him, Alexander Talkanitsa Jr., must respect track limits at turn 8. That is seen at the end of the back straight. And another person who's been for a spin is car number 68, which is the massive Motorsport Aston Martin, Simon Muller. And he's running 27th and last in the race at the moment. Alishin leading overall by 4.1 seconds though from Nick Minassian, so the BR01s. But the gap between the LMP3 first and second, Gaetan Palatou and Charlie Robertson, remains at under a second. Car 40, haven't seen that much of that in the race. Tracy Crone running around in 8th place. The car started in 10th, so 2 places gained, but waiting for that to be passed. Now Ligier's in battle together, Tracy Crone and Michael Mooneman right alongside him. Looks like Mooneman's about to make a move.
And this is the 4.5 litre V8 from Nissan versus the 3.6 litre V8 from Judd, and they are having a drag race down the Mistral straight. It's the Judd engine in this green Crone Racing Ligier right behind the 52 BMW. Tracy Crone aware that Michael Mooneman is somewhere in the rear view mirrors, but it's difficult to exactly work out where when you're also trying to stay a distance away from the BMW. which obviously cannot negotiate these fast sweeping corners quite as quickly as a prototype car can. It slips through the air all that better, but the acceleration out of the corner, fairly similar.
Fairly similar, and you can just see the level of frustration. As we said, the first third of the lap and the last third of the lap, very, very technical indeed. And you got that long straight, and the move has been completed by Tracy Crone there, and he's got past Henri Acid. That's the BMW that's missing one of its headlights. And next will be the turn of Michael Mooneman in the background. He should be going past the Mark VDS BMW as they go past the pits. Will he make the move stick down towards turn 1? The 51 at the front of the screen there, that was Peter Mann, who had that spin about a dozen laps ago, and he's second last in the race. And let's see how Tracy tries to pick him off. That's going into the compression out of turn 2. Then coming up to turn 3, 3 and 4 Virage de l'Hotel, but it's very, very twisty, the start section of that. That now is the battle rejoined after a spin for Aaron Scott. We didn't see it, but it's listed on our screens, and that's allowed Alexander Talkanitsa Jr. to get right onto his tail. And I tell you, if there was a spin, and I'm sure there was, it must have been very rapid to get him going again. Still have him listed as car 55, spun and continued.
Not sure about that. I just wonder whether the incorrect number's been fed through to race control, because if there had been a spin, then, I mean, we're talking about a hair's breadth back to the second place 56 car of AT Racing.
Yeah, I think you're right. It must be a mistake, because it was never more than a second. There might have been a little gained in traffic, but certainly Talkanitsa Jr. really taking the battle back to Aaron Scott. And right behind him is the Eurasia Motorsport car, Nico Pito de Bruyne, who's up to 7th place overall, just silently picking his way out the field. He's got about 20 seconds to take off Mark Patterson if he wants to depose the Murphy Prototypes job. But I've been really impressed with Nico Pito de Bruyne so far this season. Knew very little about him before he turned up in the European Le Mans Series. He'd been doing his racing out in Asia, but another driver who's been doing a lot of his racing out in Asia is Richard Bradley, who's joined him this weekend, so really look for a step up in performance in the second half of the race from the Eurasia Motorsport number 33.
Great driving there from both Aaron Scott and from Alexander Talkanitsa Jr. to allow the P2 car number 33 through, and they're doing exactly the same here for Giorgio Sousa Giotto, and they head, in fact Ferrari has slightly better pace than the number 15 car, is it? Beg your pardon, 5 car. Yeah, you can just see that they just seem to have better acceleration. It's almost like you don't dare to put the power down quite so soon. But I suppose it's a tight corner as well. And we've just heard news from the pits. There was no spin from Aaron Scott. It was Hans Christian Andersen sort of moment, but it was made up when we decided that couldn't possibly be the case. We thought we'd just put it in as a conversational gambit. Oh yeah.
Just liven up this race as if it needs livening up. Good grief.
Really would be a good drive though if he managed to keep the lead after a spin. Now Giorgio Giotto gets through and overtakes Alexander Talkanitsa Jr. That is actually forcing the two Ferraris apart though for the GTE lead. So Aaron Scott's going to be loving this on board the number 55. A of course are entered Ferrari 458. There is a considerable gap now as they start the Mistral.
But Johnny Larson is closing back in again, but I think that's been down to traffic. We discussed the fact we think he probably has taken a lot of the life out of his tyres. The opening laps really, really attacking. And he's on the right-hand side of the track as we look down back straight. Michael Mooneman in the silver and blue Ligier making a run on Tracy Crone in the green Ligier as they come up the rise into scene. Who will make the move stick? And Mooneman's up the inside and holds it together for Algarve Pro Racing. A little bit of a twitch you can see, and they get to the right-handers that follow straight afterwards, the Dubusse double right, and a bit slow there. Being quite careful actually, Michael Mooneman, not wanting to hit the back of Johnny Larson. Johnny slides back across in front of Tracy Crone, so Tracy gained in traffic through this sequence of this end of the lap a few laps ago, this time losing out a little bit. Michael Mooneman has now got a little bit of breathing space, and here's a replay as the GTE class cars run into scene, the 1, 2 and 3 in class behind them. For position, you have a change there. Tracy Crone in the Crone Racing green Ligier losing out to Michael Mooneman, and they complete the lap, and there's a car between them, and that's Talkanitsa Jr. So this is going very well for Aaron Scott, who may in fact have a lead big enough in class soon to have a spin. What do you reckon, John?
For the moment, yes, but I don't think he's going to enjoy that for a great deal of time somehow. As they head down towards the first corner. This is just the yin and yang between the two Ferraris as they allow quicker traffic by. I think Talkanitsa Jr. will be able to get back into the groove once all this has happened. And of course, Aaron Scott may have to go slightly offline as well to allow these prototypes through. Well, first stop for the 62 car. So this is one of the first GT well, GTE cars full stop.
And we've got a BR01 in the pits. So into the pits we've got Michael Alishin, the erstwhile race leader. So Nicolas Minassian takes the lead. 62 Ferrari, that'll be handed over from Thomas Floor. Didn't see who got on board, but want to see what's happening with Alishin. So the first of the LMP2 runners in for a proper pit stop. Of course, we've had 46 in for flat tyre to be replaced, but the 21 car, I don't think there was a driver change there. In fact, I wouldn't expect one. We'll find out shortly. But certainly Michael Alishin, what a strong start he had, and he was second into the first corner, first into the second, has not been headed since.
So there goes the Nissan-powered BR01 under the umbrella of AF Racing for the first time this year, having previously been known as SMP Racing, but in order to change tyres from Michelin to Dunlop, they required a team name, so it was totally a brand new entity, if you like. But of course, they won't be able to score points as SMP Racing this weekend, so back to zero, if you like, for AF Racing, but the drivers will still accumulate driver points. There is a recap then of how we stand after 45 minutes, just over, and it's now the 20 car of Nicolas Minassian who leads the motor race ahead of Leo Roussel. Simon Dolan up to third position, and Michaela Leishin rejoining in possibly fourth place, because the cars behind Bjorn Verdheim and Mark Patterson have also come into pit road, and there in fact is Patterson for Murphy Prototypes.
Yeah, another little message on screen. Possible problem for car 60, the Formula Racing Ferrari black and white flag. Oh, we've got a spinning car 56, Alexander Tarkanitsa Jr. And so Nostradamus got it wrong. It wasn't 55, but who had a spin as the second BR01 comes into the pits. It was 56, so he was very close to the tail, or within a second of Aaron Scott. And so a little bit of breathing space for the AF Corsa team ahead of the AT Racing unit.
Well, you preempted that as well to suggest that there's something wrong with that rear right wheel as well.
Yep, I think we've got a puncture, or is that just paint on the signboard? Let's have a look. Was he helped? I think he might have been given a little bit of help, and indeed he was. Michael Mooneman, who'd lost ground. Tracy Cronin got ahead of him somewhere around the course that lap, and Michael Mooneman up the inside and gave him a tap up the rear. So is there a puncture? I think it's just paint, actually, but so
it's sorted itself out now. I think it was the sidewall of the tyre which was torn away very slightly. I thought the wheel was buckled at first after that contact.
Okay, that's Peter Mann hopping out of the 51 Ferrari, and I think it's Matteo Cressoni taking him. I don't think that's Andrea Bertolini, but they were down at the tail of the field. So Simon Dolan now leading the race, because the three cars ahead of him have all made their pit stops.
Andrea Bertolini intimating to me earlier on today that he would be put into the car for the last stint, which would make sense really, depending on how long they want to put Matteo Cressoni in. He might do the middle two stints, say, and Bertolini take it to the finish. We're not even at the end of the first hour yet, and now Simon Dolan back on top of the pile, having taken pole position, or at least his teammate did, Harry Tinknell for Motorsport. Dolan now leads from Nicolas Minassian, who has rejoined from the 20s first pit stop. Michaela Leishin slotting into second place as well now, of course. So a little bit of switching around. The order of the car starting to unravel now after they've all taken one stop. Most of them have taken one stop. We're still yet to see Jota pit, and also waiting for a stop for the 40 cars come in as well now. So all the P2s have stopped, barring Jota Sport.
Yeah, good little battling on the track between Greaves Motorsport and Thirier by TDS Racing. So Ludo Baddy still in the Thirier by TDS Racing, but for Greaves Motorsport they've got Gary Hirsch, winner here 12 months ago at the wheel of their car. So very tight indeed through the first couple of corners, and clouting the curb on the inside, Gary Hirsch. Just the end of the curbing there, the red and white curbing, and then got the car balanced into the compression. Ludo Baddy, though, of course, he started the race, so this is the battle for fifth position overall, but you'd feel that Hirsch has got to settle down very quickly indeed, because Badé is on top of this car. Obviously there's been the problem with the rim. We thought we spotted a hole, but whatever it was, there seems to be some concern about the rim for Thirier by TDS Racing. But Hirsch doing very well, nipping up past the 55 Ferrari. Aaron Scott still leading the GTE class, and his lead now is appreciable, because a lot of his rivals have made their pit stop. Aaron Scott has not. 3 abreast into the final corner. Is it going to work this time? Yes, but we can tell you possibly spotted a message on the screen that car 55, that was the Algarve Pro Racing Ligier and the 56 Ferrari under investigation for their clash at turn 13. There goes the Motorsport Gibson out of the pit lane. Who have we had a driver change, or has Simon Dolan stayed on board?
Still Dolan.
Still Dolan.
Because he needs to put in a minimum drive time, of course. And you could either take him out at that stop but then have to put him in later on in the race, or just get the period of the race that Simon Dolan has to do as a minimum out of the way, and then you can start to concentrate on Philippe Albuquerque and Harry Tincknell. Be interesting to see who takes that car to the finish, actually. Tincknell really is the qualification specialist. He's also very quick during the race as well, but generally Albuquerque is put in towards the end of the race, and has started races as well this year. We'll wait and see though. But the 38 machine back out in the race, and it's in third position. So has it gained spots? Net. I think they may have jumped Leo Roussel.
They've jumped Leo Roussel, and I tell you, Leo, when he came out of the pits, was obstructed slightly. Would have cost him a second or two in that run to the first couple of corners. But so that's worked very well for a good job done by Motorsport. Certainly one of the top teams in the championship, and been showing that so very strongly for the last couple of. Then the double right, and he's got, looks like the 62 Ferrari up ahead of him, and how he negotiates him. A twitch from 62 ahead of him, never encouraging. No twitches at all from Aaron Scott, though, leading GTE in 13th place overall. And sitting on quite a tidy advantage after that spin for Talkanitsa Jr. in his wake. Nothing to do with Aaron Scott, it was more to do with Michael Mooneman, the Algarve Pro Racing Ligier, coming up the inside. And turn 13 is the tightest corner on the circuit. Ran out of space, there was contact. Round went the black and red AT Racing Ferrari, but the silver, red, yellow and blue number 55 up the Mistral straight, untroubled one more time past the occasionally used chicane up towards the Circuit Paul Ricard bridge towards the end of the straight, and then the kick up just before you get to scene. And just looking to see, you can see the 56 Ferrari about 5 seconds behind after that spin, maybe slightly more just in the background of that shot. 63, we haven't talked much about them through the course of the race. That's the Giorgio Roda, Ilya Melnikov, Marco Ciocci GTC Ferrari, and that's first in the GTC class with Giorgio Roda on board.
The other thing we need to keep the focus on is the progress, or possibly lack of, the 46 car, Terrier by TDS Racing, because it has stopped, but of course that was the enforced pit stop to change the rear left puncture. They didn't do any other tyres on that car from memory, so it's actually on now 3 stint-old tyres and a brand new rear left. How long are they going to last for? Clearly the decision was to keep the car out for as long as possible and just see how it goes. But we heard earlier on in the weekend, didn't we, that it's almost going to be near impossible to double stint tyres here because of the heat and because this is quite an abrasive circuit.
Yeah, we did, but we've seen before, Michael Mooneman, unfortunately, car 25, they wanted him to race control immediately. That's the Algarve Pro Racing Ligier for the contact at turn 13 with Alexander Talkanitsa Jr. Big lock up there into turn 1 and running wide. That, I think, is the 63 car we've just seen briefly. The Proton Porsche getting past, no trouble. But you can see, once you go offline, very, very dusty here, Johnny. And they need to get out of the way, because up the inside goes Michael Lyons, one of the few driver changes in the LMP2 pit stops. He's taken over from Mark Patterson and running at the moment in 7th place overall, which is pretty much where that's been since the start of the race. Didn't make any gain in the opening sequence of corners where quite a few cars made the gain, and certainly the big gain was made by Leo Roussel from 5th on the grid to 1st in the first corner. Okay, he was 2nd after that. Now let's take a look at the lockup into turn 1. 63. Oh, it was behind them, so it wasn't.
I think. BMW from Mark VDS, which has had the moment.
That's Henri Acide.
And yes, over the blue and black striped runoff area there. Time gained quite possibly because of that moment, but he rejoins, thankfully, having not collected any of the Paul Ricard furniture. That's the benefit of having plenty of runoff here in the south of France. I make it 4 of the 10 P2 cars that have done driver changes. There's been a change at 25, as you've mentioned. Michael Mooneman out, Andrea Roda in. Tracy Crone gets out of the 40 car, Nicholas Johnson in. Michael Lyons taking over from Mark Patterson in the Murphy Prototypes 48 car, and Gary Hirsch taking over from Bjorn Verdheim at Greaves Motorsport.
We caught sight of it on camera when Bjorn Verdheim came in. He did seem to cut over the pit entry white line, and now that message is up on our screens. Gary Hirsch, you just mentioned, is running around in 5th place, just set that car's best lap of the race last time around, but with Bjorn Verdheim in traffic coming out of the final corner. I think he was late to cut into pit entry, and there may be ramifications for the car running in 5th place. No ramifications at all for the car leading the race, sitting on the same similar advantage to what there was before the BR01s made their pit stop, 4.5 seconds. But in fact, this time around, number 20 with Nicola Minassi on there seems a wee bit closer. Let's find out. 4.4 seconds last time around. What's it this time? Oh, 4.4 seconds. It looked closer.
Two cars that are yet to stop at all, and they are the GTE leaders, Aaron Scott in car 55 and Alexander Talkanitsa Jr. in car 56. Everybody else, though, in the GT class, as well as P2 and P3, have stopped now. And Henri Acide has just come in down pit road. Phil Keane, the latest to stop, from 4th position in the number 86 Porsche. So it comes down pit lane 2. And how long will Aaron Scott and Alexander Talkanitsa Jr. stay out? The gap between the two of those drivers was very, very small indeed for the bulk of this stint. It's actually extended out now to 3 seconds, 2.9 as they reach the latest split. Will it be at the end of this lap that we see 55 and 56 maybe pit together? And can one gain an advantage on the other in pit lane? On board with Simon Dolan for his second stint in the Jota Gibson, back onto the Mistral Straight.
And if you're looking at his little circuit map he has on the left-hand side of the cockpit, he's on the straight bit that's going diagonally sort of bottom left to top right. That's the Mistral Straight. Will he catch that BMW ahead of him before they get to scene? He's certainly closing in. And when he came out of the pits, he managed to get the jump on Leo Roussel. He's now put 7-8 seconds on him, going up to 9 seconds, so very good. Is this a case that Simon's really picking up the pace, or is it the fact that Leo's taken too much life out of his tyres in the early stint of the race? Certainly the young French driver pushing very hard indeed. Sort of excited, no doubt, by taking the lead, and then to play with the big boys at the front end for Pegasus Motorsport. Did a really good job, but we worried at the time the Morgan driver was taking the life out of his tyres, and he could be paying the price right now.
Andy Priaulx on board the number 52 BMW now for Team Mark VDS. So Henri Acide starts the car. It's now in the hands of the Guernseyman, and that car rejoining in 4th position, I make it, in GTE. Might slip a bit further down the order, but Priaulx and actually Phil Keane staying on board the number 86 car. They pitted together, 52 and 86, and they've rejoined pretty much exactly as they came down the pit lane. There is the stop for Aaron Scott from the lead of GTE. He decides to pit at the end of lap 28 then. Alexander Talkanitsa Jr. stays out to take the race lead. And surely this will be his in-lap now, just depending on how much fuel that Ferrari's still got on board. They can run to about an hour. And then the regulations have kind of been made deliberately so that the race is cut into 4 equal sections effectively.
Well, Talkanitsa Jr. is still out on the circuit, 3 abreast up the Mistral Straight, but which that group's going to be first into scene? It is Talkanitsa Jr. And behind you've got BR1 slashing past the Nico Peter de Brun Orica 03R, which is number 33, which started the race obviously close to the front of the grid. Then it ended at the end of the first lap. It went from 7th at the start of the race to 27th on the opening lap. Didn't see what the problem was, but has worked its way back up the order. It's made its pit stop, and Nico Peter de Brun, his next target is Michael Lyons, the Murphy prototype, a similar Orica 03R. These cars have been great workhorses over the years, but I think what we're seeing today with the BR01 starting to dominate the race here, we've seen the pace of the Orica 05s, the writings on the wall. These cars have not had their day. Well, they have had their day. They're still going now. They're still great cars, but really to succeed on the ever higher levels required in the LMP2, the class-leading category in the European Le Mans Series, you do seem to need these new cars, these cars that are taking it forward, the Orica 05, and also, of course, the BR01, the Franco-Russian car. Boris Rodenberg here in the pits this morning, taking a look at these cars. Will this be the first win? They had the podium, a 3rd place last time out at the Red Bull Ring, but not just a possible win, but a possible one too. That would be a dream result, certainly, for the team.
The team manager of car 52, the BMW, being summoned to race control. That is the Team Mark VDS Beamer. And I just wonder whether that was about the errant line that Henri Acide took, possibly on his in lap or his penultimate lap prior to the pit stop. Yes, that wasn't the prescribed line after a big lock-up, and maybe some explanation required about that. Or maybe it's pit stop related. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, there was a report earlier the car was missing a headlight, but I hardly feel that's you're not required to go and hang yourself for that. Gap between first and second coming down. It was 4 and a bit seconds. It's now to 2.892 seconds. Great when the graphic comes up, just as you're talking about it. So Nicola Minacio, he was great little quote for him after qualifying. He said suddenly he's in a competitive car, so he actually was really hacked off. He hadn't got pole position, and then he thought that and then thought, hold on, but I'm on the front row, so it's not all bad. So ever the competitor, and there's been talk this morning that Nicola might fancy running a team in the future. Obviously he's still very much in demand as a driver, but he may be prepared if there's a good team to run, maybe his own team, maybe a team for someone else that he might consider, because he wants a long-term future in the sport, changing his hat for next year. We hope we don't lose him from the cockpit, but by golly, if you wanted the best team manager quotes of all, he would be your man, Nick Minacio.
And I think that's been a lifetime aim as well, so it would be great if it came true either next season or certainly in the next 3 years. That's something he's targeting. Good in the battle this on track, which involves it's actually 66 trying to unlap itself, isn't it? Behind the 56 AT racing car. Shame it's not actually for position, but this is Rory Butcher, who really impressed in qualifying. Really impressed.
Regularly seen in the Oman racing team, Aston Martin, or one of them in the British GT series. Came here quite a late call-up and has really got stuck in. Taukanitsa Jr., of course, still hasn't made a pit stop, so his tyre's been feeling very tired. He might be feeling very tired, but leading the way still in GTE, but Aaron Scott did make that pit stop in the 55 Ferrari, and that will be picking its way back up the order now with Duncan Cameron on board. He's tucked in behind Andy Prio for third and fourth in class, but Rory Butcher very much enjoying his visit in the JMW Motorsport Ferrari, getting really stuck in with Alexander Taukanitsa Jr. and harrying him around the technical early parts of the lap, accelerating onto the Mistral Straight. A little bit earlier acceleration from Taukanitsa Jr. Let's see how they fare as they go up the Mistral Straight. A trio Ferraris, but the black and red one at the front still leading the way. He's had that collision, not his fault. The contact has been blamed on Michael Mooneman, the Algarve Pro Racing Ligier. That's behind him. It doesn't look as though there's any damage done to the car. We were worried about the different colours on the rear, but he seems to be hanging on fine, but he does need to make a pit stop. Now we've got another team manager required to go to race control, and that's 88, the Proton competition team. Richard Leitz, Marco Mappelli and Christian Reed. Reed started the race, Marco Mappelli has taken over and running in 6th place in the GTE class, but required to walk the steps, hopefully not the steps of shame, up into the commentary position, into the race control building.
So that's an hour done of the 4 hours of Le Castellet. We've reached a little portion where we can start to reflect on another frenetic first hour in the European Le Mans Series. It was ever thus, really, at Silverstone, at Imola and at Paul Ricard. So we perhaps shouldn't be surprised that it's been exactly the same here as well in the south of France. And Motorsport, I think, and here is a replay of the start indeed, not the best of getaways for Simon Dolan, just absolutely swamped at the first corner with the BRO1 going to the left, another one going to the right, and Leo Roussel taking the race lead there right at the inside of everybody. Fabulous move. This is a good overtake as well for Aaron Scott on Alexander Taukanitsa Jr. and also the 15 car trying to get stuck in too. And we've had trials and tribulations for the 46 Thierry by TDS Racing Orica 05. The puncture on the rear left, but also that straight line moment for Ludo Bade at the start of the race meant he had to cede 2 places. Here is the left rear puncture being switched for a fresh Dunlop tyre, but the car stayed on the other 3 tyres that the machine started with, so they could be getting a little past their best now. And the 46 car has not come in for its second stop yet. Slight off-track moment there for the 63 Ferrari, but it is still Gianluca Roda that leads that class. GTC from championship leaders, TDS Racing, the 59 BMW. Brave Marshall there out into the middle of the track to collect an errant dive plane.
It must be said that Paul Ricard, with the Marshall stand a long way back, so he had quite a run there and back, timed it beautifully. But the thing that's most beautifully timed, I think, has been the change from Michelin to Dunlop rubber for the BRO1 team entered by AF Racing. 3.2 seconds is the gap between first and second between Aleshin and Minassian, but faster than the previous lap, both of them, was Simon Dolan. But I think that was traffic induced to the BR01, so they seem to be in control of this race. 3.5 seconds between them, first to second. Aleshin ahead of Minassian. Dolan worked his way past Roussel in the pit stops, but since then has been dropping him anyhow. Roussel 10 seconds back after that super fast start, but no troubles at all, and certainly far less spectacular than they were to achieve those qualifying times. So the BR01's looking very good indeed. This is 21, this is the race leader, this is Michael Aleshin. Started on the second row in third position on the grid and made that very good start. Drive-through penalty has now been issued to the Algarve Pro Racing Ligier team because Michael Moeneman has been judged guilty in the collision with Alexander Tulkanitz, a junior, at the final corner, spinning the AT Racing Ferrari, and so a drive-through penalty will be the team's punishment, and that will be taken by the driver on board at the moment. And having taken over from Michael Moeneman, just check my notes, it is, I should know this, Andrea Roda, of course it is. James Winslow is being held back for later in the race. So drive-through penalty coming up for car number 25.
We maybe shouldn't concentrate on championship positions only an hour in, but should the race end now, Jota Sport would actually have a 10-point lead over Thierry by TDS Racing. It was 2 points coming into this fourth round of the championship, so they will have extended their championship lead by a small amount. It's really developing into a 3-horse race though in P2. Jota Sport versus Thierry by TDS versus Greaves Motorsport. Greaves would score 10 points with the place that they run at the moment, 5th position.
Yeah, so Jota Sport have every reason to be as happy as the BR01 duo are doing. As we've said before, this is about glory, this is about achieving a win for the Russian-built chassis. And we're going to head down to Charlie George, who's joined AF Racing to find out what's happening. Race leaders.
Yeah, I'm down here in the SMP garage, and I've just managed to catch up with Kirill. Kirill, it's going so well for both cars today, isn't it?
Yeah, start was okay. Now we're first and second. It's a very good result. It was a good pit stop, very quick. And now we will see.
When will you go in the car?
I'm going to church.
And how long will he stay out now?
I think 40 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, while that happened, we've had a spin for the car number 2, Gaetan Palatu. It looks as though the left corner's down again. This happened in qualifying when Michael Simpson was at the wheel, but we'll look for a replay from the other side of the car, but it looks as though it's sitting a little low. Chicken and egg. Did the spin lead to that? But unfortunately sitting stalled at turn 6, which is the corner that sort of feeds you out of the technical section that starts the lap before you get to the Mistral Straight. Yep. And sitting there is Gaetan Palatu, was involved in that fabulous scrap. It's been going since the start of the race with the fellow at Team LNT Ginetta of Charlie Robertson. So Robertson well clear in that class now, and Gaetan Palatu on home ground, frustrated sitting in the cockpit. But I'd like to have a look at the rear of the car again. It looked to me as though that left rear corner wasn't quite how it left the factory.
Indeed so. And just to recap on what Kirill Ladigin just said to Charlie, I think there's less time actually for the two chaps that started the BR01s, Michael Aleshin and Nicolas Minassian. They're platinum drivers, both of them, and the limit is an hour and a half, so they need to be out of there an hour and a half into this race, of course, to allow then other drivers in. The fastest lap, by the way, held by Michael Aleshin, a 1:49.769. He did that on lap 2, and no one's gone quicker than that yet, because of course after about 3 laps the P2 cars start to catch traffic, and it's then very difficult to do an even better lap.
Now, one of the things we were discussing in the paddock earlier was someone said just watch the pace of the BR01s. They'll be very quick at the start, and let's see what they can maintain as an average speed. But the fact of the matter is they're lapping faster than anybody else, or as fast at the moment. In fact, just as we say that, Gary Hirsch is starting to wind up. The Greaves Motorsport Gibson, he's set his fastest lap of the race, 1:51.0, but that plays out as 1.25 seconds down on the best lap so far. But at this stage in the race, as you pointed out, Johnny, there is traffic everywhere around this circuit. 27 cars starting, 27 cars an hour and 10 minutes into the race, still going around this 5.8 kilometre circuit. If you catch them on the Mistral Straight, that's fine, but if you catch them after you've gone through Scene, you've got to sit and stew perhaps for about 5 corners until you're released again onto the start-finish straight. We've seen drivers gaining, and we've seen drivers losing through the course of the race so far. As long as it comes out evens, then you're fine. Aleshin sitting on a lead of 4.6 seconds at the moment. Car 63 been going well, leading GTC. Giorgio Roda had a couple of moments earlier in the stint where he was pushed a little bit wide by the faster runners, but he's enjoying a tiny little number of laps at the moment, sitting on a gap of 10 seconds, 20 seconds over Dino Lunardi, who's driving the TDS Racing BMW. So Ferrari ahead of BMW in GTC. It's Ferrari ahead of BMW in GTE as well. Andrea Rizzoli now leading the way in the 60 Formula Racing Ferrari. Safety car, we have waved yellow flags. This is to retrieve or remove the number 2 Ginetta. So just as we look at the screens, there is the safety car coming out. We saw the marshals holding up, waving the yellow flags and holding the SC board. So remember, the gap was 4.6 seconds. It just came down as the safety car came out to 3.3 seconds between Michael Aleshin and Nicolas Minassian. Safety car on the circuit.
So, yeah, 3.3 seconds was the gap. That will come down considerably. And who else, depending on where these cars sit behind the safety car, who else will capitalise on this, I wonder? Will this also draw in Simon Dolan for Motorsport and Leo Roussel? They haven't yet completed lap 37, whereas the leaders have. But yes, yellow flags all around. Clearly a full course yellow will not cover this, because there need to be recovery vehicles out on track in order to get shot of the number 2 car of Gaetan Palatou. They've given Palatou the opportunity to get the car restarted and back in the race. Here's a reminder of exactly what happened. There's a big failure there, rear left, I think. So it was a damper issue this morning. Just wonder whether that has struck again, because the wheel was rotating, but it was also going from side to side, and that's never good. Either shows a hub failure or some other significant suspension part which has given way.
Well, the marshals out there guiding the field past the stranded Ginetta. They've all seen it once already, so they know it's there. So the marshals doing a good job. Thierry by TDS Racing Orica overshot its pit. Looks though behind them is that Leo Roussel's car. No, in fact it's the Algarve Pro Racing Ligier, another light blue coloured car, but driver change for Thierry by TDS. Let's trying to see who's getting on board. We had Ludo Baddy start the race out, and it's Gomendy getting on board, and they'll save Pierre Thierry towards the end. But this is the team that regularly is prepared to run sort of older tyres on its cars to see. They did that at Imola, and they made it work in an early stint. And we thought they were losing pace, but then we found out why. But Thierry by TDS out of kilter with everybody else, making this pit stop perhaps just in time. Looking to see why they've left a bit of tissue on top of the car. They've obviously used it to just clean the screen. They've left it there by the radio. But they won't worry, that'll blow off as they go back out onto the circuit, I would think. But let's hope it blows nowhere into anybody's face. But the 46 back on the terra firma, and Tristan Gomendy blast back out of the track. But the safety car is circulating. The flatbed truck is just arriving down at turn 6, getting into position to remove Gaetan Palatou, who's not too keen to get out of that car. I think he wants to talk to the team about what's happened before the car is taken back. But there you've got Thierry by TDS Racing, the driver change effected between Ludo Baddy and Tristan Gomendy, and in the background we had the Algarve Pro Racing entry number 25, and that has been handed over a while back from Michael Mooneman to Andrea Roda, and rejoins the circuit. That's 10th and last in LMP2. So the order: Aleshin from Minassian, the 2 AF Racing BR01 chassis, leading the way from Simon Dolan. And Simon is now behind the safety car, but he's only 8.3 seconds down on the race leader, so he's gained big time. So Motorsport have reason to be rather pleased that this safety car is circulating at the moment.
Looking at the championship standings for LMP3, well, the retirement on the number 2 car pretty much seals the deal for the 3 squad, by the way. The Team LNT crew of Sir Chris Hoy and Charlie Robertson, so long as they win this race and score the maximum 25 points, that will give them the championship. Because even if they got a non-finish at Estoril and the 2 car won the race, the 2 car would still be 2 points short. But, of course, Robertson and Sir Chris Hoy still need to get to the finish and need to score that victory. And they may be thinking that if that can happen to the 2 car, it can certainly happen to ours as well. And they actually switched chassis for this event, in the fact that the 2 car this weekend was the 3 at the Red Bull Ring and vice versa. So there's another example of, you know, they are identical cars. That's exactly what Mike Simpson said to me this morning. So one problem could well and truly generate in the second.
certainly something you have to have at the back of your mind. You don't want to have at the back of your mind. You actually just want to leave it to the team to think about it. But I challenge anybody not to be human enough in that situation to consider the issue. Riding looking forward from through the windscreen of the 52 BMW, that's Andy Prio's Mark VDS BMW that's really gained big ground since he's taken over. I think they might have timed their pit stop well. Henri Acide started the race. We did have a notice on the screen about the manager of 52 to talk to race control, but that seems to have disappeared off our screens. Good to see the number 2 Ginetta being winched up onto the flatbed, so the crew's doing a good job to remove that. But the safety car period, drivers obviously trying to keep the heat in their tyres behind the safety car, ready for the release. Now, what we need to see is how many cars are between Simon Dolan in the Jota Sport Gibson and the second, the BR01s, and the answer is about 7 or 8 cars, mainly from the GT classes, between them, and that's Minassian in second place and Simon Dolan in third. So Dolan has gained time-wise on the group ahead of them, but he's still got a lot of cars that he would have picked off when they were more spaced out. When they're released to go racing again, they're going to be almost nose to tail. It's going to be harder to overtake, and I think though he's 9 seconds down on the race leader now, that gap will go out unless he's very lucky and gets that run in the traffic. 1, 2, 3. Yes, he's got about 5 cars between he and his next target, which is Nicolas Minassian. But going very well for the BR01s, first and second. We didn't think we'd be saying that coming to Paul Ricard, Johnny, but a change of tyre labels.
Yes.
The blue labelled Dunlops are definitely the ones of choice. As someone said earlier, they said one of the things it does by joining the leading teams on the Dunlop rubbers, it removes a variable. We know more where we are, and certainly Dunlop have been the prime tyre this year. But it's not just about developing the car on the tyre, it's about developing the car, and it's been coming on stronger and stronger, the BR01, through the course of the season. Still waiting to see if there are any signs on the screen saying the safety car will be in. Not yet, we haven't. So still we have the field going around, 2 hours and 3/4 remaining in this race, and the Ginetta on the flatbed, I think, is probably pretty much into a safe position away from the circuit, just waiting for signals from that. The lights are still on the safety car, so we'll have at least one more lap, and we're going to head down to the pits because Charlie George has found another victim.
Yeah, I'm down here with Johnny Larson. Now, that looked like a tough stint out there.
Yeah, it was really tough. I did my real best to keep up with Scott, and I was very satisfied with the stint.
Were you losing the tyres toward the end of that stint?
Yeah, in the end I had really problems with the tyres. The back end was stepping out all the time, but so I was happy that we didn't go for 10 more laps.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Indeed so, yes. I mean, you can ask a lot of those Dunlop tyres, but he was thrashing that Ferrari round. Had the lead, I think, for a couple of laps. Then Aaron Scott led for a bit, and then it was Talcalitza Jr. at the time, wasn't it? Led for a bit, and I mean, it was a fabulous battle, and almost a kind of a Ferrari benefit. But Lawson then just dropped away because he didn't quite have the tyres to push on with.
Yeah, but the smile on his face, I jokingly said down to a victim. He wasn't a victim. He's someone who comes racing to really enjoy it. Started in Formula Renault when he was probably just coming up 40. So, you know, came late to racing, but he's progressed through the years. International GT Open, did a bit of Euroboss, big single-seaters. But I think he's found his niche here very much. And drives like this here today we'll have him really, really looking forward to getting out in the car again at Estoril for the season finale. He mixed it with the big boys. He will have learnt a lesson, though, there in the lead battle for GTE. He got too excited, took too much out of his rubber, but he came here to have fun, and by golly, he certainly did. And you can see the Formula Racing Ferrari pretty much near the front of that grouping. We've got the safety car ahead, of course, of race leader Mikael Aleshin. And I think third in that little grouping is the Formula Racing Ferrari. But it was good to see it mixing at the front end. We said through practice and qualifying it was going better than we've seen it go before. So I think that little lineup really gelling very well through the course of this season. Number 60 crew, that's Johnny Lawson, who we saw out of the car. Andrea Rizzoli's in the car at the moment, and Mikkel Mack is taking over later in the race. So expect, it's not over and out for them. They've shown their form. They're running down the order a little bit in that class now after the driver changes, but I think they could pick their way up the order a little bit.
And they would retain their championship lead. It was small coming here, of only 12 points, and actually they would extend it very slightly, I reckon.
Well, I'm just looking to see what their class lead is at the moment over Prio on the circuit, Andy Prio in the Mark VDS BMW. But anyhow, the main thing, actually, they're not going to give us that time interval, but what they will give us is the fact the safety car is in this lap.
There we go.
And there we can see the field being released and accelerating. Not wait for it, now you're straight, hammer down, and there's Michael Aleshin out of the final corner, onto the start finish straight, being followed by the Eurasia Motorsport entry with the headlights flashing. Get out of my way, you might be leading the race, but I need to come through.
So green flag, we're back racing, 2 hours and 40 minutes to go in the 4th round of the European Le Mans Series. It's Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer here in the booth, and Charlie George putting the miles in pit lane to bring you as many driver interviews as we can. And the story of the race till this point has been the domination of this car, the BR01, which debuted at Imola this year. It's changed tyres and is now run by a squad very similar to SMP Racing, but known as AF Racing. They were known as AF Corsa at the start of the year, so 3 different team names through the season, 3 different numbering systems as well, and they're now the 20 and the 21 cars. Michele Leishin leading the way in the 21, Nick Lamination in 20 in second place. But Simon Dolan thinking the long game here. It's very much the championship mix, leading the way coming here this weekend, and now being careful to lap the Chrome car, driven now by Nick Johnson. And there is Simon Dolan still on board.
Well, this first lap of the restart, absolutely crucial for Simon. He's got to get those cars between he and the BR01s out of the way, but he can't take too many risks doing so. We saw him get past the Chrome car of Nick Johnson, dive past, is it Phil Keane still on board? Yes, Phil Keane in the Gulf Racing UK Porsche, and picking his way around Dubose towards the end of the lap. Simon keeping it clean, but he was 9 seconds down on the race leader when they started the lap. Let's see what it'll be when they get to the end of the first flying lap behind once the safety car has gone back in. Conditions at the start of the race, blue skies but a bit of cloud. Now this cloud are lighter in colour and conditions looking better and better. Air temperature's risen since the start of the race. Was 24 or so, and it's nearly 25 now, but the track temperature, of course, in this sunny afternoon will be getting warmer and warmer, so tyre life will be very much a factor, as it always is in the European Le Mans Series.
Gap between the GTC leaders is about 10 seconds. Gianluca Roda leading Dino Lunardi and the 59 BMW TDS squad championship leaders, but there's a chance, as I say that, actually they switch positions, so that might be just the timing screen with a bit of a glitch, because I thought there was further a distance between them, but it looks like the 59 car, the BMW, has taken the lead now.
What I wanted to see was how much the gap between first and second went out. Second and third went out, and 1.5 seconds lost by Simon Dolan on that restart lap. He's just got past Andy Prio's BMW. Now he seems to have clear track ahead of him. Of course, there will definitely be clear track ahead of the BR01s leading the way. So these are crucial laps for Simon Dolan. But don't forget, they were more than 20 seconds down before we came to the safety car. He's 10 seconds down afterwards, so a net gain. But he had to just take the risks, and not too many risks after the safety car withdrew. He's got his way through traffic, as you can see down the Mistral Straight. Clear track ahead of him. You can still see Nicholas Johnson in the green Krone Racing Ligier lap down behind him, and Andy Prio going very well indeed. Second in the GTE class in the 13th place overall. You can see him in the background of shot just now coming in the Mark VDS BMW. But for Simon Dolan now, this is the chance. He saved the tyres in the first sector of the race. He was very careful. In fact, looking at the various replays at the start of the race, he decided he was going to go from the left-hand side of the track, swing out towards the right and take a wide line into turn 1. But while he did so, he then realised he was being overtaken on the left and couldn't get back across, and that's why he lost so many positions and fell from first at the outset of the rolling start to 5th or so down at turn 1. It also got quite tight for those behind. We had the problem for Thierry by TDS Racing. Ludo Baddy had to run across the painted lines, and he eventually was pinged for that and made to let 2 cars back past him, and then further trouble hit the Thierry by TDS Racing team, and that rear puncture led to them losing a lot of ground, the extra pit stop, and it's put them down at the moment. Tristan Gomedy on board. Well, they're back up to 6th, so it shows their level of competitiveness, but you don't normally bounce back from 2 problems in the first stint of a race.
Charlie Robertson has now got ahead of all the GTE cars. That's just happened now. 0.7 of a second. He's ahead of Andrea Rizzoli, who leads the GTE class, but it's still Formula Racing at the head of the order in GTE. He is being hunted down, though, by Andy Prio, who's just done another great lap time, 2 full seconds quicker than Andrea Rizzoli. So Andy Prio, triple World Touring Car champion, of course, on board the 52 BMW now from Team Mark VDS and homing in on perhaps the first victory for the BMW. Long, long way to go yet, of course, for the 52 car, but this is a good stint from Andy Prio. Phil Keane still on board the 86 machine. He's been there since the start of the race. And Marco Mappelli for his second dose of the ELMS this year. We saw him at Imola. Well, he's back for more at Paul Ricard. That number 88 Porsche running in 4th position in GTE.
Well, Simon Dolan having got past Nicholas Jonsson is stuck right behind him. He's a lap down, but Jonsson showing the speed that's there in that the Ligier entered by Krone Racing, and Simon, of course, just pacing it, but no such troubles for the drivers first and second. Aleshin leading Nicolas Menassian by 2.5 seconds, and another 2 seconds were gained last time around over Simon Dolan. So looking better and better for AF Racing. It's only, of course, their 3rd race since the introduction of the cars at Imola. And looking very tidy in 2. We saw them looking really quite hairy over the curbs in qualifying, and that's because they were risking all to get towards the front row. They got 2nd and 3rd on the grid. Brilliant start from Mikael Aleshin, and he's been able to stretch his way clear in the 21 BR01. Nicolas Menassian, also in the one you see now, the number 20 car, he started from 2nd on the grid, and he's now running 2nd. 2.7 seconds now, the gap between he and the sister car. So you could say they can afford for ill fortune to hit one of these cars, but not both, but they could be heading for their first win at this level. We'll have to see what Jota Sport can do by way of giving chase. We now have Jota Sport Gibson 3rd, and probably quite a slow start in Greaves Motorsport. It wasn't a green start for them from 8th on the grid after a poor qualifying, but Gary Hirsch, who's taken over from Björn Verdheim, has got them up into 4th overall. And let's see how he fares. He's only just under a second behind Simon Dolan, so very much Greaves Motorsport, number 41 entry, coming into the reckoning.
And they have their secret weapon, John Lancaster, waiting in the wings, of course, to take his stint, probably to the end of the race in the 41 Greaves Motorsport car.
And also worth pointing out that he's starting to set best laps to that car, but so is Michael Lyons, who's, thanks to using the safety car, they all use that chance to close up a bit. 3rd, 4th and 5th, Dolan, Hirsch and Lyons now covered by just a couple of seconds. The BR01s are way clear at the front of the race, sitting on an advantage of more than 13 seconds now, but 3rd, 4th and 5th, as I said, Dolan, Hirsch and Lyons, very close indeed. And in fact, Tristan Gomedy not far behind them either, so 4 seconds now covering 3rd through to 6th. Great stuff.
Alexander Talkanitsa Senior, having taken over the 56 car, seen that machine drop a few places. Marco Mappelli, the one to benefit. Also, actually, Duncan Cameron falling away from contention a little bit as well. These are the silver and well, Duncan is a bronze driver. Talkanitsa Senior also a bronze driver as well. So we would expect a little bit of a dip for 55 and 56, and then for them to come good towards the end of the race. But Marco Mappelli now up into the top 3 in GTE. Phil Keane, as we've said, still going strongly in the 86 Porsche, and Rory Butcher in the 66 JMW Motorsport Ferrari into the top 5 now. Speaking of the 56 machine, Talkanitsa Senior now having a black and white flag waved in his direction because of abusing the track limits at turns 11 and 12. That is often a place where it's easy to push the envelope a bit too far. And that's not a yellow card as such, it's a warning, but you don't get any time penalties should it go any worse than that, of course, and then that's when they kick in.
This is the battle for 3rd place. Ignore the Krone Racing Ligier, the green one for now, because there's Simon Dolan in 3rd for Jota Sport, Gary Hirsch for Greaves Motorsport, just in behind in the white Gibson with the blue stripes on it, and right under his tail is Michael Lyons in the green Orica, the 03R, and on his tail the red and black 05 Orica, potentially the fastest car of that quartet, but he's got to get past them. He's now trying to take a move on Lyons. Lyons trying to get around Johnson, really struggling as they went into the second part of Dubose, running up the inside, trying to bend or not making it work. Johnson really will be frustrating Michael Lyons. And Tristan Gomedy right under the tail of the Murphy Motorsport Orica. Great racing, but you can imagine the level of frustration for Michael Lyons. He wants to pick his way past that Krone Racing Ligier, but it's quick in Nick Johnson's hands. It's a lap down, but it does need to really get out of their way. It's a fabulous battle. 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, and 5th and 6th at the moment are Lyons with Gomondy right behind him. You can see the sneaker red Orica 05 in the background. Couldn't get any closer to Michael Lyons. They go past the pit lane. He's going to try and make a move under the bridge. He jinks out as they go down towards the first turn. Lyons won't be wanting to back off. He'll try and hang on around the outside. Can he do so? It doesn't look as though he can, but then he should be in the right position to hold the place into turn 2. Can't do it. Had to come off the power a little bit and let Gomondy through. Gomondy will now try and see what he can do about getting past the lapped Krone Racing Ligier. Nick Johnson doing nothing wrong at all. Oh, and a spin. Round goes Simon Dolan. Under pressure there from Gary Hirsch. A spin at turn 3. He's able to rejoin. He's lost 3 positions in the blink of an eye. Don't think any damage done. Don't think he hit the barrier on the inside of the circuit. But after, and both the BR01s are in. That was actually the battle for the lead of the race, believe it or not.
Yeah, it became it because the BR01s have pitted on the same lap. So where are we? Lap 45, just about to start 46, and the BR01s then stopping in symmetry, synchronicity, and they now will come down pit road, this fairly long run to the white solid line across from left to right, which indicates the end of the speed limit, the end of the pit lane, and they will rejoin. There's 2 definite parts, by the way, to the pit lane buildings here, almost like the granny annex, as we often call it at Le Mans. And they will now rejoin and will continue to circulate together, it would seem. So this very metronomic approach to the 4th round of the season from AF Racing. And Bruce makes a good point in the sense that they've actually got 2 bullets in the gun here. My slight concern is the reliability of these cars, still very, very new.
Now, looking at a replay, it was completely on his own. I did wonder, because I didn't see the start of the incident, whether Dolan had received a bit of a tap from Gary Hirsch. No such thing. Distracted slightly in that amazing battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, which had just built up. And Dolan, here's a replay down into turn 2 to turn 3. Now we get up to turn 4, and the tail simply just came around, and there goes 4th, 5th and 6th by him, just like that.
Yeah, just rode the curb there at turn 2, and that unsettled the rear of the car, it appeared. And when he wanted the car then to turn left, well, the rear continued to turn right effectively and switched ends very, very quickly on him indeed. Did well though it looked like the engine cut out, and he did well to restart it very quickly and get back into the race. As far as net ground lost there, it might not be crucial.
But he's in the background of the shot, I think.
Exactly.
So,
I think, that will evaporate within a 4-hour race, or certainly Jota will be hoping that's the case.
Yeah, because the situation, we have the BR01s 1st and 2nd in this race, but they're not doing anything in terms of the championship. Thierry by TDS Racing, they were, of course, closing in. They seem to be a long way back, but a great run by Gomondy, helped by the safety car. It brought Thierry by TDS very much back into the reckoning. So, and in fact, they're in 2nd place overall. Tristan Gomondy driving the car at the moment, giving chase to Gary Hirsch, who's leading for Greaves Motorsport. But the cars that were leading the race, the BR01s, running nose to tail, they've made their 2nd pit stop. At the moment now, they've dropped down the order with Victor Scheitar having taken over the number 21 car, and David Markazov now on board at the number 20. But they will soon be at the top end of the timesheets again, that's for sure.
Interesting point in the race we're at now then, where really the pattern should start to emerge, and certainly these 2 BR01s are going to take some stopping, but we know that they're not really part of the championship, because it's kind of a brand new team entering the series at round 4. So when you look at the key players at the moment, Greaves Motorsport are the best placed of the also rounds, you could call them, after the BR01s. But they need to retrieve points a bit more than a 1st place, or what will probably be a 3rd place, over where Jota finished, which will probably be top 6 when everything unfolds. They still need to find a few more points and hope that Jota have a nightmare Estoril.
Yeah, so having said that the safety car really helped Jota, it helped them relative to the BR01s, but not to all of those behind, and that's why they were able to close right in onto his tail. I mean, to reach this point in the race, 2.5 hours remaining as it was when the situation happened, and we had the spin from Dolan, to have 3rd through to 6th place covered by about 2 seconds, if that, was really truly exciting. It's a shame we had to shed Simon Dolan from that, but he's still listed in 4th place overall. Just seeing who else. I'm just trying to see the lap times that the Scheitar and Markazov can do. They couldn't get any closer out on the track, 20 ahead of 21, but exciting times indeed. So, of course, we've had the reversal of that order in the pit stop sequence. 20 getting ahead of 21. Alishin had led in 21. Has handed it over to Victor Scheitar, who doesn't normally race this car, taken over from Anton Ledegin, who's not here this weekend. And we heard Charlie George speaking to Kirill Ledegin, who said he would be going in third, so clearly it was the driver who normally drives a Ferrari in the GTE AM class in the World Endurance Championship, slotting on board, and I think he's probably having a fairly fine afternoon. Great circuit here at Paul Ricard, and a car that's getting better and better by the round, and not only that, is now out at the front end. Driver leading the race, though, is the driver on screen. That's Gary Hirsch. He has a pit stop to come, and he has Tristan Gomendy on his tail. Of course, I think we'll see an earlier pit stop from 41 than we see from 46. 46 out of kilter somewhat after that early pit stop, extra pit stop for the puncher. So this could be one of these races. It's like a chess game. We'll see all the bits coming together later on. But I'd say, you know, the sort of feeling that regardless of what, we could have a very strong result from Thierry by TDS Racing. It could come to them this race after the safety car, but we will see.
The difficulty is they're using potentially their quickest driver right now in the middle portion of the race, so it's not going to be Gomendy taking the 46 car to the finish. We've already seen Bjorn Verdheim as well in the car, so will it be Gary Hirsch back in? Sorry, I'm getting confused now.
He's on board at the moment.
Yeah, Hirsch is in the car.
We've got John Lancaster to go.
No, I was talking about Thierry by TDS.
Oh yeah, Thierry.
So we've seen Badet in the car, Gomendy doing this middle spell, and then Pierre Thirier to take the car to the finish is the name I was searching around for and failing to find. So Thirier, sort of the middle-ish driver, arguably. Well, Badet and Thierier's pace pretty similar, but whereas all the other teams, Gary Hirsch is your silver driver, Michael Lyons, silver grade, Dolan, Cheng, Scheitar, they're all silver graded drivers and leaving potentially very quick guys till the end. Just wonder whether Thierry by TDS will drop away then in the final hour. We'll have to wait and see. But without doubt, Gomendy should be a touch quicker than Gary Hirsch in the number 41 car. And what was the lap time last time around? Well, yes, Gomendy was quicker, but Hirsch, just with Gomendy there, is hurrying up his pace. And that car has just done the best lap of the race in terms of its own race, the personal best time for the car. Greece Motorsport's number 41 machine. A little bit wide there though, that's enabled Gomendy to gain a bit more of an advantage. As concerned here for TDS Racing in the BMW number 59 that leads GTC, they're looking underneath the car. There's some damage in fact to the skirting of the front of that BMW Z4.
Couldn't quite see. Dino Lunardi brought it in. It had been started by Eric Demont. They've saved their best driver for last because Franck Pereira, who took class pole, still to go. I thought quite interesting a moment ago we had the in-car footage from Tristan Gomendy's Thierry by TDS Racing Orica, and he, if anyone else is driving that car you'd think, my gosh, they're fighting it, but you see he really uses the steering wheel, he's adjusting it the whole time, and again we're having a great example right now as he gives chase Gary Hirsch. Hirsch leading the race in the Gibson entered by Greece Motorsport, but Thierry by TDS with their newer Orica 05 came here with everything to play for, hasn't come their way, but now he's giving chase, seeing what he can do, but they are out of sync in terms of their pit stops. So Gomendy getting very close. Charlie George is very busy down in the pits. We talked to Franck Pereira and she's found him.
I'm here with Franck. Now, Franck, we just saw the car come in. Was that just a standard fuel?
Yeah, just refueling because Dino Lunardi is doing a double stint with the tires, so it's just refueling. Everything is okay. We had a little bit of luck with the safety car, so we were leading, and I think everything for now is doing okay. Eric did a very good job in the beginning, so we just have to push and continue like that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, it's good to hear that they don't have any untoward problems with the 59 BMW leading the way in the GTC class for TDS Racing. That's, of course, is in the neighbouring garage because it's also with the TDS, Thierry by TDS crew, very different class cars, of course. Won the Orica 05 in the LMP2 class that Tristan Gomendy is running around in second place overall, the other, the BMW Z4, that has just dropped as it came out of the pits to second in GTC. But it's looking like a good weekend. Out of the lead for a pit stop, its second pit stop. In comes Gary Hirsch, in comes Tristan Gomendy. Sorry, no, Gomendy continues on his way. He's already had his second pit stop.
Yes, so platinum graded Tristan Gomendy takes the race lead. That's the first time we've seen the 46 car out front. after a difficult first hour and 40 minutes, but all very relaxed down at Greece Motorsport, the car being fuelled of course, and nothing else can be done whilst that fuel is going in. Also the Murphy Prototypes number 48 car in pit road.
Overshot its pits there, had to go around the massive Motorsport Aston Martin that in turn has to reverse back to be pushed out around it. Michael Lyons staying on board. Mark Patterson started the car, Michael doing a double stint middle section of the race. We had a chat with him earlier and he came here with relatively high hopes, but it didn't go their way in qualifying. He said they went out on the wrong compound. Gary Hirsch has stayed on board the Greece Motorsport 41 and he's blasting back out in the Gibson, and Michael will be underway again soon. Not so many laps to go, they're a couple of seconds apart. Doesn't look as though it's gone out very much indeed during the course of the last 3 laps. Greaves had led the race once the BR01s came in. You could hear applause down in the pit lane through an open microphone there. So clearly one of the teams close to Charlie George very impressed with their pit stop, and then she was down watching the Murphy pit stop, seeing Michael Lyons rejoin in 4th place. Of course that order will be rejigged because the BR01s had made their pit stops and they will pick their way up the order as the others who just made theirs are rejoining the circuit. Tristan Gomendi riding on board again a little bit wide at various points around the twisty back section of the track. That was Dubussy. Now they're coming down towards the final few corners of the lap, the left, and then the tight right. This is turn 13, this is Virage Dupont, and onto another lap with Tristan Gomendi. Always an exciting driver to ride alongside with, and that car has had its problems, it's out of sync pit stop wise. It will rise up the order now, but then it will be making its 3rd pit stop, effectively its 2nd pit stop, out of time with the others, so it'll be quite hard to read until later in the race.
Very much so, and although it looks very much a contender right now, I just have a funny feeling that it's going to drop away from the race lead. It may still be good for a podium though, and they dearly like that at their home race. Hopes were high, certainly at Red Bull Ring, ahead of an event there that they performed well in, and Thierry got a 2nd place there, a win of course at Imola, and a 3rd place at Silverstone, so been on the podium every single round up until this one. Simon
Dolan into the pits, he's had that spin, he'll be really kicking himself for that because he was right in the thick of battle, and Philippe Albuquerque hopping on board. Certainly that's Philippe, he always has the Portuguese colours on his helmet, the green, red and white, and the figure of Harry Tinknell, the driver who put it on pole yet again, is somewhat taller, so that's definitely Philippe being strapped in. And clearly in this race, the Gibson does not have an answer to the BR01s. As we've seen, their 1st and 2nd will be once all the pit stop sequences have been made. But with Philippe Albuquerque and Harry Tinknell still to go in this race, still over 2 hours of a 4-hour race here at the circuit Paul Ricard. Plenty of chance for Jota Sport to get their way back to the front. And don't forget, this is the team that's leading the class only by a couple of points with its drivers, but looking very strong in the championship. Needs to play it safe is a simple answer, I'd say.
I think so, and I think they're doing a grand job with that target in mind, because the key thing for Jota is that they beat Greaves and they beat the other guys in the championship, Thierry by TDS Racing, and yes, to beat Thierry at the moment looks like a big ask, but the thing is they've got Philippe Albuquerque, who is now in the car, got Harry Tinknell who will take it to the finish. What can Thierry by TDS Racing have? Once Gomendi gets out of this stint, they have Pierre Thierry, who just cannot hold a candle to Albuquerque and to Tinknell. So at this point, we're not yet halfway through, and I appreciate that, but Jota Sport in the box seat for me.
Well, interesting one here. Just a message on screen. Car 20 pit stop under investigation. That is the car that was was 2nd in the race. David Markazov took it over from Nicolas Minassian. It's actually ahead of the sister car. So ahead of Victor Scheitar, so potentially leading this race once these pit stops have cycled through. And they're still very close on track. Good visual there. There is the car that's leading, well, the leading BR01, which is in 5th place overall at the moment, but you know what I mean. It will be back in the lead when everyone's made their 2nd pit stop. And so Markazov, potential problem. And Charlie George, very busy. She's found Simon Dolan.
Yeah, I'm down in the Jota garage with Simon Dolan. Simon, that looked like a tough stint for you.
Yeah, that was good fun. It was. I got mugged at the start. I think there was a bit of teamwork going on with the SMP cars, but that was all good fun. And yeah, all going very well. And then obviously the safety car bunched us up a little bit. And then the tyres at the end were just completely shot, and nothing I can do. Had a bit of a spin, but yeah, it's good. And now we got Harry and Philippe, and we know how quick they are. So yeah, all good.
Thank you.
That pretty much echoed my thoughts, didn't it? You know, Filipe Albuquerque, Portuguese driver, now on board. The home round to come, of course, for him, as we're now looking at the GTE leader and Andrea Rizzoli on board the Formula Racing car. Back to lap the 56 machine of Alexander Talkanitsa Senior at the start of this race. These two were gunning for the lead, and they're now a lap apart, almost a lap apart. When the 60 car gets by, that will be a big championship rival. Almost put to the sword. Andy Priaulx pretty close though, and Andy desperate for a first BMW win in the European Le Mans Series this season. Marco Mappelli is third in the first of the Porsches. The number 88 Proton Competition entered Porsche 911, and Phil Keane still in fourth position. So he's been in that car now an hour and 45 minutes. That's a heroic stint from the Brit.
That certainly is great onboard footage there. Looking forward from the Formula Racing Ferrari, and having Filipe Albuquerque, we're just talking about him, seeing him knit his way between those cars. In the early part of the lap, there's almost nowhere for a GT car to go to get out of the way of a prototype. So he needs boldness from the prototype driver, but a fair level of complicity from the drivers out on the circuit in the GT cars. And Alexander Talkanitsa Senior being hunted down now as they go along on the Mistral straight up towards Scene, and no doubt diving for the inside is the Formula Racing Ferrari. Andrea Rizzoli leading the GTE class, putting a lap on the car that he was fighting with, or his teammate was fighting with in the early part of the race, when Johnny Lawson, who was interviewed by Charlie Georgian, had really enjoyed his stint. But the AT Racing, the black and red Ferrari 56, lost a lot of ground, and losing ground, having to go around the outside as Tristan Gomendi caught up through de Beausset. Very, very tricky, just trying to find the gap you need to put the power down and put them behind you. So a bit of frustration there for Tristan Gomendi. He's listed as race leader at the moment after the various pit stops. David Cheng in the Pegasus Racing, Morgan is in second, and Gary Hirsch in third. But what we really know is the BR01s, when the other guys have made their pit stops, which must be coming up very soon indeed, they'll be back at the top of the timesheets. Rizzoli leading the GTE class, we mentioned, for Formula Racing, ahead of Andy Priaulx. Not a lot of time between them. P3, I forgot to mention that. Charlie Robertson leading that in 11th overall, because of course with the sister Team LMT entry going out when Gaetan Palatou was driving it, they'd been fighting for the first hour of the race. Really, really close indeed, and but now 11th out on its own is Charlie Robertson, the rival car out of the race. The only one to retire so far. And GTC honours Dino Lunardi. We had Frank Pereira talking about it, and his teammate Lunardi leading the race for TDS, leading the GTC race, I should say. But at the moment, Tristan Gomendi leading, but as we know, that's a misleading timing screen, Johnny.
Yeah, it is to a certain extent, but it's a good lead for Lunardi. Just to go to the point about GTC, it's only 40 seconds over Ilya Melnikov, who can pedal a 63 Ferrari pretty quickly, the Russian, but he's got some work to do in order to draw in the TDS Racing BMW. Great run this though for Formula Racing to further extend their championship lead. And we're just waiting for Andy Priaulx to complete this sector. In fact, there's a couple of sectors as an advantage over the BMW, so Priaulx not really in the mix, you know. Is that because they've got a whole pit stop ahead? Rizzoli has just gone through sector one. I think they're almost a lap ahead of Andy Priaulx's BMW now.
Well, we've had a lot of people losing a lot of ground, because down right at the tail of the GTE class is Duncan Cameron. Of course, Aaron Scott was leading in that 55 Ferrari. So I think we've had some losers and some winners behind the safety car. I think that's what's going to explain that had to slot in ahead of the race-leading BR01, and I think some people got caught on the wrong side of it, and they've lost an awful lot of ground. Yes, we know Duncan Cameron can't lap at the pace that Aaron Scott can do, but he's lost the real heap of time.
Margin is way larger than normal, isn't it? And to answer my own question, Andy Priaulx is a full 1 minute and 38 seconds behind Andrea Rizzoli. When you consider these cars are doing about a 2-minute lap, that's a considerable difference, and that will take some throwing away for Formula Racing, who may well have the GTE victory here at Ricard nailed. So Gomendi continues to lead. Lap 56 we're working right now. David Cheng in second position and Gary Hirsch in third place, and fourth position Michael Lyons in the 48 car, who's enjoying his time out there. David Markusoff in the 20 machine. We're expecting him to work his way up towards the top of the pile, but of course Markusoff is the silver graded driver, so no surprise that the AF Racing Run BR01s aren't going quite as quickly as they were in the hands of Michele Leishin and of Nicola Minassian. The pace has really dropped off now with David Markusoff and Victor Scheitar at the wheels of the 20 and 21.
Yeah, they have come off the pace, but then again, you'd never put them in being in the same bracket as Nicola Minassian and Michele Leishin. They needed to get to the front of the race. They needed to qualify well. They did that. They needed to get a good start. They did that. They built on it. The safety car cost them a bit of time, but not any position at all. And so they did a great job. We'll have to see if Markusoff and Scheitar, certainly not knowing the car terribly well, can do, but they won't be matching the laps early on. So Tristan Gomendy leading the race from David Cheng. That's quite extraordinary. Pegasus Motorsport, brilliant start with Leo Roussel, but holding their own at the moment, but lap time wise, not. Cheng was a 1 minute 54 last time round, chasing Gary Hirsch 1 minute 52.0. Michael Lyons, a bit of traffic, 1 minute 53.5. Race leader Tristan Gomen 52.7. So that shows that Gary Hirsch is starting to wind it up for Greaves Motorsport. The number 3 LMP3 class leader, Charlie Robertson's had enough. He's coming in, and Sir Chris Hoy getting ready to take it over. And as you said, the championship battle was already in their favour, and now very much so, John.
Oh yeah, because the 2 car won't get a finish, then you're looking at 78 points if the number 3 squad can win this race. It'll be their 3rd win of 4 races this year. Big pat on the back there from Robertson to Sir Chris Hoy. Sir Chris Hoy clearly Scottish. I think Charlie Robertson, if you go back far enough, no longer lives in Scotland, but was originally born in Scotland. Real height difference between the two of them, and that's the reason why there's quite a large seat insert that needs to be extracted before Sir Chris Hoy can slot his body into this smart-looking new for 2015 LMP3 Ginetta Nissan.
You could say it doesn't look like the fastest pit stop. It doesn't need to be. All they need to do is make sure they don't make any mistakes. 4 cars started. It's not the record field in LMP3, but certainly looking ahead to 2016, I think some really good news coming. The field's really going to be boosted by a big number of Ginettas. Ligier is selling very well as well. The LMP3 class was a toe in the water this year. They sound magnificent. They provide a different mix, of course, not as fast as the LMP2s, and at various points around the circuit, not as fast as the GTEs, the best of the GTEs, but they have to pick their moments, and certainly Charlie Robertson, very good opening stint, worked his way past all the GTE cars, and it's just such a shame, of course, that Gaetan Palatu could not continue the battle for the first 45, 50 minutes of the race. Absolutely fantastic, nip and tuck between them, never a second. An advantage of more than a second, and then unfortunately the rear left-hand problem, whether a different one, maybe a new one, who knows, led to Gaetan Palatu spinning out and bringing out the safety car. Had to be flat-bedded away from the circuit, and that left the number 3 Ginetta way clear in LMP3. Was running 11th place overall. It's now down listed as 13th. We'll drop a few more because Chris Hoy has not yet gone out into the race. We'll be going out of the pits anytime soon.
Driver change at Eurasia Motorsport. The first action we see from Richard Bradley, and immediately that car going very quickly indeed. It's at best time of the race there, a 151.088 for Richard Bradley. Welcomed into the fold at Eurasia Motorsport. No Pujon Jin this weekend because of commitments elsewhere. But good to see Richard Bradley actually slotting into a team he knows pretty well from a few years back. Spent a lot of his career racing in Japan and also in Asia as well. So although he is British, you know, he was saying to us earlier on that he spends about 80 hours per month on a flight somewhere.
Yeah, he's born in Singapore, did a lot of racing in Asia in the Asian Championships, 3 years racing in Japan. But let's hear from Charlie Robertson.
Here is Charlie Robertson. We didn't even let him have a chance to have a drink, but here he is. It looks like you've got a really comfortable lead there in LMP3.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough start to the race. Gaetan was really fast on a heavy fuel load, and I knew that he would want to be up front considering this is his home race, so I really let him get on with it. I let him pass when he started pressuring me, and I started gaining him back again at the end of the stint. And I think something broke on their car, which is unfortunate because they were looking pretty set for a good result. Yeah, I inherited the lead, then the safety car came out, which helped us because we closed down. We made it almost a lap on the other 2 LMP3s. So we're looking set for a good race. Just got to keep out of trouble now, and hopefully we'll have the win at the end of the day.
There's no concern that the problem that's affected the number 2 car might also affect your car?
Pardon?
There's no worries that the problem that's affected the number 2 car might also affect yours?
I'm not sure. I mean, Chris is going to have to keep an eye on it, have a feel for the car, and if there's any problems, he needs to report them straight away. So I'm sure the team have been on the radio. I'm telling him, to keep an eye on the car, and I was lapping quite far off my ultimate pace there, just to keep it safe. So yeah, it's looking really strong.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, some interesting words there from Charlie Robertson, but equally interesting was what was happening on screen while he was talking. Michael Lyons getting very wild in trying to hold down 4th place. You've got David Markosov closing in. You'll see just the background of the shot. That is the better placed of the 2 BR01s. They're running 5th and 6th at the moment. Look, here's the ride through turn 2, out beyond the line, but it's the bumpiness out beyond there, and that really unsettled the car. Michael got it back on the circuit, and then he could turn towards turn 3, but the BR01s closing in. We said that the change of sequence, but in fact they've really lost a lot of ground. I expected them to be back into 1st and 2nd after the 2nd round of pit stops, and they're not. Shows the drop off between the top drivers and the next. But I suppose what we're seeing now, for the first time, it's the BR01s having to fight the whole race, use all 3 of their drivers. In the past, they've managed to pick up places. They picked up 3rd place with one of the cars at the Red Bull Ring, but it was largely because those others failed. This time, in terms of performance, and you can see the sister car in the background, and between them you've got Richard Bradley. Now he's just picked off the BR01. He's got into the Eurasia Motorsport Orica 3R, and he's making a monkey of the drivers ahead of him. He's come into this championship. Of course, he's an LMP2 class winner at Le Mans. He won the class at Nürburgring last weekend, and he's making a really, really positive impression. He knows this car well. He's raced it in the past, and now he's having the audacity. He's a lap down. Just get out of the way, Michael Lyons. That's what he's saying. Let me clear. I've got a lot of ground to make up. Of course, this car from Eurasia Motorsport started from 7th on the grid, and at the end of the first lap, we didn't see what happened, came round in 27th and last position, spent the first part of the race with Nico Pito de Bruyne picking off those ahead of him in the GT class and the LMP3s, and started picking off the slower LMP2s, and there's been a lap lost in the process. He's desperate to get out of this battle. This is the battle. Lyons, Markosov and Scheitar, 4th, 5th and 6th they are, but he's the meat in it, and he's the quickest one of that quartet. Needs to get clear of Michael Lyons, but you know what, Michael's probably very happy to have him behind him. As long as he's not flustered by him, he's keeping the BR01s that are giving chase. 20 is driven by David Markosov, and Victor Scheitar in 21 behind. He's keeping them off Lyons' tail, so the Murphy Motorsport prototypes Orica 03R running around in 4th place, being harried by Richard Bradley in the Eurasia Motorsport version, which is a lap down, wants desperately to get clear and see if he can start to pick off the advantage the others have on him. But for the moment, I'm not complaining. It's great racing.
Exactly the same cars, of course, both Orica 03Rs, and very similar pace being offered from both Michael Lyons, who was buffeted left, right and centre as he ran wide, which shows how much of a kind of ribbed effect some of those curbs provide if you do run slightly offline. But he also had the time, I noticed, to just glance into the right rear view mirror there to make sure that no one had snuck up his inside, because he'd run wide. So even though he was being
and he's had a spin.
More problems for Lyons.
Lyons has had a spin just as we started watching the battle for 2nd place between David Cheng and Gary Hirsch. Very close indeed, with the Swiss driver closing right onto Cheng's tail. Didn't spot exactly where. We had the spin there for Michael Lyons, under pressure from Richard Bradley to unlap himself. Didn't see what caused it. Now we're focusing on that battle for 2nd position. Pegasus Racing just holding off Gary Hirsch, 0.3 of a second. That's the gap between them. Looks less than that as they come up towards the end of the Mistral Straight, going to try and make a move around the outside. Will he dive to the inside? No, he's tucked in behind. Gary Hirsch, discretion, the better part of valour for the moment. Battle for 2nd, and certainly Pegasus getting a lot more screen time than normal. And from the moment they grabbed the lead at the start of the race with Leo Roussel on board, now they've come back into the mix. But Gary Hirsch and Greaves Motorsport very much want to get the Gibson up ahead of the Morgan.
We do get a replay of what happened to Michael Lyons. I'm really hoping it wasn't contact between Lyons and Richard Bradley. We won't go anywhere near that until we've seen it again. We're only 2 minutes away from the 2-hour mark, by the way, and the halfway point, of course, in this 4th round of the season. All of a sudden, David Cheng stretches his legs over Gary Hirsch. What happened there? And what happened here? There was contact. I feared as much. Side to side, so actually neither car will be badly damaged by that.
The BR01s nearly clashed in the background of that shot there.
Really?
Very close. I'm not entirely sure they didn't have a slight swipe, but down into turn 1 it was. There was a mistake from Gary Hirsch. He ran wide at turn 11, which is L'Épingle de Bindor. It's the hairpin towards the end of the lap. but he's clearly got the speed to close right in again. Michael Lyons did get going again after that spin down at turn 1. The spin with an assist, I think we can say. There was contact. Gary Hirsch hoping to avoid contact, but diving down the inside and making the move into second place, going past David Cheng, pulled off very tidily down into turn 3. And let's see, and now he's in front. I expect him to be able to pull clear. Certainly he made a mistake, was able to close very quickly back onto the tail of the Pegasus Morgan, and then a very tidy move down into turn 3. Here's a replay, and Cheng gave him plenty of space, so congratulations there. Ran wide, spotted it, so complicity there, and all the better for it. Just checking what Michael Lyons' lap times will be. Obviously the lap he completed after the spin, he lost a lot of time. Want to see what the next lap time will be.
Well,
Has he had any damage to the car?
That wasn't the lap he spun on, was it? 2:03. He lost more time than that, than 10 seconds, unless he got going very, very quickly indeed. The two BR01s have actually switched places. They've gained positions because of the spinning Michael Lyons, but Victor Scheitar's got ahead of David Markozov as well. So they came close to blows, into team blows, which is the one thing you have to avoid in motorsport. But they steered clear of each other, and now Scheitar better placed in the number 21 machine. Yeah,
he stole the moment there. I mean, if they are potentially going for their first ever win in the championship and they went out by clashing, I mean, of all the team bosses you wouldn't want to have is the judo expert who is Boris Rotenberg, if you potentially threw away the first win for the BR01.
Yes,
and guys, he's here. He's in the pit lane.
You wouldn't really enjoy that trudge back to the pits, wherever your car had ended up, thinking, I'm going to meet Boris in a minute. We'll see how that goes. On board with our race leader Tristan Gomendy, and of course he's now in the middle of this stint, which can be no longer than an hour and a half because he's the platinum graded driver. In comes Rory Butcher in the number 66 JMW Motorsport Ferrari. So this is a seat change. Rob Smith, is it?
Johnny Cock. Is it Rob or Johnny? Maybe it's Rob actually. I'm trying to remember what their helmets look like, but what we can tell, of course, it's Rory Butcher. And it is Johnny Cocker. Good to have eyes in the pits.
Confirmation from Charlie George in our ears. And now they're waiting for fuel. The windscreen wiper's going, which is interesting.
Not very fast though, is it?
Well, there's no rain, that's why. Hopefully some rain X has been put on it, perhaps, just to clear the screen. And now the tyre change can happen. So Johnny Cocker continuing to strap himself in. This should be a good stint now.
Okay, just I wanted to keep an eye on what was happening with Michael Lyons' lap times. May have been a bit of damage, a 1:55, and his rivals are lapping in the 1:53. But you never know around here, unless you watch a driver all the way around a lap, where they've hit traffic. Because if you hit it at the start of one of the two twisty sections, you can lose a lot of time. I'll watch for the next lap time. It's not. Let's see what he can do. But Michael Lyons running in 6th place after that spin, so not just position lost, but ground lost.
What of Philip Albuquerque, just done a really good time, a 1:50.9, which is significantly quicker than Michael Lyons, who you sense is just winding things up again after that recent spin. So 2 hours into the race, an opportunity now to look back on a very busy time in this 4th round of the European Le Mans Series. Just caught a glimpse of the 21 car which led this race early on. That was the spin, by the way, for the number 2, Ginetta. Gaetan Palatu almost looked like he had his head in his hands there, trying to get the car restarted. So the 2 car shared with Mike Simpson, and Mike didn't get a go, did he, in the race? No. So Gaetan Palatu with a good opening stint. Sadly, the rear right failure kicking in again. Contacts, not sure whether we saw that first time around between the Krone racing car and the 86 Porsche from Gulf Racing.
Yeah, this is just after the field was released by the safety car, once Palatu's car was removed, and then you had this fantastic battle. Gary Hirsch in the thick of it, Simon Dolan in the thick of it. You basically had 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th very, very close indeed. And then, unfortunately for Simon Dolan, he spun out of the head of that. And the BR01s, they came in to have their pit stops, and they did have a change of position, but they're very, very close indeed. Gunning for their first win, they hope, halfway through the race at the moment. But very recently we've had Gary Hirsch move into 2nd place. He just overtook David Cheng, you could see him there. But Tristan Gomendy leading for Thierry by TDS at the moment. But what we don't know is when their next pit stop is due. They're out of kilter. And with a yellow flag at turn 8. I'm just seeing the screens at the moment. Turn 8 is seen at the end of the back straight. Waved yellow flags down there. Thierry by TDS, we talked about them. We've just come in. Yes, the third pit stop has just been issued. Tristan Gomendi staying on board, so he'll be out in the lead of the race. And I'm afraid Michael Lyons has had he's out of the car. He's on the left of the screen.
Good. That is the Murphy car, though, isn't it?
Well, that's someone else's bodywork, I think. I think that could be part of Richard Bradley's. I don't want to guess, but it looked like white and pale blue bodywork down at the end. Scene. You don't have as you can see, you have
I'm not sure. I thought that was part of the Murphy car, I have to say. Yeah, because the nose was missing.
There is some white, but we'll get to see. Or are we? Well, there's a possibility. Hold on, one of the. I'm just wondering if one of the LMP3 cars might have been involved in that. The number 5 Viorba course one. Just waiting to get clear images. But Michael Lyons was running in 6th place. He'd already been put into a spin about 5 laps ago by Richard Bradley, or together with Richard Bradley at turn 1, and was just starting to wind up the pace again in the Murphy Prototypes Orica. And as you can see, he is out of the car. A lot of damage down at Scene. You don't have a small accident at Scene. That's
an engine cover that possibly doesn't belong to the Murphy car.
Well,
but it's difficult to tell from that angle.
I was just wondering if the Villorba course car.
No, it just says car 48 on our screen, so I think it is just one car involved. It's down at turns 8 and 9. Contact with guardrail, and that is the Villorba course car.
Okay.
Not involved. As Michael Lyons just exits stage left, the nose cone just way up in the air and comes back down again, and that looked to me to be perhaps some kind of failure, or as a result of the contact with Richard Bradley earlier on, maybe. Michael Lyons out of the car, and that's good to see. A little bit of a limp,
a little bit stiff, but so he went wide, very, very wide at Scene, and just wasn't able to turn into Dubursset. He almost had no ability to control the car. Michael had said earlier he was going to come and see us towards the end of the race in the commentary position, but good to see him get out of the car. But that was a big accident, because as the drivers have said, they're entering that corner at 280 kilometres an hour without lifting. And the bodywork, as you saw, flying high in the air. So I'm afraid for Murphy Prototypes, their race is run off that moment. Coming out of Scene. Good to see Michael Lyons out of the car. Deserves a better result than that. They knew they weren't likely to beat the BR01s or the Orica 05s or even possibly the Gibsons, but they were here giving it their good shot. And certainly Michael had got them back into that fight for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. And unfortunately, Nathaniel Berton will not get to race on home ground here in France. But Mark Patterson started the race, and then Michael, as we've just seen, involved in a big incident on his own down there at turn 8 at the world famous Scene corner. Maybe Michael will come and let us know. Maybe Charlie will be able to catch him when he gets out back to the pits, but walking rather gingerly as he got out of the car. That was a big impact.
This is how we stand then 2 hours into the race. Tristan Gomendi leads by 10.1 seconds from Gary Hirsch for Greece Motorsport in the 41 car. Victor Scheitar has got ahead of teammate David Markosov. So Scheitar 3rd in car 21 and Markosov 4th in car 20, ahead of chasing Philippe Albuquerque, now on board the 38 Jota Sport Gibson and siding his way through the order much quicker than the 4 cars ahead of him. GTE headed by Mikkel Mack now in the championship leading number 60 Ferrari from Formula Racing. They lead Andy Priault's BMW, while the last time we checked it was a huge margin, but this time around, because Mikkel Mack has now taken over the car, the 60 cars stopped twice, the BMW only once, so the gap's actually come down to 17.3 seconds now between the 60 and the 52 cars. Number 86, Phil Keane, he's still on board that Porsche. That's over half the race done now from Phil Keane. I'm assuming that's right and it's not a transponder issue, but Phil Keane in the number 86 Porsche going brilliantly well. He is only rated, I couldn't believe this when I checked, as a silver graded driver, so you can stick him in for as long as you want, as long as you give your other 2 drivers a little bit of a portion in the race, and that's confirmation in my ears from Charlie George that Phil is still on board the 86 car. Alexander Talkenitz Jr. in car 56 is 4th. LMP3, well, the number 3 squad from Team LNT on course for not only a victory but also the championship for 2015. So Chris Hoy recently taking that car over from Charlie Robertson. And GTC headed by Dino Lenardi, again championship leaders. TDS Racing, the number 59 squad, leading Ilya Melnikov from AF Corsa in number 63.
You talked of Andy Priault. We get to see Andy not in the car. He's just climbed out. So a lot of cars with the safety car out on the circuit diving into the pit lane. And I presume that would be Jesse Krohn dropping into that, because it was started by Henri Acide. Another replay of why we have the safety car And behind the Viorba course, Ginetta, we didn't see why. All we saw was Michael Lyons coming through the corner, locking up, and bodywork flying off. That's the gap between Scene and the first part of Duboce, far, far from the circuit. And there was the good side, not the broken prototype, but the fact that Michael Lyons climbing out of that, Marshall there to assist him away, and a little bit of limp, but after an impact at a speed like that, fully unsurprising. And the Mark VDS BMW back off its jacks, and Jesse Krohn taking over. So we'll see where this one shakes out, but I think the timing screens will be of little use for us for the next lap or so behind the safety car while the order is sorted out. And safety car out on the circuit. In fact, most of the debris, to my reckoning, will be far off the circuit, but of course on the outside of the corner between Scene and Duboce. But of course, there were parts that flew off the car, and they do need to move the car, because if anyone else has an accident at that sort of speed out there, we don't want the Murphy prototype Zorica sitting there in the outfield.
Whilst we have got a little bit of a pause in proceedings, it's worthy of note about something drawn to my attention by Philippa Nielsen Factor from Dunlop Tyres again, about organ donation. Of course, the motorsport community was well and truly shaken by the tragic death of Justin Wilson last week. But one positive to come out of that is that his death has actually saved 6 lives through organ donation. But our motorsport family has benefited by receiving an organ too. Tim Gibson is a Dunlop engineer. He developed a heart transplant, received a heart transplant 15 years ago when he was 15 years old. And Tim was due to be at Ricard this weekend working with Jota, but has had to sit out the weekend to have a bit of attention at Harefield, one of the UK's leading transplant centres. Tim is fine and keeping tabs on the ELMS teams. But at 1 o'clock UK time, so only a couple of hours ago, be missing a bit of the race to help break a world record. Currently, the most heart transplant patients ever in the same place at the same time is 189. Harefield Hospital trying to break that record with Tim's help. The aim is to raise awareness for the transplant programme, and obviously interesting to try and find out how many people we can get together. Now, there were 15 short about 25 minutes ago, 15 short of this new world record. Well, there are now 185 heart transplant patients assembled. That's just 5 short of the record now, getting perilously close to being able to beat this record at Harefield Hospital. So I'll try and keep you updated on that. Continuous messages coming through to me from Philippa, but that's Dunlop connection, but also Jota connection as well, because, to say, Tim Gibson should have been helping potentially championship winners this year.
Yeah, and through all of that, the race has sort of come and ebbed and flowed. And as far as Jota are concerned, we've got Philippe Albuquerque going around in 5th place, but all the field bunched up again behind the safety car. So when it comes to be released, I think Philippe Albuquerque rather fancies a run at David Markazov and Victor Scheitar, who are not that far ahead of him. Gomendy listed in the lead of the race from Gary Hirsch. So we've got Thierry by TDS from Gibson. As you can see in the shot, a number of other cars entering the pit lane, a lot of the GT runners taking this opportunity behind the safety cars. We have another, you can see all the debris and stuff off the circuit before Michael even left. We haven't seen the start of the incident. All we've seen going through Scene, which is off to the left of your screen, Michael was already off the circuit through Scene, or by the exit of Scene, and then running wide. Couldn't get it together and hit the barriers before he got to Duboce, but that's the fastest part of the circuit. That was a very large accident, so it's great to hear that Michael Lyons is out of the car, has walked away unaided. Now, Phil Keane, I think they've worked out how to get the super glue off the seat. He has been brought into the pit lane for Gulf Racing UK. Been at Porsche since the start of the race, and we have Adam Carroll and Michael Wainwright waiting to get together. Haven't seen who we've got on board. Mechanic in the way, but that was a sterling stint for Phil. We might allow him some lunch now. Yeah, right, Paul Ricard. Very good lunch too, it must be said, up above the pit lane in this classic building put up in the very start of the 70s by drinks magnate Paul Ricard. Gulf Racing UK Porsche back into the race. The safety car still out on the circuit, so that could also work very well indeed for the Gulf Racing UK team. No, very little time lost when you pit under a safety car.
Is this the end of Phil Keane's stint then? It must be, surely, with the 86 car now about to rejoin the race. It's not that I want to see the back of him, I just care for his kind of well-being, being cooped up in a
Wainwright
Porsche 911 for the last hour and 45 minutes. No, longer than that, 2 hours and 15 minutes, near enough. But Mike Wainwright it is who takes over the 3rd place, number 86, Gulf Racing UK Porsche. Should see him slot back into 3rd. Jesse Krohn, as we've mentioned, now on board the 52 BMW, and lead of the race is the 60 Formula Racing Nickel Mack Ferrari. Tristan Gomondy, though, leading the way by 9.6 seconds behind the safety car. And it'll be more than that once we get going again. But that is an indication of how many cars there are between the race leader and the second-placed Gary Hirsch Greaves Motorsport car. The safety car will be in at the end of this lap. And we're nearing the end of the lap right now. So Gomondy needs to be on it from this point on, and of course this is not good either for Thierry by TDS Racing, because of course their Platinum fastest driver is using valuable seconds up behind the safety car where he cannot push on.
Oh, the start-finish straight behind Gomondy, 3 abreast, but in the background, in the middle of that pack actually, you can see the white and blue Greaves Motorsport Gibson with Gary Hirsch. He wants to dispense with those cars very quickly indeed. Now already gained a place. Philippe Albuquerque he's already dispensed with David Markazov. Jota Sport Gibson now with Albuquerque at the wheel, up to 4th place, now chasing off after Victor Scheitar. Gomondy at the front of the battle, front of the race. He was behind the safety car. He's able to pull away at his own pace. He could take the moment he dropped the hammer and powered clear, dropping Gary Hirsch, who had about 6 cars between he and the race leader. Scheitar not far behind him, and the important thing here is that Philippe Albuquerque very much on the move for Jota Sport. Jota Sport leading the championship, but not by a lot. They need every point they can get, and we've still got plenty of racing left here. But 1 hour 45 minutes remaining in this race, and as you said, Johnny, Gomondy did not want to spend, as the team's quickest driver, much time behind the safety car. Coming up to the point at which Michael Lyons' crash happened. This is at Signes, and the car started bouncing across the painted outside of the circuit around here, and then didn't get it down to turn 9 and clattered into the barriers. That's now been cleared up, and the field almost nose to tail just after being released from the safety car period. There's the 66 car. We saw that in the pits not so long ago, the JMW Motorsport entry. Johnny Cocker, the 3rd driver to run that in this race, and settling in, come on board this weekend. Sam Tordoff racing and the touring cars at Rockingham, so the door was open for Johnny Cocker and he's jumped in.
Of course, he's got good history with this team, having raced with the 66 squad a number of times before. So it'll be like welcoming back old friends, very much as it is with Richard Bradley going back to Eurasia Motorsport as well. Where is Bradley? 8th position on board the number 33 car now, and just 1.4 seconds behind Nick Jonsson in the Krone Ligier. So that's getting very tight indeed. In fact, it's now just 4/10ths. So they are nose to tail for 7th and 8th place places. Meanwhile, down at the first corner, there is David Markazov, still driving the 20 car in 5th position.
Yeah, he was picked off by Philippe Albuquerque. Philippe now getting very close indeed to Gary Hirsch, and Victor Scheitar just went up into 2nd place in that sort out. So you get a safety car period, you get released, and then the whole order rejigs. So Scheitar really, he's the new boy in the team, coming in from racing a Ferrari 458 in the World Endurance Championship, and he's really a good press on. Gary Hirsch now being pushed very hard indeed by Philippe Albuquerque. This is the battle for 3rd overall. You can see Hirsch ahead in the Greaves Motorsport Gibson, and the Gibson run by Jota Sport right behind the Portuguese driver Philippe Albuquerque, getting the toe as they go up the Mistral straight, getting closer and closer. They're only halfway up there at the point the chicane comes out, dives up the inside. You can see the green Ligier and waggling fingers, and that's a fair bit of gesticulation at high speed from Philippe Albuquerque. Not that impressed. Philippe, concentrate on what's ahead of you. You've got 3 cars blocking the track. You're coming up the inside of the Krone Racing Ligier. Has it seen them? Is there space as they go into this super fast right-hander at the top of the slope? And they're going past the AT Racing Ferrari. That's coming back onto the circuit. Will they be 3 abreast into Dubose? Luckily they're not, because the Krone Racing Ligier just gets through busy days out on the track, Johnny.
Gary Hirsch hammering over the curbs there as well, almost taking the Michael Lyons route there, knocking his teeth out. But he got through past that GT traffic, and of course the pace of the 40 car with Nick Jonsson on board, relatively similar to Philippe Albuquerque. I think when you string it over about 3 laps, Albuquerque would be quicker, but just in a single corner, the margin, the speed differential is not significant enough for the Portuguese to get by. Might have an opportunity though as they're back onto the start-finish line.
Bit of a dusty exit from turn 13 by Jonsson, but since Jonsson took the car over from team owner Tracy Krone, he's been quick, really quick this weekend, but he came in a lap down and he's remained a lap down. But anyhow, Philippe Albuquerque, I thought he was going to pull alongside. So frustration for Philippe Albuquerque. This is good news indeed for the 2 ahead of him, Victor Scheitar and Tristan Gomondy, because these are the good laps, these are the sweet laps for Philippe Albuquerque. And they're being taken away from him. And Gary Hirsch, just in the background of the shot, was passed last time around, but he's not dropping away on the tail. David Markuzov will be able to get onto the tail of that train. He's not as fast as the two drivers ahead of him, of Hirsch and certainly Philippe Albuquerque, but he's able to hang in there when they get stuck in traffic now, running a little bit wide through turn 6, cutting across as they approach turn 7. But the important speed is here through turn 7 onto the back straight, onto the Mistral straight. And again, as we saw last time, it was Gary Hirsch in front of Philippe Albuquerque. This time, jinking to the left. Maybe no need to shake his finger this time. Had a clean move. A look across from Philippe Albuquerque. Well, he's not waving, he's just thinking, right, the move is done. I've got past the Chrome Racing Ligier. I can now pull over to the side of the track I want to be on as we go past the SRO Administration Centre on the back straight and coming up to Scene. Nice clear track ahead of Philippe Albuquerque. Now he can set off after Victor Scheitar. Chase off after second place, getting clear air. How far behind is Gary Hirsch? Gary Hirsch has not got past the Chrome Racing Ligier, so this is a chance for the Motorsport Gibson to get clear in third place.
An hour and 40 to go. That sounds like a small amount, but there's still an awful lot that can happen, of course. We're only just over half distance of this 4 hours of Le Castellet, and Motorsport on the rise. Thierry by TDS Racing still heading the order, but you can't expect that sort of pace that Gomondy is setting to continue till the end of the race, and Motorsport will have that in mind. It's a question of kind of just keeping Albuquerque contained, I suppose. This is definitely not necessarily a winnable race for Motorsport, but a chance for them to score more crucial points, and that gesticulation was interesting, really. I just wonder whether that was an illustration of perhaps Gary Hirsch's driving in the eyes of Philippe Albuquerque. Maybe not judged to be entirely fair. I haven't seen anything really to go towards that. But Philippe Albuquerque, oh, there's the rear end damage. Presumably that's the corner that hit the barrier hardest. And the 48 Murphy Prototypes car lost the engine cover. But yeah, Philippe Albuquerque just needs to be careful and remain professional. He is a consummate professional, in fairness, and just make sure that the target is still the championship rather than trying to get that car at the head of the order, because that could be a tough ask judging the pace of these BR01s.
Yeah, just looking at the pace, Victor Scheitar lapping very well indeed. In fact, he was only a tenth of a second slower than Philippe Albuquerque. He's about 4 seconds ahead on the track. I was thinking we'd see Philippe Albuquerque really start to haul him in. Now with clear track, perhaps he will, but certainly Victor Scheitar really getting to grip with the BR01. Gap between first and second, it's come down. It was 10 seconds, it's now 9.5 seconds. So Scheitar making quite an impression, because don't forget, Tristan Gomondy, with the withdrawal of the safety car, had clear track ahead of him. Now he's probably getting around towards the tail of the field again. He might be held up. Watch over the next few laps, but I'm impressed with Scheitar so far, I must say.
Yeah, a regular with the SMP squad, so he is familiar to the guys that are running AF Racing for this weekend and for the remainder of the season. And average lap times do tend to favour Victor Scheitar over Anton Ladigin, the guy who's been dropped this weekend. Kirill Ladigin, though, still very much part of the team. So let's hand down to the pits now with Charlie George, who's found Mark Patterson from the Murphy Prototypes team. We'll get to that in just a moment. So there's another free car still heading LMP3, and we can now speak to Mark Patterson.
Yes, indeed. I'm down here in the Murphy Prototypes box. Mark, not a sight anybody wants to see. Obviously a big hit there for Michael. Do you know if he's okay?
Yeah, he's fine. A little bit sore on the one leg, but had to stop the car in the barrier after turn 8, the fastest turn on the track. And we're not sure what happened. We think something broke in the car, and again, you know, a podium opportunity here. We're running third, fourth, and we hadn't had our best driver in the car yet. So welcome to racing, but this is a great track. We're good at it, and unfortunate, very unfortunate.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, the more I look at that replay, I think Mark's entirely right. Something must have broken, because the car was turning left instead of right. So it was a bucking bronco ride for Michael Lyons. Did very well to hold it together, but Mark's just got life in balance. He doesn't get overexcited about things. He gets very positive about things, but life's in measure. You know, things break. It is racing.
And the thing is, he retired 5 years ago, so maybe some of this isn't even really happening. No, of course it is. But he said to me on several occasions, I'm going to step away from the sport now. It is like a drug, though, I can imagine. And, you know, you try and slow it down, but then there's another European Le Mans Series season announced, as it was yesterday, with an extra round. How can you not do that?
They just put it in to tempt him back. Car 41 message on screen. That's unfortunate for Greece Motorsport. Under investigation for possible pass under yellow. Gary Hirsch running fourth in that moment. He was just passed not so long ago behind Philippe Albuquerque. Maybe that's what Philippe was pointing about. Haha, you'll be going to the stewards. Or I saw that move. We saw that down the back straight when Philippe Albuquerque moved past, and Albuquerque has just moved. Oh, well, hold on, what's happened? He's moved up because Victor Scheitar's come into the pits from second place. So Gomendi now leading from Albuquerque and Hirsch. So a third pit stop for Victor Scheitar. I'm just waiting to see that car in the pit lane. I think it's rather caught everyone by surprise. That seems very much out of sync because that came in the same lap as number 20 not so long ago. And now Scheitar has brought the 21 car into the pit lane. Can't catch it yet. Now at this stage in the race, it's funny when you suddenly start seeing cars setting their fastest laps, but Jesse Krohn's really got to grips with the Mark VDS BMW running second in GTE, just set that car's fastest lap, so he wasn't out of the pits long ago. One of many drivers to get in during the safety car period, people taking that opportunity to pit when they wouldn't lose so much time, and I can hear the pit beeper, meaning a lot of cars are starting to come into the pits, or certainly a handful. But the most important one was Victor Scheitar in the pits and very quickly out of the pits. He's rejoined the race. So was that a puncture and just a one-wheel change? We don't know, but maybe that's one for Charlie. Charlie, you can walk the whole length of the pit lane now.
I don't know, we're expecting those cars to come in around about that sort of time, because they will have stopped on the half hour last time around to ensure that the really quick drivers, Nicolas Menassian and Michaela Leitchen, got out on time. So a full hour on from that, it's about on schedule, I'd say.
Well, in fact, they're waiting for the system. Waiting for the next time. It was just refueling. Charlie George has reported from the pits. They're waiting for the sister car, the 20, to come in. Remember last time they came in together, and I was again to comment, I wouldn't do that. I have them in a lap apart. So neighbouring pits, they're right at pit entry, so they've got an easy drive in. But why risk having one just slightly delaying the other in the pit lane? This time perhaps they've decided not.
Unless there was a realisation that both drivers were right up against their driver limit and they had to be in on that lap. But yes, you could have staggered it, certainly. Here's the GTC race leader, number 59 BMW from TDS Racing, Dino Lunardi, having done a great job on board the 59 car. Championship leaders coming here this weekend, and the way things are going, they'll retain that championship lead, if not extend it. We're due for a driver change in that car. It'll be Eric Dumont on board, or was it Franck Pereira who started it?
No, who started that car? It was Eric Demont started, handed over to Dino Lunardi. We thought the 20 car would come in. The 21 came in last time around. This time refueling only, and the mechanics suggesting he might like to go back into the race. So David Markazov in the 20, flagged back out. We'll see him coming out at pit exit in a moment from SMP Racing. Sorry, I'll have to strike myself over the head. AF Racing, as we like to call it this weekend. It's been the name change because they needed to change from Michelin to Dunlop tyres, and we believe the reason for the name change is so that they could do so. And so AF Racing, but it's still the BR01s, and the story of the race so far was they qualified second and third. That was story enough, and boy, they were spectacular laps from Nicolas Menassian and Michael Alishin, but they got into first and second positions in this race, and in the first stint just pulled away from the rest and looked really positive. We started talking about whether it'd be the first win for the BR01 chassis in only its third race appearance, and at the moment it's not looking as likely, but we have drivers on very different stints, and the Thierry by TDS Orica out of sequence with the others because they had a pit stop to change a punctured left rear early in the race, and that has cost them time and got them out of sequence with the others. But they are listed at the top of the timesheets. Philippe Albuquerque giving chase to the Jota Sport Gibson. He is 9 seconds down now and catching all the time, and with clear track we think he'll get onto his tail. Richard Bradley just in the back of the shot of one of the screens I was looking at there, running really, really well, getting close to the Jota Sport. There's Boris Rodenberg holding on to Nicolas Menassian. Maybe he's heard Nicolas mentioning he might like to start his own team, saying, "You're going nowhere, you're staying with me."
Maybe so. The 3 car, driven by Sir Chris Hoy, still leading LMP3 and convincingly, so assuming that car gets to the finish, it should have 78 points by the end of this race, and therefore the championship in the bag, because the number 2 car will not score and will stay on 33 points therefore. So A 19-point lead will extend to 45 points. We've spoken of Nicolas Menassian. Let's hand down to the pits and Charlie George, who's found the Frenchman.
Nick, that was an incredible start from you, considering this is a new car this year and your first weekend on the Dunlops. It's gone really well so far, hasn't it?
It's really rewarding. You know, you make a car and you just always second guess yourself a little bit sometimes. It's very competitive. All the manufacturers are very strong. So to be in this level right now is really good. It's really good for everybody. Lots of investment has been put into this, and when you are at the front, racing that's why you want to do it. You want to be at the front, and it's good for the driver, good for everybody.
Do you think you can do anything from here now?
I think we lost a little bit of the advantage we had with the first safety car, but we'll have to see. You know, that is a lot to do with the time you do in the car. Everybody needs to do a certain amount of time. We respect that as best as we could. The safety car didn't play in our favour, but there's still a bit of time to go, so we'll have to see.
Thank you. Thanks.
We respect that the best that we could. Is there a slight chance that maybe they pushed that boundary too far? I think they did okay, you know. That's the reason why they came in together, because they were super close. But the lap that they pitted on, I think, was within the envelope. We'll wait and see.
It seems a while ago and things changed, but don't forget, this is the team that said they weren't going to be risk averse this race.
Yes.
They were really going to take a tilt to try and win it, and certainly their hot shots were the two that started. Nicolas Menassian, who was just interviewed by Charlie George, and Michael Alashin, and they did a really, really good job for the BR01. You can see one of the duo of BR01s getting caught up behind the Proton Porsche and the JMW Motorsport Ferrari, going past the first and trying to get in behind the second. Then it's got another AF Corsa Ferrari ahead of it. So that's the 55 car. Is that Duncan Cameron still on board at the moment? No, Aaron Scott has taken over. He did the first stint, second stint went to Duncan Cameron, and now Aaron Scott giving the team the get-go again and moving up into 6th place in class. Don't forget, Aaron, when he was on board in his first stint, worked his way into the lead of the GTE class and didn't have a spin. We had a report on screen saying he had a penalty, and I'm afraid, talking of penalty, had a spin, he didn't, but car 56 has got a penalty.
Yep.
So a stop-and-go penalty for consistent use of track limits.
A black and white flag was displayed to Alexander Talkin. It's a senior at the time. I said that was a warning, and that was a time to smarten up your lines. Not just for Talkin, it's a senior, I should add, regardless of who's in the car, because the penalties are awarded to the car and not the driver. Now that Talkin, it's a junior's got back in, clearly he's been pushing the white lines far too far and has to come in for a stop-go. So that should be served relatively quickly. So quite a short pit lane here at Paul Ricard.
Riding with Philippe Albuquerque, just taken another second off Tristan Gomendi, who's leading the race. Now it's down to 7.8 seconds, and as you can see, ahead of the Portuguese drivers, Gibson, clear track. So this is just what Philippe wants to give chase, going down towards the turn 3 and 4 combination, and clear track for the Gibson as the Portuguese driver twists it through this technical opening part of the circuit. They get through the fast kick at turn 7, then you're just all the way up the Mistral straight and you have a chance to relax. But the main thing is he's not being obstructed by GT class cars. The 41 is in the pit lane, and that was reported for a possible overtake under the safety car period. But at the moment we've had Gary Hirsch on board, looking to see who that's coming from 3rd place, who will take that over, and we'll have to wait and see. But John Lancaster has not been in the car. Started by Bjorn Verdheim, and John still to go. But there's the possibility of a penalty. We don't know, but it's been reported.
Hour and a half to go to the end of the race. You can put John Lancaster in and run him to the finish. So that's the thinking behind that, I would say, with John Lancaster, the gold driver. Bjorn Verdheim we've already seen, who is the platinum. There's also a minimum drive time that Gary Hirsch needs to do, and I think that will be okay for him now.
Another good lap from Philippe Albuquerque. He took 0.7 of a second, not as much as the previous lap time, but he's taken another 0.7 of a second off the leaders. Under 7 seconds between first and second. Gomendi holding on, Thierry by TDS. Albuquerque having to go the long way around the black LMP3 car. That's the one from SVK by Speed Factory, with championship debutant Mirko van Oostrum having his first run in the car and running down in 22nd position overall for the young Dutchman.
And it is John Lancaster who climbs on board the 41 car to take the Greaves Motorsport Gibson 015S, to give it its full title, to the finish. lost a place of the 41 squad, make that 2 places now to the 2 BR01s of AF Racing. So Victor Scheitar back up to 3rd, David Marcus off to 4th, and those guys will be not far away from driver changes to Maurizio Mediani for the 20 and Kirill Ladigin for the 21. An hour and 27 minutes, just less than to go. There's the race leader, Tristan Gomandy. How far away from a pit stop for this guy are we? Remember, a fair spell of his stint was held behind safety car, which again would not have been ideal for Tirias by TDS Racing.
Well, the gap between first and second was down to 6.2 seconds. The latest interval between them on the back straight was 5.7. So Philippe Albuquerque very much hunting. You can see the red nose of the race leading Orica 05 as it comes. There's the Pegasus Morgan coming up into scene. Behind, leading the race, is Tristan Gomandy, and catching all the time in the background it should be Philippe Albuquerque in the Motorsport Gibson. But Gomandy's certainly not hanging around in that super fast sweep between Seine and the double right at Dubussy. And again, when we've had onboard footage looking forward through the cockpit of the 46 Orica, Gomandy always in that section of the circuit, really adjusting the car. You've got such a lot of momentum you take into Dubussy, but then it's a little bit bumpy on exit, and you see him correcting the wheel all the time here. That's through the bend or hairpin, and then you go onto the sweeper, the Village sweeper that takes you round towards the end of the lap. And here he is coming through the final corner. No hint of a pit visit for him this time around. And what's his lap time? 1 minute 53. No, that was last time around. 1 minute 52.1. That is not likely to extend his advantage over Philippe Albuquerque. In fact, of course, it's been coming down with the lap. It was 6.2 seconds last time around past the start-finish line. It's not going to be smaller this time, because into the pits comes Philippe Albuquerque. Just as you try and check an interval, it's an old driver's trick. Do something to upset them. And Philippe staying on board the Motorsport Gibson. We knew they were going to come in soon. You called that very well, Johnny. And so he got to within about 5.5 seconds around that lap, brought the gap down from a dozen seconds or so after the safety car release, picked his way through traffic, got the clear run to go off after Tristan Gomandy in the 05, but he will be coming in relatively soon. Olivier Pla has recently taken over the Krone Racing Ligier, and he's setting the fastest laps that car's enjoyed so far in this race. Started by Tracy Krone, speed went up, Nicholas Johnson went in, but we said Olivier Pla is a star in the car, and he's proved that very much. Just moved up, in fact, ahead of Andrea Roda. So the two Ligiers, the Algarve Pro Motorsport Ligier of Andrea Roda has gone down to last in class, that's 9th, and up to 8th goes Olivier Pla, setting quick laps. But Philippe Albuquerque back into the race there, and that Porsche, the blue and orange Porsche, running 3rd in GT. Michael Wainwright was just going through in the foreground. Of course, they finally wrestled Phil Keane out of that car, and Mike Wainwright's taking that over, meaning that Adam Carroll is still to go, the Ulsterman who is so quick in the Porsche.
How much time will be left for this man, I wonder? A wink for the camera, Harry Tinknell, but we are down to an hour and 24 minutes, and Philippe Albuquerque goes out for his second stint. Jota will be taking a keen eye as to how long Philippe has been in the car for, but certainly Harry Tinknell will not get his full 90 minutes, which we've often seen him partake in for the remainder of the race. Car 56 reported to the stewards for speeding in the pit lane now as well. So that presumably was during its stop and go penalty for Alexander Taukanitsa Jr., who's brought the car in to serve the penalty, and maybe now has incurred another one for going a little bit quicker than the speed limit in the pit lane. Oh dear, oh dear.
So is that called full house, when you've got one of every sort of penalty known to man? But anyhow, and don't forget, this is a car that in the early stint of the race was going so well, and fighting for class honours. Lost out quite a lot when we had Alexander Taukanitsa Senior on board, and the penalties are starting to mount up.
Of course, as one car tumbles down the order, you then look to see who's climbing the order to replace them. And I have to say, Matteo Cressoni, who took over the 51 car, flat last, stone last in the GTEs, has got it up to 4th position. And there's the little matter of the remaining driver in the 51 squad, a certain Andrea Bertolini, who won was it the GTE element of the championship last year, or was it the second bit of the GTs? I can't remember now. But he had a great run at Imola, taking the lead of the class. I think it was GTE on the final lap at Imola, and then of course won the championship in the final round at Estoril. So welcome back to the championship, Andrea Bertolini. Chatted with him this morning for a good 5-10 minutes. He's so pleased to be here again at Ricard. And that 51 car, well, certainly a potential podium finisher. Could it even win the race? Maybe that's a bit too much to ask But yes, the 51 car, which I thought was out of it really, out of contention, has been hauled back into the top 4 by Matteo Cressoni.
Yeah, quite a run. In the pits at the moment, we have the SVK by Speed Factory entry. We saw Mirko van Oostrum just made his debut. That's him leaning into the car to strap Konstantin Kalko, who started it, Latvian racer, back into the car. So Konstantin is doing stints 1 and 4. Dainius Matthias Saitis was in the second stint, Mirko van Oostrum in the third. Another warning on screen, and lock up down into turn 1 in the wake. It wasn't the Mark VDS BMW, I presume it was the Pegasus Racing Morgan in the background. Stayed on the track, but we've seen quite a few lockups, Johnny, down into turn 1. Riding looking forward through the screen of the 52 BMW, and well we should, because it's second in class. Jesse Krohn on board, lapping as fast as Mikkel Mack, who's leading the GTE class in 10th place overall now in the Formula Racing Ferrari. So strong, that great opening stint from Johnny Lawson. I think they were helped big time by the timing of the first safety car, and it gave them a tidy lead, but the BMW from Mark VDS is coming on stronger and stronger through the race, and a great stint from Andy Prio, and now Jesse Krohn really starting to wind it up. But when they go down the back straight, it is a long straight, and it seems even longer in the GT class car when you're waiting for a prototype to come whizzing past. But the speed of the LMP2s, 280 kilometres an hour into this corner, no thought of a lift for the top driver as they go through scene, but with the wind yesterday in practice, that was pushing them an extra 20 to 30 kilometres faster. They're hitting 300 kilometres an hour down into that corner, the world famous scene corner, and then this wonderful long right-hander Dubuse. Only wonderful if your car's still got any tyre life left and you can keep on turning without going out over the painted strips on the outside. Then there's the Virage du Bendor here, which is a slow old hairpin. Now, a car that we only got to see for the first time last time out was the Algarve Pro Racing Ligier. That's just ahead of the Porsche, looking in fact at Michael Wainwright in the Gulf Racing Porsche. But James Winslow is now aboard the 25 Ligier, which is just out of the front of our shot, just as I was talking about it. So James Winslow, the third driver. Michael Mooneman started the race. He got in trouble for a clash with the 56 Ferrari at the final corner of the lap in the first stint of the race, spun the black and red Ferrari around. Angio Roda took over, and now James Winslow, Australian domiciled Brit, is at the wheel. Morgan, well, it went super well at the start of the race, but it seems to be cruising in very slowly now, unfortunately. Oh, dearie me, that's the Morgan that was Leo Roussel back on for another stint, took over from David Cheng, but that's not going anywhere fast at all. Still going, but looking for any obvious problems. Is that a front left puncture?
I just wonder whether the puff of smoke that we saw down at Zone 1 was actually engine related rather than tyres, but then as it came back into shot there was no more smoke, so I'm not sure. It's a different one on that, whether the lockup was... Oh, it's a front left.
It is a front left puncture.
It's a front left puncture, okay.
Well, so picked up by the cameraman, well done guys.
Should be easily solved. Just to go back to the point with the BMW gaining so much time down the straights because of yesterday's tailwind, but they're also running a new front end on that 52 BMW this weekend. It's last year's American bodywork compared to this year's American bodywork, and the switch, which is very difficult to actually tell when you lay the two pieces side by side, but that switch has gained them 10k down the Mistral straight, so you add that to the tailwind, that's about 40k advantage down the fastest bit of this Paul Ricard circuit.
But actually, for drivers who get to know this circuit, they say it's one of the challenges, and they actually quite enjoy it, having to try and work out each lap how much wind is propelling you into scene at the end of the Mistral straight. Other BMW, the one we weren't talking about just now, Eric Dermont started the race in that. He's back on board at the moment for another stint. So they're saving Frank Pereira, who put the car on class pole, for later on, saving him for the final hour of the race. Hour and 17 minutes remaining in the race. Oh, that's not a sort of tyre you want to go racing on down in the pits. Bit of canvas, a lot of muck on the side as well. So that's from Pegasus Morgan, and it's not how it left the pit lane. Olivier Pla continues to set fastest laps for the Krone Racing, well, for the Krone Racing Ligier, and that's up in 8th place, but we'll go up into 7th shortly because obviously Leo Roussel had to come in that very, very slow lap with the puncture.
Gomendy from Albuquerque, they're on different laps, but Albuquerque lapping significantly faster now than Tristan Gomendy, who has who's double stinting those tyres, isn't he, down at Thierry 8. just to try and get the best result possible, but I think it is really affecting their pace now, and they can't be too far away from the stop to put Pierre Thirier, team owner, into the car to take that to the checkered flag. But Philippe Albuquerque will probably have taken the lead by that point. Of course, that car is due for another stop between now and the end of the race, which is an hour and 17 minutes away. Harry Tinknell should be the driver to take the 38 car to the finish. And where will these AF Racing BR01s finish? Victor Shatar and David Markozov still circulating 21 ahead of the 20 cars, and we due driver changes for those as well in the not too distant future, with Maurizio Mediani and Kirill Ladigin waiting in the wings.
I just said that Olivier Pla set the Krone Racing Ligier's fastest lap of the race. He's the fastest guy on the circuit at the moment, down in 7th place overall, 1 minute 50.7. Race leader, okay, a slower lap for Gomendi in traffic, but most of them are lapping, if they're lucky, in the 1 minute 51s, most of them 1 minute 52s, some in the 1 minute 53s, and a second consecutive lap just being completed by Pla in the 1 minute 50s. So the green Ligier we saw being lapped, but when Nick Johnson was on board, but Olivier Pla really starting to make that fly, and his next target is Richard Bradley's got out of the Ranger Motorsport Orica, and Nico Peter de Bruyn has taken it back over. That is the next target for Olivier Pla and the Krone Racing crew. JMW Motorsport holding down 4th in the GTE class, and Johnny Cocker being chased down now by the Proton competition Porsche with Richard Lietz on board. So two very, very capable drivers enjoying a great strap here at Circuit Paul Ricard, bouncing over the curbs. Well, both going into turn 2 and out of turn 2. So Johnny Cocker trying to hold on to 4th place in class, but Richard Lietz very interested in taking it from him.
Yeah, first few laps for the Austrian driver, and looking to get the 88 machine hauled up the order as quickly as possible. He won't be the top scorer in the 88 squad, because it's Christian Reed who's the only driver entered under Proton Competition's umbrella that has done every round up until now. So actually started this weekend 3rd in the championship. But we've had Richard Lietz in the 88 car, we've had Marco Mappelli, who's back in it this weekend, we've had Khaled Alkabazi at the start of the year, along with Klaas Bechler, Sebastian Ash. All sorts of different drivers in there. Of course, they've all scored their own independent points as well, but the best scorer has been Christian Reed, because he's been the ever-present. Nose to tail then, down towards Scene Corner, and it's the 66 still ahead of the 88. How much further will that be the case for, though? Because Richard Lietz, you sense, just shaping the Ferrari up for a manoeuvre. Maybe not on this lap. Into the last corner, perhaps, on this lap.
Both of these cars yesterday got a little extra track time testing next year's Dunlop tyres for the GTE class.
Yeah.
Obviously putting them out on a Ferrari and a Porsche. But this year's tyres seemingly very different indeed. But JMW holding down 4th place in GTE class, in 14th place overall, but Richard Lietz just set the chasing Porsche's best first sector of the lap at any point in the race, and getting closer and closer as he goes through the corners at the start. Twisty bit, and then through the end of the lap. The gap, well, you don't need to know, it's less than half a second, it's probably a quarter of a second between them as they start another lap. And Johnny Cocker holds on to 4th in class of JMW Motorsport, and Richard Lietz right behind in the Proton competition Porsche in 15th place overall. And yet another lap from Olivier Pla, going faster and faster, 1 minute 50.3 seconds now. That's just over half a second down on the fastest lap of the race, which was set on lap 2 by, not Victor Scheiter, who's in the car at the moment, by Michael Alishin, who pulled away in the lead, used that clear track and really attacked. But for Krone Racing, that's great news that the Ligier's lapping so well at this stage in the race. So Olivier Pla, he drove the car early in the year, and he's really making good use. He's 13 seconds down on the Eurasia Motorsport Orica, and hauling it in bit by bit. Well, in fact, large bit by large bit with each lap. But still the battle for 4th place in GTE rages, and it seems to be, he's caught him, but he can't pass him. That's the story for Richard Lietz. And in fact, going onto the Mistral straight this time, the Ferrari got the power down better, and just put another car length between himself and the 88 Porsche.
Yeah, straight line speed has always been pretty good for the Ferrari 458, and particularly torque out of those slow to medium speed corners. So the Porsche really can't touch the 66 Ferrari out onto the Mistral, and possibly onto the start-finish line as well. And that's really the place you need to be close to a rival to maybe make a manoeuvre at turns 1 and 2. Or at the end of the Mistral straight. It really does bunch up there to within 2 car lengths as Richard Lietz driving the wheels off this number 88 Porsche, slip sliding as he applies the power once more. And they near the end of the lap. Hard braking here for the Austrian driver, who draws ever closer to Johnny Cocker. Johnny will be roughly aware of where he is, but as I've mentioned already in this race, the rear view from one of these Ferrari 458s is not ideal. Over the line, it's pretty much the same as it was a lap ago, and Richard Lietz in danger here of just getting caught up, because I feel like Richard would be able to stretch his legs if he was able to get in front of the 66 car. There is time being lost here for Proton competition.
Yeah, it's not as though Richard Lietz doesn't know how to drive a Porsche, but certainly looking at him there, he's starting to really consume the tyres. You can see a lot of understeer as he got a little bit too close and had to adjust his line behind the JMW Motorsport Ferrari. But he stays 5th in class in the GTE class, and Johnny Cocker for JMW stays 4th. The Greaves Motorsport Gibson 5th overall, with John Lancaster now having his first stint in the race. He's chasing off after David Markazov and Victor Scheitar, who are 4th and 3rd in their BR01s. Philippe Albuquerque is listed as 53 seconds down on Gomendy. Of course, you throw in another pit stop, and that's what happens. They've both made 3 pit stops, but Gomendy's is out of sync with the others, so he'll be coming in again before the Jota Sport Gibson does. But very close indeed now, as John Lancaster gets right on the tail of David Markazov. He took several seconds out of him on that lap alone, 2 seconds out of him, and you can see that Markazov not that far off the tail of Victor Scheitar. In fact, sorry, the timing screen's wrong. Oh, big twitch from Markazov as he tries to hold off Lancaster through turn 2, just about does it, and Lancaster, no, he can't make a move up into turn 3, but he's thinking about it, and in fact, well, why not go for it? And we saw early in the race Gary Hirsch pulled off a similar move, but from not quite so far back, when he made a move down into turn 3. And the Thierry, but we thought it was due in the pit soon. Gomendy is in. That should be the end of his run. 1 hour and 10 minutes the race remaining. Does that fit with your reckoning, Johnny?
Yes, because Gomendy's been in there for nearly too much time. They will have hopefully got within the envelope. That's the idea of an hour and a half. But being a platinum driver, you need now to be able to put in your silver graded driver. We've already seen 1 silver stint from Ludo Bade. Well, this is Pierre Thirier now to take the car to the finish. And if Philippe Albuquerque doesn't take the lead of the race, courtesy of this pit stop, then you can expect Albuquerque to put Thirier under an awful lot of pressure in the early part of the stint on relatively cold tyres. But where is Albuquerque? He's not too far away actually from completing lap 86. He goes through now. 45.2 seconds adrift of Gomendy, but of course it will effectively be the race lead once it goes through the first sector, because Gomendy's car is stopped in the pit lane. That's now Pierre Thirier's car, and it gets going again. Where does it rejoin? We've seen Albuquerque through, we've seen Victor Scheitar through, so that's at least 3rd position now for Pierre Thirier. Where is John Lancaster? Not in the distance. So 3rd place it rejoins. Yeah,
Markazov and Lancaster were about 10 seconds down on Scheitar, so we'll see what. So Pierre Thirier of Thirier by TDS gets his first run in the race. It's been an obstructive race for Thirier by TDS. They had the puncture early on, but already before that, at the first corner of the race, Ludo Bade, who started, ran wide. They were trying to go about 4 abreast into the first corner. He lost out, ran across the painted inside of the corner, gained an advantage and had to let 2 drivers back past him, which dropped him down a few laps later to 6th place. They fought their way back, then came the puncture, so it's all a little bit out of sync, but when out on the circuit it's been lapping well. But right now, after that most recent pit stop, Philippe Albuquerque listed in the lead of the race in the Jota Sport Gibson. Looking now at the SVK by Speed Factory, number 15, running in 3rd place and last of there are only 3 of the 4 LMP3 starters out on the circuit, and that one with Konstantin Kalko back at the wheel. He started the race, is down in 3rd place in class. Unfortunately, we lost the number 2 Ginetta, one of only 2 cars out of the race so far. Gaetan Palitu had to park it up, but so had a really good scrap at the start with Charlie Robertson in the other team, LMT Ginetta. But right now, Chris Hoy has taken over quite a while back now from Charlie Robertson, leading the race in LMP3 very easily indeed. Now 2 cars been pinged black and white flags, warning for abusing track limits. At turn 8, it's 88, that's Richard Lietz in the Proton Porsche. And also up on our screens, car 56 abusing track limits at T9. That's the AT Racing Ferrari. We thought it had the full set of warning flags and hasn't had all the punishments yet, but I'm afraid really blotting their copybook a lot. It's dropped down to the tail of GTE, and I'm afraid I think the stewards will probably have fairly stern words. You know, you can pick up a few for running wide, you get warned for those, but if you're done for pit lane speeding and sundry other offences, it doesn't reflect very well, certainly in a championship of the calibre of the European Le Mans Series.
Mikkel Mack still at the head of the order within GTE. He leads that still by a considerable margin over Jesse Krohn. Before the last round of pit stops, it was a minute and a half, near enough, and it's going to take an awful lot of beating the Formula Racing squad in order to take the victory away from them. They've had a great season. And this won't seal the championship necessarily, but it will get them a whole lot closer to it and put them in a great position heading to Estoril in October. We can go down to Charlie George once more in the pit lane, who is with the Thierry team now.
Yes, I'm here with Tristan Gomendy. That looked like it was a hard stint for you. Pierre has rejoined in third. Do you think you can hold on to the podium place?
Yeah, we're trying very hard. We had a really bad luck in the beginning of the race with a really strange puncture, and so we lost a lot of time. So what could I do apart push? We did our best. I really hope that Pierre will have a good feeling in the car. We will see at the end of the race. It's we are coming from very far.
And you said it was a hole in the rim of the tyre that punctured. It was a hole in the rim of the tyre that punctured.
Yeah, exactly. We don't know exactly what's happened for the moment, so that's why I don't want to speak too much about it. We have to understand. But apart that, the tires Dunlop did a really good job because the car was pretty constant. At the end, it was hard, but we didn't really expected a good car like that during two stints. So good job from Dunlop.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thanks.
Well, interesting words there from Tristan Gomendy, but in fact he probably wanted to be watching the screens because Pierre Thierry has gone straight into a battle for second place with Victor Scheitar, and no chance to adjust. Scheitar's been in the BR01 rather longer, but Pierre's really getting stuck in. Go down the back straight, I think that's the 51 Ferrari there, slotting straight past. Scheitar new to the car here at Paul Ricard, doing a great job in the BR01, but being hunted down right now by Pierre Thierry, and all along this is letting Philippe Albuquerque escape. He's 17 seconds clear in the Jota Sport. Gibson up to scene goes Scheitar, and the Ferrari is still a bit of ground lost there, unfortunately, for Pierre Thierry. He couldn't get past it before the corner, and the gap between these cars has doubled in the space of two corners early in the stint. But I thought the words from Gomendy, you know, we did see, because I said, is that a hole I see in the wheel rim? And it seems that is, but how does it get there? That's not a regular thing you're having, so certainly an element of caution from Gomendy. He looked hot after that stint. He was really pressing on.
Yes, I think he was quite right in that, you know, shouldn't comment any further before they've really worked out what the problem is. But a real strange one for Thierry by TDS Racing, and they deserve a bit more luck here at Circuit Paul Ricard, considering this is their home venue. This race venue going to be on the championship calendar for 2016. That was announced last night. 5 rounds become 6 rounds for 2016, with Spa-Francorchamps also added to the ELMS calendar for next year. That will be a September meeting, but all the other familiar 5 rounds stay on the calendar, and Spa will be inserted between this one and Estoril at the end of the season. Number 56 AT Racing car coming in for a regular pit stop rather than serving a penalty finally for the AT Racing squad. It's Alexander Talkanitz Jr. driving that, so it'll be Alessandro Pierguidi, I reckon, to take the car to the finish. Matteo Cressoni in as well to hand over to Andrea Bertolini, but the class is led by Mikkel Mack still from Jesse Krohn and Mike Wainwright. There's been a place change in LMP3, I noticed, with Sir Chris Hoy slipping behind the number 5 squad of Villorba Corsa. So, not sure whether that's an issue, but it's 6 seconds now, the gap.
He's done one more pit stop than the rival car, so I think that's it. But this battle for second place is really hotting it up. Victor Scheitar coming up the rise into scene, and Pierre Thierry, who lost ground last time around, has closed right up again. And I think it's a question of when, not if. They're going through the first of the two right-handers at Dubose, and I'd say the Thirier by TDS Orica handling a little bit better there, but they're getting the power down to accelerate ahead of an adjustment. We saw lots of adjustments to the steering wheel from Tristan Gomedy, but running wide Victor Scheitar at turn 11. His tyres a little bit less fresh than they are for Thirier, and now they've got a back-marking Ferrari up ahead of them. It's a question of whether they can get it out of the way before they get to turn 12. No, they can't. They're coming down to the final corner of the lap now, turn 13, and Thirier really soaring away at the rear, and again the BR01 goes wide. Who's going to get the power down sooner? I think it'll be the Thirier, and it is Thirier. So he's moved into second place, very tidy. He made a slight mistake as he closed in, dropped back, closed up again, made the move stick, but the BR01 with Victor Scheitar fancies going back into second down into turn 1, and I fancy he's going to make the move stick. So going one way, going the other. 4-hour race, doesn't matter. Anytime you want to race. Just over an hour remaining from this 4-hour blast. 3 hours nearly done. This is the battle for second place. And hats off, it must be said, to AF Racing. They've taken over the SMP Racing BR01s in their first season of racing. This is the only the third event for the BR01s, and here it is, mixing it with the car that had become the class of LMP2, the Orica 05.
Fabulous fight, isn't it? And of course these two cars are being caught by John Lancaster, who's on an absolute flyer here, just done the car's best lap of the race, and it goes even quicker through sector 1 with a 33 flat for John Lancaster, and he is 3.4 seconds behind this battle for second and third position. So it's soon to be a three-way fight for second place, essentially. 90 laps in the book for the race leader, Philippe Albuquerque. Still he pushes on. We are homing in on just an hour to go now for the Portuguese driver with the British squad, of course, Motorsport. Still an Audi loanee, effectively, isn't he? He's an Audi Works driver, but thanks to a deal struck up with the Audi Sport team, Motorsport are able to utilise Albuquerque at a handful of meetings through the year.
Well, talking about using things, I'm afraid the Mark VDS BMW was very nearly used to good effect by Pierre Thirier, because Victor Scheitar in second place guessed wrongly as where the BMW was going to go. He had to come off the power, and that let Thirier close right onto his tail, but somehow Scheitar held on. They've got the 88 Porsche right ahead of them, and Scheitar very slow through the final corner. Last time around he was overtaken in this final corner by Thirier. This time not so good for Thirier, and don't forget those orders, the order was reversed when they got down to turn 1, and the BR01 just went back down the inside, regained second place. He's still in second place. Pierre Thirier is still really pushing him. I said it's a question of when, not if. Well, we did have the when, but we now need another when if he's going to go back into second place. So Victor Scheitar, so far to me, almost the star of the race. Didn't know this car has come here and is really making a very good impression.
Johnny Cocker up to third position now for JMW Motorsport in the Ferrari. Richard Leitz running in fourth place, and there's been a change because the Mike Wainwright car that was third has slipped now down to fifth position because it's coming for a stop. Adam Carroll taking it over, so Cocker and Leitz, the two cars to benefit. And what's the gap like between Leitz and Cocker? It was very close indeed. It's now actually opened up to 6.9 seconds. So Leitz, I think, was struggling with those tyres. That car will be due another stop. Richard Leitz may well be in it till the end, but he will dearly like a bit more new Dunlop rubber.
Well, great move. Will it stick? Oh, gosh, Thirier flashed out. He ducked out from the slipstream of Victor Scheitar going into scene. Just didn't have the grunt when he got there. Just couldn't pull the move off. So still Thirier stays third in the 46 Orica and the 21 BR01 with Victor Scheitar on board, making his debut in this car. Here at Paul Ricard holds on to second place. Philippe Albuquerque leading by 18 or so seconds, but it's been a series of not so quick laps. And looks like we've got one more driver change coming up. And one person I'm not sure we've seen in the race so far is Stuart Hall. So I'm looking to see. In fact, I think Stuart, I've just spotted him getting in, so he's finally getting a go in one of the AF Corsa Ferraris. That's number 62, the silver and red one. So Ilya Melnikov has got out, and Stuart Hall is getting in. Sorry, I'm talking about the wrong car. Francesco Castellacci has got out, and Stuart Hall getting in. So still Pierre Thirier is attacking. You said John Lancaster was getting closer and closer. Look in shot now. It's Scheitar second, Thirier third, John Lancaster, a driver who very much likes a battle, getting up close. And don't forget the Greaves Motorsport Nissan just out of your picture now in fourth place. They're very much in the picture in fourth place. Won the opening round at Silverstone in a real ding-dong event that got the 2015 ELMS series off to a flying start, and Scheitar is really starting to struggle to keep Thiriet behind him. And I think if there's a slight delay for Thiriet, Lancaster's going to slot in, move into third, and then have a crack at Scheitar. But can Scheitar hold on in second? There's the question.
And John Lancaster, of course, en route to that victory at Silverstone, clashed with, what car was that again? Oh yes, the Thiriet machine. Now, it was Gomondy on board at the time. This is Pierre Thiriet, but nevertheless, they're always going to encounter each other at some point later on in the season. And I think, to be fair to Pierre Thiriet, he could be going a bit faster than he is at the moment, but Victor Scheitar slowing the two of them up. And this is serving to separate Philippe Albuquerque from the rest of the field. So the guys down at Jota Sport, Simon Dolan and Harry Ticknell, will be rubbing their hands to see three cars having a ding-dong fight for second, third and fourth. And this is allowing Philippe Albuquerque to push on and extend the race lead.
Did you see that switch from Thiriet under huge pressure from Lancaster going into turn 9? And he had to really fight to save that. So there is a little chink of light for Victor Scheitar between himself and Thiriet now, because Thiriet coming under intense pressure from John Lancaster in the white and blue Greaves Motorsport Gibson. A little mistake then again. I said a few laps ago, I think Scheitar's tyres are really starting to suffer. I think he's maybe pushed them a bit hard. Thiriet tries to accelerate harder out of turn 13, can't quite pull it off as they go past pit entry, and right under his tail is John Lancaster. So Scheitar holding down second place. They go down to turn 1, jinking to the outside to try and make a move and sweep around the outside is Pierre Thiriet, but Scheitar slightly deep into the corner. Thiriet thinks better of it, and this gives Lancaster a chance. Oh, he's clouted the curb as they go into turn 2, and that's enabled him, Thiriet, to hold on to third place. Oh, this is a fantastic battle. Sports car racing at its very best, and Thiriet doesn't know whether to look forwards or backwards. And again, we see Victor Scheitar. There's no grip left at the front of that car, just sliding wide. He is going to eventually slide that little bit too wide, hit the dust on the outside, and then go very wide indeed. And now I think in the blink of an eye, he'll lose 2 places. But he hasn't done so yet.
John Lancaster getting a little impatient, you sense, in fourth position as well, trying to the left, trying to the right. He can't find an open door quite yet because Pierre Thiriet is putting up an awesome defence here, and this is perhaps John Lancaster's best opportunity to date. He's trying to get the overlap, but he can't do it. Trying to draw alongside the Oreca 05 is the Gibson. But so far, not able to do that on the uphill stretch of the Mistral Straight into this really fast right-hander. But the Ferrari number 51 is going to pose a problem, and John Lancaster has to get out of that as they head for the real twisty stuff at the end of the lap. We're inside the last hour, and which way is this fight going to go? It decides the podium, remember. So, a great race that we're looking at the moment, but an opportunity now to look back on what we've experienced and enjoyed over the last hour with a huge moment for Michael Lyons. Something I would assume breaking on the number 48 Murphy Prototypes car. Big impact with the barrier, as you can see in the background, and that was the main reason why the safety car was out for a fair old spell, to get the car recovered, yes, but to make sure that the arm curve barrier was not too badly damaged so that we could continue racing. Meanwhile, this was Philippe Albuquerque, wasn't it? Gesticulating to Gary Hirsch, who was on board the 41 car at the time. But he got the move done, and that has helped Albuquerque eventually take the race lead, and now actually leads the race by 18 seconds. Conversation between Boris Rottenberg and Nicolas Menassion there, who had been in the car earlier on, the number 20 car, but his day is sorted now, and he hands over to his co-drivers. And this, the battle between Greaves and the 20 car, in fact, with Greaves taking the spot there. More battling with the sister AF Racing car and the Thiriet machine, number 46.
But
it
was
just
a move
continued, didn't it?
It didn't last long. Thiriet got his nose ahead and moments later was deprived again in that battle for second place. And John Lancaster has now joined 59. The TDS Racing BMW Z4 has just dominated the GCC class. And the car that's leading GTE is the Formula Racing Ferrari, and leading LMP3, Chris Hoy. So Chris Hoy, so there are our class leaders leading the race overall as we go into the final hour is Jota Sport and Philippe Albuquerque at the wheel at the moment, but second, third and fourth, they get Ferraris and other back markers between them, and they close all the way back up again. Victor Scheitar holding down with 52.5 minutes remaining, holding down second place, but look how close Pierre Thiriet is to him, and even closer to him in fourth place, going around the outside. You didn't expect it there, no one expected there. John Lancaster, that is the move of the race, and he pulls it off. And unfortunately for Thiriet, not only the pain of being passed through the sweepers towards the end of the lap, but he then had the AT Racing Ferrari delay him. But then in turn, just ahead of him, John Lancaster was slightly delayed by one of the AF Corsa Ferraris, the 55 car. Matt Griffin has nowhere else to go, almost clips the back of Victor Scheitar, and it's a real drag race past the pit lane. Can John Lancaster get his nose ahead? No, Victor Scheitar can just hold on to second place. Pierre Thirier in fourth was fighting his way back down to turn one as if it's the first corner of the race on the opening lap, but Scheitar holds on. But Lancaster, I think, is a very different equation to Pierre Thirier when it comes to attacking. He's really going to put Scheitar under pressure. Thirier's got right back onto his tail in fourth place, but we've watched Scheitar in the BR01. One of the questions before the race, they're new to Dunlops, was how long they could make their tyres last. And the BR01's going well, but we've seen over the last few laps Scheitar is really struggling for grips. It looks as though up the inside, will he make the move stick? Yes, Lancaster into second place, in turn running wide, but he's got the position. Now, that's how you do it. Pierre Thirier, can you manage the same trick?
I get a feeling that all of a sudden these two cars will become a speck in John Lancaster's mirrors now as the move was done. He was not going to be asked twice there. Just a slightly ajar door offered by the driver Victor Scheitar, and that was the move, as Bruce says. A fabulous execution there right round the outside. The car shouldn't stick there, in all fairness, and it was battering over the curbs as well, so getting unstable. And here was the opportunity. Scheitar tried to turn in, but then was left with very little option, and a fair move that, I thought, from John Lancaster.
Wholly down, it's very tight at turn 5.
Fully committed, needed to be, and that was the move done for second position. Now, can he start to reel in? Philippe Albuquerque is the next question.
Sitting on a lead of 20 seconds over John Lancaster. That's a tidy cushion to have at this stage in the race, but Lancaster, as he showed there, if there's half an opportunity, he's going to take it. I don't reckon there are many other drivers in the race who'd have gone around the outside at turn 11. He spotted a slight dropping off of momentum for Pierre Thirier, blocked by the AT Racing Ferrari. He was already gone. He was going for that gap.
And Thirier just side by side, isn't it? Out of the final corner, and this is Pierre Thirier then with the advantage, but the next corner is a left-hander, so it'll actually favour the AF Racing car. They're neck and neck as they head down towards turn 1, and Scheitar can afford to break a little bit later and keep the place, but it came very, very close indeed there. Who got the judgment over the line? Well, it was Thirier, but he's still there in fourth place.
That's the second time that Thirier's got ahead going on across the start-finish line, and yet been behind by the time they got into turn 1. And each time it's been a BR01 that's managed to do it. They just seem to have a bit more speed at the end of the straights to be able to turn in. Not so good under acceleration, certainly, but that's the way it is. I think the Thirier's be able to get the power down nice and early out of turn 13. I think the lack of grip for the BR01 means they're not so good, but I think maybe aerodynamically they're that bit better now. I think this car is being developed very, very quickly by Paolo Catoni, who's the technical chief, under the control of Benjamin Duras, who runs the AF Racing BR01s, and I'm deeply impressed by the progress they've made through this year. But perhaps the biggest change of all, in combination with the developments they've been building into this car, is the move from Michelin to Dunlop rubber. And as someone said, they've removed the variable. They're racing alongside the other front-running LMP2 cars on Dunlop, and showing very well indeed. Pierre Thirier will be getting heartily tired of the back of the BR01, but he's going to need quite long vision to see the tail of the Greaves Motorsport Gibson. It got past, as you said, Johnny, it's going away. It's gone away.
And what was the last time around, the lap time for John Lancaster? It was quicker than Philippe Albuquerque, who may be in traffic, in fairness, and of course that car will be coming to the end of its stint, so the tyres will be getting more worn. Running Dunlops, the Motorsport Gibson, as is the Greaves Gibson. So two Gibson 015S chassis out
Scheitar
front.
into the pits.
So he is. And was that a move made by Thirier before the pit stop? Anyway, regardless, he's got the place now as Pierre Thirier into third position, and Victor Scheitar then to hand over to Kirill Ladigin. We can't be too far away from David Markosov bringing his number 20 car in, rather, to hand over to Maurizio Mediani.
Yeah, they did it a lap apart last time. Now we're riding with Philippe Albuquerque, who they've still got Harry Tinknell to come on board the Motorsport Gibson, with just over 3/4 of an hour remaining in this 4-hour race. And a nice clear track ahead of the Portuguese racer as he goes up the rise. Just starts to veer up a little bit more as you get to scene. He should stay flat in top gear to take this right-hander. All the debris on the outside of the circuit, that's just tyre debris, and over the blue lines at the front of the screen is where Michael Lyons went for his wild ride when we think something might have broken. It was certainly most inexplicable moment for an accident. There was no other car very close to Michael at the time. He was running third, fourth at the time. Off he went for the wild ride, brought out the safety car. Good that Michael is absolutely fine, a little stiff with one of his legs. But at the moment, Philippe Albuquerque, lapping comfortably, one would say. And I think he should be coming in really very soon for Harry Tincknell to take over. We've had a spin. Car 29 spun and continued at turn 9. That's the Pegasus Racing entry. Leo Roussel at the wheel of that, who drove so well, not only in the early stages of the race, but he deserves a star on his points chart for accelerating from 5th on the grid to take the lead on the run down to the first corner.
The 88 team manager, that's the Proton Competition Porsche, being called to race control immediately. Can't tell you what that's about, but can tell you that the number 88 car is currently in 4th position. Marco Mapelli behind Adam Carroll's Porsche from Gulf Racing. So those those Porsches have switched places, with Adam Carroll now on board the Gulf Racing example and pushing on. He's got a fair margin though to try and find on this incredible lead for the 60 car, the Formula Racing squad of Andrea Rizzoli now. And he shares that car with Johnny Lawson, who took the opening stint, and Mikkel Mack, who's just stepped out of the car.
Pit stop for the GCC class leaders, and leading comfortably. Eric Demont has just brought it in, and Franck Pereira, the driver who took pole in class, is finally getting a crack in what will be the 4th stint for this car. So Eric Demont started the race, handed to Dino Lunardi, who in turn handed the Z4 back to Eric Demont, and now Franck Pereira on board. Fresh set of rubber will go on. And I'm sure that will be heading on to class victory. But Stuart Hall might have something to say about that. He's running 2nd in the GCC class. Not long ago, he took over the 62 Ferrari. And but I think the time advantage that's been gained by the TDS Racing BMW Z4 should put it in very good stead for Franck Pereira, who's leaving the pits now to head on to victory.
The 66 Ferrari has dropped a couple of spots. That's because of its stop to hand the machine over to Rory Butcher. So Johnny Cocker out, Butcher in, and now running in 5th place. Matt Griffin driving the 55 car, and that's going back up the order now after it dropped a couple of places, with Duncan Cameron doing his stint.
Now David Markazov has just made a pit stop in the number 20 BR01 to drop to 5th place there during the course of that pit stop. And in comes the Motorsport car from the lead. Philippe Albuquerque will hand to Harry Tincknell, but a message on our screen not so long ago just pointed out that number 20 was under investigation for an earlier pit stop. Do you remember, Johnny? And they've been told there is no further consideration for that. So whatever the officials thought they'd spotted as a transgression hasn't turned out to be one. So Harry Tincknell being slotted into the Motorsport's Gibson, and at the same time we have Pierre Thirier coming in from 2nd place in the race, what became second place in the race. He should be staying on board, and he will, so it's just going to be a case of a spot more fuel. They don't appear to have any fresh rubber out, and this is certainly a trick that Orica 05 teams seem to do. It's fairly light on its tyres, or so it seems, and TDS Racing, it's always been one of their little gambles. And they managed to pull it off earlier in the season. Oh no, the car's up on dolly jacks, being put under the Thirier by TDS Racing Orica, and it's being wheeled into the garage. I just saw it being spun around. Now this isn't, it means more mechanics can work on the car.
Yes.
Now, is this relating to what they found earlier, a hole in the wheel rim? Can't be said. Let's see what they're getting up to in the car, in the garage. So this was effectively in 3rd place overall, got pushed back by John Lancaster, who moved into 2nd place, got ahead of one of the BR01s with Victor Scheiter on board. So this is looking better and better for the car on screen. Harry Tincknell has just taken it over, and for Motorsport, who came here with a small lead in the championship, looking as though this is suddenly coming very much their way after all. And it could also mean we could have 2 BR01s on the podium. But Greens Motorsport will have something to say about that with their Gibson. So it could be Gibson's 1 and 2 and one of the BR01s on the podium. But for Orica 05s, as the front end comes off that car, the 46 car, I think their day started badly, and I'm afraid it's suddenly got a whole lot worse. Running off at the first corner, having to give position, unspecified puncture, or a puncture caused by an unspecified problem, thought to be a hole in the wheel rim, and now Pierre Thirier sitting disconsolately in the pit garage.
Quite an audience as well in the back of the Thirier garage. This is not what they've all turned up to see, although they've got the camera phones out to make sure they record every moment of it. And at the moment, You get the impression there's a fair bit of head scratching taking place down at Thiriet. They're just trying to diagnose the issue. Maybe some reports from Pierre Thiriet himself about how the car is behaving, but the way of solving that issue might not be immediately obvious. They're doing all the basic things like giving the windscreen a good clean and also putting in a bit more oil into the dampers possibly.
They are getting those pesky flies off the screen, but that really is
true.
quite beside the point. And so for Pierre Thiriet, you know, it was a race that seems to have got away from them in the first half an hour. They clawed their way back into contention, but look, they're working again on those wheel rims.
Is that maybe pickup somehow that's working its way into the...
Well, there was a lot. We can see it here on the outside of the circuit at scene. But
into the wheel hub perhaps, and starting to, you know, cause a massive vibration. Difficult to tell, but they're giving it a good old clean anyway. And they may be on their tyre limit now, although the car was possibly due for another stop. But they're all allocated a set number of Dunlops at the start of the weekend, and also particularly for the race. We can't go over that.
So, John Lancaster leading the way. Harry Tinknell, though, has made one more pit stop. He's back on the circuit in second place. So, Greaves Motorsport effectively owes us a pit stop with just over 40 minutes, this 4-hour race remaining. John Lancaster, so positive in traffic, came out in about 4th place. It's got up to second, and now here comes that pit stop for Greaves Motorsport. So Lancaster in from the lead, handing the lead back to Harry Tinknell. The BRO ones, and we think they've made their final pit stops with Kirill Adigin and Maurizio Mediani. A 3rd and 4th, but I think that'll make them 2nd and 3rd. But Thiriet back into the race, just as it had dropped down to 6th place overall. So whatever they were trying to fix, let's hope they have fixed. So very mysterious. Great to find out what has actually caused that. They may not really know, but anyhow. There is John Lancaster sitting in the pit garage. Why does that always happen? Whenever you have a pit stop, someone pulls into the garage right ahead of you. So the SVK by Speed factory, Ginetta number 15, right in front of where John Lancaster wants to go. They're probably going to have to push the car backwards to get it out forwards. No, you're going to, gentlemen.
It's going to be tricky.
Don't lose a dive plane. Oh, crucial. Well, that probably cost 3 seconds there, 3 or 4 seconds. But they're 3 or 4 seconds that are going to be very, very hard earned. And for Jota Motorsport, I think that's a bit more of the swing of the pendulum in their direction. 40 minutes remaining in this race. Harry Tinknell will be classified when he comes round as leader. There he is, and that's much closer than one realised, because out in 2nd place is John Lancaster. If he hadn't had to go around that other car, could he have come out right alongside? I think he would have just come out behind, actually, but oh, how frustrating that is.
The other advantage, I'm just thinking about the layout of the pit lane, though, that Jota Sport have, is are they at the end of the first block of garages?
They are.
I think they are, and there's actually a separation where the main office building is, so there's never a risk of someone coming in front of you. You've got a clean route out of there.
Yeah, well, but
that's what's planned, or whether it's a kind of drawing of lots, I'm not sure, but
I don't know.
They've lucked in again.
But earlier in the race, when we had the 2 BRO1s coming in together, I said, why'd you bring them on the same lap? They're at pit in.
Yes.
So they have a very clear run into their lap, into their pits, but they also came in the wrong order, so one had to go round the other.
And it is a tight pit lane here at Paul Ricard because of the relatively short run from pit lane in to pit lane out, and it's tough to fit 27 cars here. And you've been here at the meeting earlier on in the year with 60. I wasn't here, and the mind boggles as to how they managed to fit all those cars in.
Yes, if anybody's not been to Paul Ricard, just walking into the pit garage is quite a sight, because at the back part you have a raised area where all the engineers can have all their computers. Then you go down into the, I hate to call it the working part of the garage, but where the mechanics are doing their craft. There is lots of space. They're super modern. They've got a lovely grass verge on the outside before you get to the pit wall. That gives a feeling of space. But when you put 60 cars in rather than the 27, it does certainly get quite tight.
But it reminds me of when you go and get your road car fitted with new tyres, that's the place they leave you to drink some coffee and, watch the work being done down below you through the windows, and that's almost like it's like a viewing gallery to what's going on, in the innards of the team itself.
Well, I can guarantee that the teams here serve rather better coffee than you get in your average British tyre changing depot.
That's very true.
Where I think coffee would be stretching the trade description somewhat, and then a little bit
names,
more.
Of course.
Right, Harry Tinknell last time around 5.8 seconds was his advantage over John Lancaster, but John was getting up to racing speed in the pit. Well, not in the pit lane. Obviously, that would lead to all sorts of trouble once he came back out. We'll see what it is this time around. But the BRO1s with Kirill Adigin and Maurizio Mediani 3rd and 4th. I think we've had our final run of all the pit stops. All the top teams have made their 4 pit stops. Pierre Thirier and Thirier by TDS, of course, have made 5 because they came in for that puncture to be changed early on. And there's James Winslow coming out, having made an extra pit stop. That's a 6th pit stop for the Algarve Pro Racing Ligier, so I'm afraid that's rather dropped them to the tail of the LMP2 class. Gap between first and second, 5.9 overall. Harry Tinknell ahead of John Lancaster.
Another mention for the Pegasus Racing crew, because they are only a 2-driver lineup, let us remember. They're both silver rated, Leo Roussel and David Cheng. So they've had to do a fair few driver changes, still running on the 4 stops, but the 29 Pegasus car running in the top 5 still, and 45 seconds clear of Olivier Pla, who is driving the number 40 Krone Racing car now. So on course for a top 5 finish. Need to scout through the results actually previously to see where the best finish has been. This is by far their best finish. Previously having scored, well, nothing at Silverstone because of a DNF, 2 points at Imola and 6 points at Red Bull Ring. They're on course for 14-point haul here this weekend, which doubles their total. Well, more than doubles their total.
And also by dint of the fact that Leo Roussel, just 3rd in the shot there in the pale blue and red Morgan, took the lead at the start and then was fighting the BR01s. They've had about 10 times as much screen time. So but Leo Roussel and David Cheng putting on a great performance. They will be proud wherever they finish of today's run because they've got publicity, they've enjoyed some really good scraps. And it must be said the Morgan isn't the fancied car in the pack here, I think one can say that. And now getting stuck in this late stage in the race, running around in 5th place. Just seeing what he can do. He's a long way back from the BR01s, 40-something seconds back behind Mediani, but going very well indeed. And Jesse Krohn in the number 52 BMW still trying to hunt down the Formula Racing Ferrari. He's lying 2nd in GTE, lying 11th place overall. And this late stage in the race, the team that's got the biggest worry is Thirier by TDS Racing. That extra pit stop has really dropped down the order to 7th place, but what was it for? And Charlie George has hunted them down in the pit lane. So Charlie, down with TDS Racing.
Yeah, I'm down on the pit wall with Xavier Combe, team boss of Thirier Racing. What was the reason for that pit stop?
Yeah, we asked to Pierre to come back in the pit because during the start we hit debris, I think, and then we have a problem with the brake at the back of the car, so we must repair for safety reason. So that's why we push the car in the box. Now all is okay, but of course regarding the ranking it's a bit difficult, but it rests few minutes, we have to push.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well done indeed to Charlie George for catching up with Xavier Combe down there, and that's what you call a hangdog expression, Johnny. You know, it went away from them at the start. They seem to have clawed their way back in, but you know, the team was obviously monitoring what was out there. Pierre Thirier was reporting back, rear brakes really not feeling very good, and they had to haul him in hugely. Not embarrassing, just unfortunate for a team. Home race for a French team, and they really hope for great things, but not happening for them this weekend. And that's opened the door for the AF Racing BR01s to really take the challenge to the Gibsons that have risen to the top of the pile. We had Simon Dolan starting on pole position. By the first corner on the opening lap, he was down in 5th place, but he did a great double stint and he handed over to Philippe Albuquerque, another really good stint, and now Harry Tinknell. Will he bring it home clear? But he's only 11 seconds, less than 11 seconds clear of John Lancaster. I think he has the legs of him, and in fact a much slower lap from Lancaster that time in traffic. And someone who's moving up the order, Adam Carroll in the Porsche Racing, Gulf Racing UK Porsche, 3rd in GTE, in 12th place overall, and nice clear bit of track ahead of him. But what he's got coming up behind in the background as they rise up to scene is our race leader. Harry Tinknell has got his way past the massive Motorsport Aston Martin, the Proton competition Porsche. But for a few moments at least, Adam Carroll, of course, a driver who used to be a Honda Formula One test driver, a star of GP2, race winner in GP2 and A1GP, loving his sports car racing now. For a few moments at least, he had clear track, and now, of course, he's got to see the pace of Harry Tinknell coming past in the race-leading Gibson. And for Harry now, he's got clear track ahead of him, which is such a key. Wonderful backdrop here at Circuit Paul Ricard. You can see the mountains. We're on the high plateau between halfway along the coastline, if you will, between Marseille and Toulon, and the weather has been very kind to us, Johnny Palmer. High clouds we can see here, but at least today, not the sort of lottery of the huge winds we had yesterday afternoon.
No, that's right, and I think slightly more stable environment for the teams to set their cars up to get more consistent runs, particularly over the longer distance stuff. Yesterday probably threw their data well and truly out the window. Couldn't understand why they were going so fast down the Mistral Straight. Well, that was all to do with the tailwind, but then of course that consequently means a much slower run down the start and finish line, which runs pretty much parallel with the Mistral Straight, and you're fighting the wind that time around. So I think it's just better to have lower wind speed, slightly higher temperature as well. There is some cloud in the air, so humidity will have been up compared to yesterday. But yes, conditions actually very nice to be walking around the paddock earlier on today. Short sleeve shirt, very definitely. Shorts as well, with plenty of people, enjoying some, well, almost autumnal sunshine. This is the traditional temperature down here in the south of France. Not used to this, having made the trip from the UK, I have to admit. More problems for the 56 car. This is the second stop-and-go penalty issued to car 56. Consistent abuse of track limits. I've seen that message before, and this is at turn 2 this time. Meanwhile, really good fight between that car and Matt Griffin, I was just about to mention. They're about 2 seconds apart. Well, sadly for Alessandro Pierguidi, he's going to have to come in to serve that penalty. That will promote Matt Griffin to 6th position in GTE. It will give Andrea Bertolini a chance to get up a spot as well in the 51 car. He's not really featured, having taken over the other AF Corsa Ferrari in the GTE field.
Well, he did well. Not long after he came out, he got a warning, abusing track limits at turn 12, so the penultimate corner. John Lancaster looking at him now for Greaves Motorsport in his Gibson number 41. 12.5 seconds now down on Harry Tincknell. But as you can see, you win some and you lose some in traffic, and over the last lap and a half, as Leo Roussel dives into the pits from 5th place, John Lancaster has lost out in traffic ahead of himself. But now let's hope he's got a clear bit of track. He's setting off after Adam Carroll in the Porsche down to turn 1, but 12.5 seconds became 13.7. So as I said, Lancaster lost out in the last lap or so to traffic. He's got to pick his way as soon as possible out of turn 2. He does it very tidily to go past Adam Carroll in the 86 Porsche. Formula Racing, though, still hanging on. Andrea Rizzoli leading the GTE class in 10th place overall. Is this going to be their day of days? Could be.
Something else to mention, by the way, in terms of the championship, is that the Greaves Motorsport squad, because of this difficult run for Thirier by TDS Racing, they will snatch 2nd place in the championship. Yes, Jota Sport extend their lead, but perhaps more significantly, it was really a 3-horse race coming here to France this weekend. Well, Greaves will get 18 points if they manage to finish in 2nd position and open up a gap of 4 points back to Thirier, but they slot themselves into 2nd place. The gap that was 2 points heading here to France between Jota Sport and Thirier at the time is now extended to 18 points. It's 25 for a win, remember, so that wouldn't be championship done and dusted, but Jota Sport well and truly in pole position heading to Estoril in the final round of the season.
We've just seen quite a lot of shots of Adam Carroll holding down 3rd place in GTE in his Porsche, but the other Porsche, the Proton Competition Porsche, very close indeed behind him. 2.5 seconds the last time I've seen an interval, so watch out for that. But riding, looking through the windscreen of the 60 Ferrari, Andrea Rizzoli leading the class, the GTE class, in 10th place overall. Such a strong opening stint from Johnny Lawson, or the first half of it was, but he went too hard too soon on his tyres. Loved it because he was in the thick of an enthralling battle. And now in this late stage in the race, the car, the 60 Ferrari, the red and white Formula Racing Ferrari, run in conjunction with AF Corsa. Andrea Mikkel-Mack has had his go, and Andrea Rizzoli back on board for his 2nd go. The 56 Ferrari is coming into the pits for reasons unknown, but we know he's got a stop-and-go penalty, so I'm afraid for Andrea Bertolini, because of the previous penalties in the 56 car, is running last in GTE, and that's going to extend how far behind they are, I'm afraid.
On board with the GTE leader, and it's been this way for many laps now, in fact many hours it seems. The 60 car, Andrea Rizzoli driving that at the moment, but thanks to Johnny Lawson with a cracking opening stint, and Mikkel-Mack's really done his job as well as the gold graded driver, and they came here to Paul Ricard with a championship lead of, well, slim margins, 5 points. It could potentially be 19 points heading away from here. at the end of this weekend, and in fact from the BMW squad rather than the 55 AF Corsa team, who were second in the championship. They're currently running 6th, so some ground lost this weekend in France for Team 55. There's the LMP3 leader, so Chris Hoy, who has taken over from Charlie Robertson at about half distance. Yellow flags being displayed at turn 5.
Well, we'll see what that's for in a second, but that battle between the Porsches for 3rd and 4th in GTE, or more to the point, the battle over 3rd. Adam Carroll holds it in the 86 Porsche for Gulf Racing UK, but really been caught by Marco Bappelli in the past few laps. And as the number 15 LMP3 Ginetta gets in the way of Adam Carroll, Marco Bappelli just jumped on him and got past. You have to guess sometimes, oh, we've got a spin from number 51, and unfortunately that's Andrea Bertolini. Was he not just called into the pits recently?
That is the turn 5 incident. That's why the yellows are out, and Bertolini with an uncharacteristic moment there. That car's not quite behaving itself.
Well, it's been a warn for abusing the track limits. That was its problem recently, so we've got an eye on you, and one only can presume the car has spun, or has it just come to a halt? It's starting to steam a little bit, but they do that when you run them hot and then pull them over. Turn 5, Virage du Camp, is a sharp right-hander, a hairpin that takes you towards 6 and 7 that take you onto the back straight. But I'm afraid for Andrea Bertolini, he hasn't got that far. So the car he's sharing with Peter Mann and Matteo Cressoni, I don't think he's spun. I think it's just stopped. So lots of head scratching from AF Corsa, and you can read your body language as Bertolini relays the problem back to the people in the pit garage, but long faces all round, I'm afraid.
Yeah, this was the car that started by Peter Mann, the American driver, and car 51 was then taken over by Matteo Cressoni with a wonderful stint, which took the car from 8th position and just cut adrift from everybody else up to 4th. I counted him as high as 4th, didn't quite make the provisional podium places. And then strangely, after Italian Bertolini's taken it over, it's slipped down the order again, which you would expect entirely the opposite. The man of his experience and clear pace.
Well, I can only think it's been a problem that's been with them for some while, because Bertolini would have been picking his way forward in that car, but it's been going backwards. Now Adam Carroll's got more attention for his rearview mirror, because closing in on the Ulsterman is the Scotsman Rory Butcher in the JMW Motorsport Ferrari. Just under 25 minutes remaining in this race, and it looks as though Adam doesn't have any answers at all to what, first of all, we had Marco Bappelli could throw at him. He very positive attack in the Proton Motorsport Porsche, got the jump on Adam Carroll in traffic, but now in terms of sheer speed, it clearly is a speed problem for the 86 Porsche, because first he was caught by the 88 Porsche, now the 66 Ferrari is closing right in, and probably going to make a move when they go down to turn 1. Very tricky first part of a 2-part corner, if you will, the Est de la Verrerie, but right under the tail of the Gulf Racing UK Porsche is Rory Butcher. He dives down the inside into turn 1, and Carroll gives him enough space to put it off, and the move is completed. So 2 places lost, I'm afraid, for Adam Carroll in 2 laps, hanging on towards the end of this race. Harry Tincknell wants his gap over second place, 16 seconds, 16.6. So he's eked it out over the past couple of 2 or 3 or 4 laps over John Lancaster. Lancaster came out 5.5 seconds down on Harry Tincknell, and 10 seconds have been added, and another half second in the last lap alone. 17.1 seconds is now the gap between first and second. And no obvious problems for Adam Carroll, but at this stage in the race he clearly doesn't have the pace of his class competitors. Now let's enjoy some footage. 23 minutes remaining in this race, riding with Harry Tincknell, who's got what he wants ahead of him. Clear track, leading the race, 17.1 seconds at the last count. And there's the site of the famous pit buildings at the circuit Paul Ricard, erected at the start of the 1970s. It was a circuit that sort of fell out of favour on the international stage, but for everybody who comes here now, they really enjoy racing here, and particularly on an afternoon like this. It's warm without being hot, there isn't the super strong wind, and this circuit provides its own challenge. You do have to work for an overtaking manoeuvre, that is for sure, and between equal class cars you really have to plan it for several laps, many laps perhaps, before you can make it stick. But Harry Tincknell hasn't had to do so much overtaking. The job in many ways had been done by Philippe Albuquerque, But Harry setting some very good laps times at this late stage in the race, and he's pulling ever further clear of John Lancaster. So it's Gibson's first and second, Jota Sport and Agrees Motorsports, and then the surprise package at this meeting, the BR01's Johnny, third and fourth.
I have to say, the concerns voiced by one or two drivers ahead of the race that there wouldn't be any overtaking, well, they've been knocked into the long grass, haven't they? Because we've had so much action, particularly at the end of this long straight, where drafting has really been utilised in the GT class, and opportunities to swoop up the inside of the fast scene corner at the end of the straight, and also into turns 1 and 2 as well. Plenty of overtaking there.
But we've had overtaking it through 3 into 4. We've had overtaking out of 9 into 10, which is the Bousset, and then even in 11, 12 and 13 because of traffic. So, in fact, they were wrong.
I mean, that's the one thing that this endurance style of racing guarantees. You're always going to get overtaking when the faster classes encounter the slower ones, yes, but there's also been genuine overtaking, if you like, as well. Not just lappery, but some really competitive moves. I mean, that fantastic run from John Lancaster around the outside to do the guy who was racing at the time, and also a GT car as well. That was around the outside of Pierre-Thierry, wasn't it?
It was around the outside of Pierre-Thierry at
right.
turn 11, which is listed as l'épingle, which means hairpin.
Yes, you kind of pass a sign on the way in saying you can't overtake round here, particularly not the outside line. Well, John Lancaster pays no attention.
Can't read French.
There you go.
That's the answer.
And then there was a really good move in the early part of the race from Aaron Scott, I thought, as well, to slot the number 55 Ferrari at the inside of whoever he was racing at the time. There's been so much. Again, I find myself at the end of each of these European Le Mans Series races having to go back again and remember all the bits that your brain can't contain. Anyway, there's more to come as well, folks, in 2016. 6 races on the bill was announced yesterday.
And
I cannot wait.
And the bill is much bigger. We're going to have 3-day meetings. We're going to have pucker support races. Disappointment here this weekend at Paul Ricard, no support races. Next year, the majority of the races will have rounds of the Formula Renault Euro Cup, which is always fantastic, with the best of the young hotshots, and the Renault Sport Trophy with their gorgeous little sports cars. So, real variety. We had it at the Red Bull Ring. We had Formula Renault 3.5 to wave the flag for single-seaters. We had the TCR Touring Car Series, and we had the European Le Mans Series on a brilliant circuit. It was sunny. What wasn't to like?
Yeah, and the thing is that the ACO take note of that and go, hey, we can use this. They've talked to the drivers, I think. They've talked to the fans, and they work out how to make this series better. And
also by bringing Renault on board, Renault are famous for throwing open the gates of circuits. You have free entry. You might have to pay a little bit to go into the paddock and autograph sessions. That's fine. But it's not just the on-track action. They put a lot of stuff in the paddock. They make it a really, really good day out. And that's what motorsport needs in all circumstances, to bring in the people who want to go to racing circuits in the future. Bring along your children, bring along your grandparents. We're not fussy. Bring whoever you want. But it's going to be really good. And speaking to Jared Neveu, the CEO of the European Le Mans Series, the level of interest in next year, we could be seeing fields of up to 40 cars, is what he was reckoning. We have 27 this week. I mean, we should have had 29. Ibanez Racing pulled out very late on in the LMP2 class. But the figures, the fields are very, very good indeed, and next year they're going to be better. And that's all we want to hear. But the person who's really enjoying himself at the moment is Rory Butcher. You can see in JMW Motorsport Ferrari, he caught up and passed Adam Carroll in the Gulf Racing UK Porsche. He's now caught up, and is he at this very moment passing? Yes, he is, going up the inside of Marco Mappelli. So the tyre life on that Ferrari must be fantastic at this late stage in the race. And Rory Butcher normally races an Aston Martin in the British GT Championship, has come here. I heard him say to someone how much he was enjoying the circuit, but he's enjoying the racing on the circuit even more. So up to third place goes JMW Motorsport. Great run. And don't forget, this is a car. Regular driver Rob Smith is on board, but he's lost 2 of his co-drivers. He's got Johnny Cocker and Rory Butcher coming in, replacing George Robertson and Sam Tordoff, who's racing this weekend in the British touring cars at Thruxton, and the change has not done them any harm, it could be said.
Indeed so, yes. They've obviously got a good little black book in order to call on other drivers and not weaken the chain across all 3. It's important to get consistency and, of course, get your precious metals mix just right so it falls within the regulations, and they have. Rob Smith, who's been a regular on the Toka package, similar to Sam Tordoff, bronze driver, Rory Butcher, silver driver, and Johnny Cocker as the gold. Charlie Robertson's back on board the number 3 LMP3 Ginetta now. It's just had a pit stop, so Chris Hoy out, Charlie Robertson in. And I'm watching with interest the progress of Stuart Hall, who's now on board the number 62 Ferrari. It's a gap of 14 seconds. Last time around, Franck Pereira was able to go quicker than Stewie, so can keep the number 62 car at an arm's length. But there may be a slight bit of concern there for the BMW team, just to see what sort of pace Stuart Hall can do there, and whether he's going to get close within the next 18 minutes. It's a bit too far away.
Well, Harry Tinknell's sitting on a very tiny lead of just under 20 seconds, but the driver who caught my eye when he started this stint, Olivier Pla, up to 5th place in the Krone Racing Ligier. He's just set the fastest first sector of all.
Yeah.
And down the back straight, it seems to lose out. In fact, his second sector time has just proved that very much. But at this late stage in the race, just over a quarter of an hour remaining, the French driver, he has driven the Krone Racing Ligier before, but he's got it and he's really setting the world on fire. And he knows with the Ligier they don't have the performance really down the long Mistral straight, but give him twisty stuff, he's not mucking around. He's a long way back from Maurizio Mediani, about 1 minute 15 or so he's not likely to haul that back, so 5th place could be as good as he can get in that car. But he's put in a really strong performance, and that'll give the team some guidance, some pointers to take to the final round at Estoril in a few weeks' time.
So GTC headed by Pereira, as I say. Stuart Hall in second position. 3rd place for the number 68 Massive Motorsport Aston Martin, Casper Elgaard, to bring that car to the finish. And we just got a glimpse of it, in fact, from Harry Tinknell's perspective there. The Judge of Sport Gibson sticking another lap on the big Vantage GT3 with its huge engine. It's about 6 litres, isn't it? V12. So certainly makes a good old rumble as it churns its way around Paul Ricard, and you can hear it coming from a distance. But this car is the class of the field. It took a fair bit of time actually to get it to the pointy end, starting with Simon Dolan, which is a different approach from Judge of Sport. Not sure whether we've ever seen Dolan start in recent years. It's always tending to be Albuquerque or Tinknell, but this time putting the silver graded driver in for the early part, and then Albuquerque took the middle stint, Tinks to the end, and it's worked a treat for Judge of Sport. They are sitting on a 20-second lead, near enough, back to John Lancaster.
Well, now we're catching sight of Olivier Pla using all the circuit and a little bit more, so it might be late in the race. Maybe no chance of him catching the 4th place BR01, which is driven by Maurizio Mediani at this stage, but it's a matter of pride and also a matter of enjoyment driving these prototypes around a circuit he should know well, being a Frenchman, the circuit Paul Ricard. But Olivier Pla really pressing on. He's been setting great laps. And even at this late stage in the race, another car has just started to improve its times. Rory Butcher, we've just seen him move in the JMW Motorsport Ferrari up into 3rd place in GTE. He's just set the car's fastest first sector of the middle sector down the back straight. In fact, the sectors are divided. The first one is as far as between turns 5 and turn 6. The second one is 2/3, 3/4 of the way up the Mistral straight. And then the final sector is through the remaining twisty return section. But that does start, of course, with a high-speed scene. So a combination of a very fast corner leading into very slow ones. But watching the way that Olivier Pla is throwing the bright green Krone Racing Judd-powered Ligier around the circuit, he's really enjoying it. Started the race in the hands of Tracy Krone, taken over by Nicholas Johnston. A good stint from him, but Olivier Pla is the driver who's really made that bright green Ligier sing here at the circuit Paul Ricard. Halfway up the back straight now, up the Mistral straight. And Johnny, your first experience here at circuit Paul Ricard, you see it in a whole new light?
I do, really, because I don't think the cameras around the circuit, and of course if you're sat at home enjoying this at the moment, then you know, it is a cracking race, and if you can't be here in person, that's the second best place to be. But you do need at some stage to come and visit here, because I don't think the camera coverage, the TV coverage, quite does this place justice. It does look like a wide expanse of tarmac that someone's just painted a couple of white lines on to say this is where you go next, but actually it provides a much more of a challenge than I'd expected. There's more undulation than is represented, I believe, on the TV coverage, and also more of a challenge in terms of there being no reference points. And you kind of have to, you know, close your eyes a little bit into turns 1 and 2, think I kind of turned in at this point last time around, so this should work. Also, if they do run wide, the cars, there's a rough old ride, as demonstrated there by the 20 car. And we saw as well for Michael Lyons being battered around in the cockpit and knocking out a couple of his teeth, no doubt. So it is a challenge. It's loved by the drivers, and that's clearly represented by the fact it's on the calendar again for next year. French Run Championship really needed a French round, and it couldn't go anywhere else. Beautiful part of the world as well, not even mentioned the weather, and that view down to the coast on the drive from the hotel this morning is cracking too.
And Johnny, of course, it's very handy. There's an airstrip right next to the airport, so you can bring your private jet down next year.
There we go.
So handy.
Indeed it is.
12.5 minutes remaining. The gap between first and second. Harry Tinknell leading the way in the 38 Gibson. 22 seconds is his advantage over another Gibson that entered by Greaves Motorsport. John Lancaster pushing on very hard to get into second place, but he has no answers for Tinknell's pace at the moment. Kirill Ledygin and Maurizio Mediani second and third. There is Ledygin in the 21. It's in third place, and fourth place is Maurizio Mediani in the sister car, so at least one of those BR01s will be on the podium. One was on the podium in Austria last time out, but I would say this time around their performance all the more impressive. But what we have seen this afternoon, the speed of their opening drivers of Nicola Minassi and Mikael Aleshin, clearly not matched by those that came in. I think Victor Scheitar gave a very good shot when he had his debut in the 21 car, before handing over to Kirill Ledygin. So good to see him stepping up. But the key, right late in the race, 33, and oh dear, for Richard Bradley, came in from racing the KCMG, and down at turn 5 he has run wide, and you can see why.
Yeah.
Or is that the result? But
anyhow, to tell.
Rear left, that's the corner that seems to be getting all the loading. That's the corner that if you have a puncture at this circuit, it tends to be at the rear left. So everybody else step up one position, I'm afraid. So down from 7th to 8th goes Richard Bradley, and will be going no further. Well, he'll be going down to the airport and flying back to Bangkok, where he lives. He's telling us today how much he commutes around the world for his racing. But certainly made an impression joining EuroAsia Motorsport, brought in to partner Nico Pito de Bruyn. Because, of course, Richard Bradley knows the Orica 03R very well indeed, having raced it in the past before KCMG upgraded to the 05. Nearly got to the end, but unfortunately come to a halt. So James Winslow will be the next one to go past him. Leo Roussel has just moved up to 7th, and James Winslow will do likewise up to 8th in the next lap or so.
I didn't even get a chance to put the commentator's curse on that, because I was moments away from saying actually the attrition rate in this race has not been too bad at all. Up until that point, in the retirement for Richard Bradley's car, we'd had one car from each of the classes out of the race. From P2, Michael Lyons with what could only be really, we reckon, a failure for the Murphy Prototypes car, and a big ding into the barrier, lots of bodywork damage for the 48 car. LMP3 has seen the loss of the number 2 machine of Gaetan Palatu, which again was some kind of failure for the number 2 car. GTE, Andrea Bertolini, of course, the latest man to fall away before Richard Bradley's retirement, and Ilya Melnikov we lost a fair while ago now, after only 60-odd laps in the number 63 GTC car. So that's the 5th retirement, Richard Bradley in the number 33 car. And although he's still being shown on our screen as in 9th position, he won't be classified, I don't think, by the end of the race. It'd be interesting to find that out, actually, whether it's done enough of a percentage of the race already to be eligible for points.
Well, hopefully with no concerns. Harry Tinknell continuing up the back straight, the Mistral straight, leading by just over 22 seconds now from John Lancaster. And weather conditions still good. No surprises, I think, from the weather in the final 10 minutes of this race, turning through a super impressive scene corner. And the key is, this stage in the race, not having to press on too hard. There's no point taking any risks. Down into Dubuisset, the double left, double right hand, as you can see Harry working the car to swing it around. Then up to the sort of fairly open hairpin, Bandor hairpin. And then you sweep round towards the final few corners of the lap, no problems at all. Harry Tinknell just going past the Pegasus car, saying thank you very much indeed for pulling over and letting me through. So that's Leo Roussel. I think at the late stage in the race his tyres are probably fairly tired indeed, but a good showing from Pegasus in certain parts of the race, and a great showing from the BR01s. This is only their 3rd race. They led early on, and Kirill Ledygin is 3rd. Maurizio Mediani looking set to finish 4th, but I think they've impressed. In some ways they might come away disappointed they haven't taken victory, but that shows how their expectations have really soared coming here. They fitted Dunlop tyres for the first time. They changed the team name from SMP Racing to AF Racing. and they led the first stint of this race. Yes, circumstances have sort of taken control. The ability for the Gibsons to save their tyres and their drivers to save their tyres have shown that was quite an advantage too in terms of overall race results. So it's Gibsons 1 and 2, BROs in second, in third and fourth, and Olivier Pla with a very strong run in the final half hour of this race, doing great things in the Krone Racing Ligier. But of course, for poor Eurasia Motorsport, they were in around 6th or 7th position, and I'm afraid they aren't going to come away. They had the problem, they were last at the end of the opening lap. They picked their way up the order. Nico Peter de Bruyn and Richard Bradley coming on board to help them. They looked as though they were going to get some points in the bag, but I'm afraid not this time.
Yeah, real shame that, and a test of endurance this race has always been, but also a test of, I don't know, how much your nerves can take. And those guys down at the number 33 squad, the Eurasia Motorsport team, will have been having everything crossed to make sure that car got to the finish after such a good run. Sadly not today, but the 38 squad on the flip side have now a 25-second lead over the 41 of Greaves Motorsport. So it's Jota from Greaves from the first of the BRO1s of AF Racing. Maurizio Mediani looks like he's going to miss out on the podium. Nevertheless, it's been a great run, as Bruce has already mentioned, for the 21 and 20 cars. Andrea Rizzoli and the rest of the guys at Formula Racing, a brilliant day here at Ricard to extend their championship lead. Mikkel Mack and Johnny Lawson deserve great credit as well for putting the car into a brilliant position. For Rizzoli, during his second stint there in the car, he was in it earlier on, then Mikkel Mack had a go, and now it's Rizzoli back again. And they came here, as I've mentioned already during the broadcast, with a 5-second lead. Well, that will now be a 19-second lead to the new second place team, who are BMW team Mark VDS in car 52.
Now we might be just approaching into the final 6 minutes this 4-hour race, but one of those little anomalies, one of the cars has just set its fastest first sector of the lap, and that's Pierre Thirier. Maybe having the rear brakes sorted or improved by that impromptu pit stop has given him more stopping power through the twisting opening section of the lap, but he's lapping well. He's down in 6th place overall, but too little too late, or maybe quite a lot a little too late. But the race had gone away from them, those two incidents, those two extra pit stops, one of which involved the 46 Orica being pushed back into Thirier by TDS Racing. Pit Garage worked on the rear brakes after the problem, they think, from hitting debris very early in the race. The team and the drivers coming out of the car reported it, and so Pierre was brought back in, and it's not to be their day. Car 59, also from TDS Racing, not Thirier by TDS Racing, but the adjoining garage. Franck Pereira is driving that, and he's leading GTC. He's the driver in the BMW Z4 on their screen. The championship's been going very well indeed for them in GTC, and once Frank had got onto the car, he's the hot shot in that crew, but Dino Lunardi had a go. Eric Dermont had 2 goes, so they've shared it around and kept Frank out of the car until very late on. He's now enjoying the homeward run. 4.5 minutes in this race remaining, but it all seems to have gone the way of Jota Sport. There was that brief spin for Simon Dolan, just as the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th in LMP2 had got almost nose to tail. Had a little spin, lost a little bit of time, didn't really matter because they've come back strong. And certainly Jota Sport with Harry Tincknell. Last time I looked, it was about a 22-second lead, just waiting for that interval to flash up again. John Lancaster giving a bit of chase, but not able to match the pace at the closing stage of the race of Harry Tincknell. Just over 4 minutes remaining, and we're riding on board with Jesse Crone, who's running second in GTE. If he could have a miracle, he could get up and take victory in the class. That would give BMW victory in GTE and GTC, but Rizzoli too far ahead for that to happen. So the Formula Racing Ferrari so strong from the start, coming very strong at the end of the race.
And any danger for TDS Racing that Stuart Hall might be able to catch them, well, that's gone away because the gap is now 44 seconds between the two, as now Jesse Crone pulls a move on the 88 Proton competition car. Meanwhile, the AF Corsa 55 machine being told it's got to respect track limits once more. Just keep it neat and tidy to the finish, but the 55 car would have hoped for a much better run here at Ricard, particularly because its nearest championship rival, the 60, looks like it's going to win the race.
I think we'll have to look and work out where it lost so much time. Aaron Scott leading early on. Yes. I think safety cars just caught them out each time to have lost so much ground. And a tweet from the garage just told us it was indeed safety car. There's nothing you can do to count against that. You can spend all weekend getting the right setup in the car. We've had several safety car pits. Gosh, the speed with which that BR01 just came flashing past the Mark VDS BMW shows the difference at scene, where of course the prototypes have just got so much more downforce and could take it flat. But yeah, 55 Ferrari, it hasn't been their day. But you can't blame anyone. It's when the safety car comes out, it's when the safety car comes out. Sometimes you win, other times you don't. So frustrating, but if it's not your fault, it's not your fault.
2.5 minutes to go, and they're doing about 2-minute lap times now. Well, the P2s are lowered down on that, 151s, 152s. So we're getting within a time frame here where we could have just one lap to go. But Harry Tincknell continues on to lap 122. He'll get to the end of this one, and there'll be one more. So there'll be about 123 laps, I reckon, for race leader Harry Tincknell, enjoying nearly a 28-second lead over John Lancaster. And there's a further 8 seconds back to Kirill Ladigin.
Well, at this late stage in the race, we've had a place change because Adam Carroll has unfortunately shipped another position. And Matt Griffin, who exceeded the track limits, or did he, in turn 7 and turn 12? They've got an eye on him, but the 55 Ferrari has gained a position there. So a few precious points coming back their way. But for Formula Racing, these are very precious points indeed. And leading GTE very tidily from the Mark VDS BMW with probably a lap to go is Andrea Rizzoli, and it's been a great run for the 60 crew. Johnny Lawson loved the opening stint. Andrea Rizzoli did the second stint, and he's doing the fourth stint, and in between Mikkel Mack, we saw him up on the pit wall not so long ago, having a great run. But all eyes on Motorsport as we approach the final minute of this 4-hour race, Circuit Paul Ricard, the fourth round out of 5 this year in the European Le Mans Series, and it's looking as though it's going to be victory for Motorsport and for Gibson. A double win for Gibson ahead of the BR01s that came here, surprised everyone by their pace. We saw it was getting better at the Red Bull Ring on their second outing. They picked up a third place on the podium, but here they showed great pace in qualifying. Second and third on the grid they were, and then to lead the race early on, the potential is there, but it needs to be there because Boris Rotenberg is determined that these cars will be winners. They could only race to the end of 2016, but rivals like the Oreca 05 have been shaped so they can perform in 2017 and beyond. But for now, let's feast our eyes on the Gibson Motorsport, the Motorsport entry, the Gibson number 38, Harry Tincknell, bringing it round on the final lap, Johnny, to victory.
And as I say, with a 30-second near enough buffer back to John Lancaster, so Harry can afford to take it a little bit easy on this final lap. Simon Dolan making sure that the thumbs up to the camera as well, making sure that the overalls are all done up in readiness for celebration on the pit wall, no doubt. Big grin on Philippe Albuquerque's face as well. He's worked hard doing a double stint effectively around a fuel stop, which again is slightly unusual for a platinum driver.
But the team's just announced next year it's going to be competing not just in the European Le Mans Series but also in the World Endurance Championship. So when better than now to cement your credentials, show yes, we're the class act and we're coming out on top in the ELMS. We're ready to step up to the WC. It won't be strange ground for them. They've already done assorted rounds in the past handful of years, shown success at Le Mans, but it's a message of intent. And for Harry Tincknell, a very enjoyable little afternoon run in the sunshine, coming round, especially because you'll see in 2 corners time the checkered flag, hands out, punching the air. Johnny, bring it home.
Already, yes, celebrating in the cockpit there, and really Harry Tincknell was given the best possible situation from a great drive from Simon Dolan, and then Philippe Albuquerque really doing his job on loan from Audi. There he is with a great smile on his face. Much celebration down at Motorsport as well. This Gibson 015 has gone particularly well this season. That's back-to-back victories for them now at Red Bull Ring and here at Ricard. Maximum points haul, of course, with their pole position. You get a point for that as well, and they'll head away from France at the end of this weekend with an 18-point lead in the championship over Greaves Motorsport and Thirier by TDS Racing a further 2 points further back. It's turned into a 3-horse race, and really Greaves and Thirier will have to hope for a dire run at Estoril for Motorsport to be in contention to win the P2 honours, the P2 teams. As far as the drivers are concerned, it's Dolan, Albuquerque and Tincknell again leading by 18 points ahead of Gary Hirsch, John Lancaster and Bjorn Verdheim. Further down the order, still waiting for the number 60 car to head over the line to win GTE and Formula Racing. A nice little tail slide there from Andrea Rizzoli, showboating off the final corner. That victory's not really been in doubt up until about half distance in that race, and a full 25 points. Again, they are back-to-back victors as well. Didn't manage to get the pole here at Paul Ricard, but they get a big chunky 25 points to their total, and they should have a 19-point lead, leaving Paul Ricard over the 52 squad, who have been the massive winners actually. Bear in mind that BMW Team Mark VDS came here 5th in the championship. They leave 2nd, and an outside chance of maybe winning the whole championship at Estoril, but they would again have to hope for a pretty much retirement for the 60 squad in Portugal.
So Harry Tinknell enjoying a slow in-lap, certainly the slowest he's approached, seen the fearsome corner at the end of the Mistral Straight. And even there, coming in slowly, you can see bits of rubber debris flying off the circuit, of course. It's the sort of place you'd expect it to be shed. The marshals waving their flags in appreciation. And Motorsport, from starting from pole position with Simon Dolan, he didn't get the best of starts. As he said, did he say, I was monstered into the first corner or bullied or whatever, but he ended up coming out of it in 5th place, worked his way forward. And then he, Philippe Albuquerque and Harry Tinknell just did the job they needed to do, and they've taken another victory. It's been a great race here at the circuit Paul Ricard, but the story of the meeting to me has been not just the excellence or the way they preserve their tyres and the strength of the driver lineups of the teams that finished 1st and 2nd of Motorsport and Grease Motorsport, but the teams that finished, the cars that finished behind them, the BRO ones, came in, weren't ready for the opening round. This is their 3rd time and it's their 2nd podium result, but 3 and 4 were far more impressive here than 3rd position at Red Bull Ring last time out. So it's a chassis on the rise, but as we've said earlier, its time is limited. It's only got 1 more race this season and the 6 races next year. But it really wants to win this final one desperately to maybe sell some chassis for 2016.
4 LMP3 Ginetta Nissan started the race. 3 of them reached the end, and a massive congratulations to the squad that run the number 3 car, Team LNT, with another victory. That's the 3rd of the season. They've had 3 pole positions as well, and the points total of 78, which means that they lead the championship by a clear 33 points, and that is championship 1 as far as Sir Chris Hoy and Charlie Robertson are concerned. No one can catch them now at Estoril, and the first ever LMP3 championship going to Team LNT and to Charlie and to Sir Chris.
So Philippe Albuquerque and Simon Dolan hitching a ride on the race-winning 38 Gibson. And Simon had brought along 3 caps for them to wear, but his blew off, so he's now wearing the one he was going to hand to Harry Tinknell for the podium ceremonies. And Harry getting out, 2nd consecutive win for the Motorsport Gibson, and 3 very happy individuals in the afternoon sunshine here at Paul Ricard.
So arms up, huge smiles from all 3 drivers, as you'd expect, and the first team in an absolute age to actually manage 2 victories in the same season, because last year we had 5 different winners across 5 races. The same has happened this year up until this point, 3 different winners from 3 races, and Charlie George is about to move in on perhaps Harry Tinknell. It'll take a while for his helmet to come off though, so maybe it'll be Albuquerque that she has a word with. But yes, Motorsport will have earned, if they do indeed get the championship for 2015, they will have earned it with a couple of victories in Austria and at Paul Ricard. And there is Kirill Ladigin clambering out of the 3rd placed BRO1, and Philippe Albuquerque, sportsman as ever. I thought he was about to offer his congratulations, but perhaps not. Save that till later on. And where is Greaves Motorsport? John Lancaster already out of the car and ready to be caught maybe by Charlie too. Let's hand to Charlie, who's found Philippe Albuquerque.
I certainly have. Guys, I don't know how you lot do it. At the start of this race, it looked like it was game over. And here you are, finishing with almost a 30-second lead. It's incredible.
It was fantastic. I mean, yeah, in the beginning was a bit tricky for Simon, but he did then a very good job because he stood with the group. And then the safety cars also helped a little bit in the beginning. And then, anyway, it was a bit up and downs for everyone, I believe. But since the middle of the race, we were a little bit under control. And we were happy about it. So another win, 2 in a row, 2 pole positions in a row. So we go to my home country with a good gap to the win of the championship.
Absolutely extends that championship lead for you, which is only a good thing.
Yes, definitely takes the pressures off. But as we saw, problems can happen, like it happened to the TDS car. I don't know what happened to them, but we still need to push because it's not over yet. And we really know that we only win a race when it's finished, and you only win a championship when it's done.
Thank you, and enjoy celebrating.
Thank you very much.
What a great position he's in, just about to head to Estoril, and as he says, for his home round, and will be clear championship leaders. They'll now head off to the press conference in order to be interviewed by more media. But Harry Tincknell starting to celebrate on the final lap there. I almost thought he was just making room in order to be able to get the car through the final few corners, but no, that shows what he can, all the various things he can do at once. Negotiating the car through a very twisty Paul Ricard at the end of the lap, and still managing time to punch the air on several occasions. The BRDC badge emblazoned on the overalls there as well. And we'll get confirmation now of the result, I reckon, within the LMP2 element of the race. 3 P3 cars making it to the finish. We got 4 GTC cars to the end as well. And here is confirmation of the result. After 123 laps, it was a 30-second margin in the end from Motorsport back to Grease Motorsport. AF Racing third and fourth. The 21 car getting on the podium, but they miss out on the victory. Krone Racing, a good run from them in the 40 car to finish in 5th place. And the GTE win goes to Formula Racing by a lap in the end over the BMW number 52. JMW Motorsport, though, with a really good run from them. 2 brand new guys to the team. Well, Johnny Cooker, I suppose you could argue, coming back, but Rory Butcher, brand new to the Ferrari team, managing to get a 3rd position along with regular driver Rob Smith. And the victory in GTC, again going to championship leaders coming here to Ricard, the 59 TDS Racing squad. So they've extended their points tally. And it all looks very good for TDS Racing heading to Portugal.
And actually, one thing we didn't really point out, it all changed a bit in GTC towards the end. It's massive Motorsport. The Aston Martin crew came away with 3rd place. So that'll be their first podium in the championship, so well done to them. And brought home by Casper Elgaard at the end of the race, and that was shared with Christian Poulsen and Simon Muller, who started the race. There is the podium. Sun's still shining here at the circuit Paul Ricard. The drivers have to go up a flight of stairs, hope nobody's locked the gate, and then come up onto the balcony just beyond the podium, as you can see on screen. I thought that was a really entertaining 4 hours of action here in the sunshine at Paul Ricard, and I think what should be pointed out, not only with the BR01s on the pace, it was only 5 seconds between 2nd and 3rd places. I think John Lancaster realised that there was nothing he could do about Harry Tincknell, but he's not the sort of driver to back off very much. So as Kirill Ladygin comes onto the podium, he was the 3rd driver in that car and did a great job there, closing in the closing laps.
And Victor Scheitar, of course, brought into the fold in place of Anton Ladygin, joining Anton's brother Kirill Ladygin and Michaela Leishin. And they make it onto the podium for the first time in this brand new BR01. 2nd place going to Grease Motorsport, Gary Hirsch, Bjorn Verheyen and John Lancaster on the 2nd step of the podium. But the biggest round of applause and the biggest cheer from the crowd downstairs comes for Motorsport in their number 38 Gibson. It's the British squad who take the victory with Harry Tincknell, Philippe Albuquerque and Simon Dolan. A 2nd win in a row for Motorsport, and that 50 points from Paul Ricard and from Red Bull Ring could well win them the championship. We'll have to wait and see what happens at Estoril next month. But I bet Simon Dolan, Harry Tincknell and Philippe Albuquerque almost hope it's tomorrow. They can't stand waiting just to see whether they can get the victory. Pierre Fillon looks like down on the podium, handing out the trophies. First of all to the AF Racing squad. Now to the three chaps from Greaves Motorsport, and Gary Hirsch trying his best to put a smile on his face, but just narrowly missing out on the victory. It must be all the more galling to know that they're racing a car that's identical to theirs. Again, a Gibson 015S, but cannot quite get it to work as well as Jota can.
And the fact that Pierre Fillon, the president of the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, is here is due to the fact, of course, with big announcements about this championship for next year, an extra round, bigger meetings, and he'd have been very impressed with what he saw this weekend. And certainly with the Russian team on the rise, AF Racing, with its BR01 chassis, I think we're getting just another factor that will be knitted into the remaining races this year in Estoril, and the 6 races next year. We've added a race at Spa-Francorchamps, so this is a championship that really is on the move. But the target has been set. It's drawn on the back of the Jota Sport Gibson. That's the team that other cars have to beat. And for now, enjoying its second consecutive victory, Simon Dolan, Philippe Albuquerque and Harry Tinknell. Maximum scoop of points. Got the extra point for pole position. And here they are, leading the championship as we leave Paul Ricard to go to the final round next month at Estoril. So that's the LMP2 podium complete. We still have 3 more classes to come up, and a quick selfie on the podium, or a facey as I sometimes call them. Everybody getting in, including John Lancaster. I'll edit him out later. And it's been a good afternoon sport here, and a lot to ponder as the Circuit Paul Ricard falls quiet. But there it is, a 30-second advantage over the Greaves Motorsport Gibson. AF Racing 3rd and 4th, but just 5 seconds behind in 3rd place. That's the impressive factor for me. And the speed that Michael Alishin and Nicolas Minassian showed when they pulled away in 1st and 2nd in the opening stint of the race. Very impressive indeed.
There's confirmation that it was the number 3 Team LNT Ginetta Nissan that took the victory by a lap, pretty much, over Villorba-Corse. It was just shy of a lap in the end. SVK by Speed Factory coming home with their third place of the season. And by my calculations, that actually puts SVK by Speed Factory Racing into 2nd place in the LMP3 Championship. But it is a championship that's won by Team LNT in the number 3 squad. Further confirmation of the other points, and in the lead heading away from Paul Ricard, it'll be the 60 car and the 60 squad of Formula Racing. 73 points their total now, and they lead by 19 points. A victory for the 59 squad for TDS Racing extends their points tally to 13 points. It was only 5 coming here this weekend. So that victory, their 2nd of the season indeed, after winning the opening round at Silverstone, has really bolstered their championship. So now to the podium, it's the guys who finished 3rd in GTE. So handshakes all round for Rob Smith, Rory Butcher and Johnny Cocker, who go to the 3rd step of the podium. Finishing in 2nd position, by far the best result of the season, the 52 squad, the BMW Team Mark VDS squad of Andy Prio, Henri Assid and Jesse Crone, the Finnish driver. That's the first podium result, in fact, for 52. And immediately puts them in 2nd position in the championship. But it is another win for the 60 squad, Formula Racing. Johnny Lawson with a cracking opening stint. Mikkel Mack, we know, is very, very quick, and Andrea Rizzoli doing the lion's share of the driving. The Danish squad then lead the championship with back-to-back victories in Austria and here in France. And it'll be the Danish national anthem that we will hear. Formula Racing with big smiles on their face, a team representative as well joining them on the top step of the podium, and in a moment or two the trophies will be presented to, first of all, JMW Motorsport for their third place. Rory Butcher, Johnny Cocker and Rob Smith bringing their Ferrari F458 Italia to third place in the podium. I have to say that podium finish for the 66 car looked pretty unlikely with about an hour to go. They were well out of the mix, Bruce.
Yeah, they really were, and changed back to Rory Butcher, and in that final stint a couple of other cars were losing ground, and he closed in and really did well getting past. Adam Carroll seemed to have a bit of a problem in the Gulf Racing UK Porsche, but his battle with Marco Mappelli got onto his tail and just dispatched him very, very quickly. So I think very much a rising star of this class of racing, and of course he normally races an Aston Martin, a British GT, so ability to jump from one chassis to another. Good job done by the young Scotsman, but really the biggest smile on the face should be on Johnny Lawson. I think he so loved that opening stint in the Formula Racing Ferrari, mixing it with guys he wouldn't normally expect to mix it with, but Formula Racing going from strength to strength. Mickelmack really good as well, and Andrea Rizzoli 2 stints. Every reason to be very happy indeed in this late afternoon sunshine, as well they're not going to drink the fizz, not to start with. It's going to be fired, and I think they've all deserved their shot. But for Mark VDS, they'll be delighted. They didn't win, but they didn't really look as though they were going to coming here, but a great run from Jesse Krohn, Andy Prio and Henri Assid, who started off. Henri seems to have departed the podium very quickly. He's nobody's fool.
Here he is.
Now he's come back.
And the chinking of bottles, celebrating to be done in the evening sunshine. We're not quite at 5:30 local time now after the 4 hours of Le Castellet, and this may well be confirmation of the points. It is indeed of the driver standings in LMP2, and it's Albuquerque, Tinknell and Dolan who lead then by 18 points ahead of Bjorn Verdheim, Gary Hirsch and John Lancaster for Greaves Motorsport. Third position for Ludo Bade, Tristan Gomondy and Pierre Thirier. They're on 66 points, so very tight for second position in the championship, but a full 18 points separating first to second, which will take some catching up. Tracy Krohn and Nicholas Jonsson, who've been together all season, they've switched co-drivers, but the duo have been ever present in the 40 car. They are fourth in the LMP2 standings. Here is the look at the teams as well. Again, it's a lead of 18 points for Joe Desport over Greaves Motorsport, who slot into second after a good result this weekend. Thirier by TDS Racing dropped to third and 66 points. Krohn Racing fourth with 42. And Murphy Prototypes, despite the retirement, are on 26 points. It's the second time that they've not scored this season after a retirement at Silverstone, but they did get a second place at Imola. So the third podium of 4 taking place now.
It's the LMP3 podium.
Thank you.
So up in third place we have, quickly looking across, we have number 15 crew, which is the SVK by Speed Factory crew of Konstantin Kalko, Mirko van Ostrom, new this weekend, and Dainius Matthias Seatis. And number 5 was second, which is the Viorba course entry of Roberto Lacorte and Giorgio Cernaiotto. And coming onto the top podium, Sir Chris Hoy and Charlie Robertson. Victory for the number 3 crew.
So congratulations to Team LNT, not only on another victory for the season, but the number 3 squad run by Team LNT take the very first, the inaugural LMP3 Championship. So congratulations to Sir Chris Hoy and to Charlie Robertson, who've driven with, well, very little error at all this season.
3 wins from 4 rounds in the class, so
that's right.
They deserve that title. And how big the trophy cabinet is in Sir Chris Hoy's house. All his success, the 5 Olympic gold medals for cycling and so many other championships besides. And to prove yourself in another sport as well.
Yeah.
What a feather in his cap.
It's by another house, probably. Congratulations, though, also to the two guys from Villoba Course, Roberto Lecourte and Giorgio Cernigiotto, the Italians. And who will get the corks out of the champagne? Well, Charlie Robertson won the race there without a doubt and douses to Chris Hoy the earliest opportunity. Italians far more concerned with drinking it to the left of the shot. And then the trio that is slightly adjusted coming towards to this round at Paul Ricard, because no Jesus Fuster, so Mirko van Oostrum with his first action in the European Le Mans Series, going home with a podium back to Holland.
Yep, job well done. That's Mirko in the red overalls, and then a beautiful panoramic shot. Now here are the points in GTE. Andrea Rizzoli, Johnny Lawson and Mikkel Mack, their victory today, as you said, Johnny, extended their lead to 19 points. That's very tidy, but what a promotion for the VDS squad. Prio, Hassid and Krohn up to second in the championship.
And Aaron Scott, Duncan Cameron and Matt Griffin, who came here with just 5 points adrift of the championship leaders, are now 22 points adrift after just a terrible race for them. And the 55 car just not locked in as far as the safety cars were concerned, lost a lot of ground during that portion of the race and slipped to third position in the standings. Mark VDS, the guys to benefit. And Proton Competition, the 88 car, fourth in the championship. They are 23 adrift, but that's a great little battle actually for second position. Once you discount Formula Racing, who should go on to win the championship. Who's going to finish second though? A much more difficult question to answer. Here is confirmation that Charlie Robertson and Sir Chris Hoy win the championship. 33 points their lead over Dionysius Matiasaitis, Konstantin Kalko and Rob Garofal, who we haven't actually seen since Imola, but nevertheless he is still third in the championship on 40 points. And there again is the LMP2 rundown for the trophy teams. What we haven't given you is the way that the battle for GTC looks, and in fact these drivers now being welcomed to the podium. So the last trio of drivers will be Franck Pereira, will be Dino Lunardi and will be Eric Dumont from the 59 squad. So this will be the French national anthem for the TDS Racing crew. Congratulations again to TDS Racing for another victory. That's 2 from 4 races now. They got a second place at Red Bull Ring as well and lead the championship on 82 points. Team representative in the middle as well, behind Franck, Dino and Eric Dumont. The drivers on the left of the picture, by the way, are the guys that finished in second position. So the 62 squad of Thomas Fleur, Francesco Castellacci and Stuart Hall. And on the right of the podium, it was the Massive Motorsport crew who were fairly late in the day, snuck onto the podium in their Aston Martin Vantage GT3. Casper Elgaard, Christian Poulsen and Simon Moller, who started the car. Handshakes all round, and in a moment or two the bottles of champagne will be sprayed. This championship a little more open, you could say. The gap is 13 points from Dino Lunardi, Eric Dumont and Franck Pereira back to Castellacci and Stuart Hall. So it's really the teams on the top 2 positions there that are within a chance of winning the overall GTC championship.
Yeah, and here at Paul Ricard, though, the gap between them at the end of the race was almost a minute. So certainly for the TDS Racing squad, 55 seconds clear at the end. Eric Dumont, Dino Lunardi and Frank Pereira, who took the final stint, looking very good at the top of the championship. 13 points, but also an impressive win here to take them forward to Estoril.
Yes, because Stuart Hall, I thought, might be able to pressurise the BMW towards the end of the race, but actually he dropped away in the end, and that showed good pace from Frank Pereira, who, of course, put the car on pole position at the start of today. In terms of the teams, very similar to the drivers, it's a 13-point gap, and then a further, 24-point gap back to the 64 squad, the other AF Corsa team, with Mads Rasmussen, Adrian Delina and Francesca Guedes. So that draws to a close our coverage of the fourth round of the European Le Mans Series. After all the podiums, my thanks to Bruce Jones. Another thoroughly enjoyable race. Join us again at Estoril in Portugal next weekend for the season finale of the European Le Mans Series. Bye for now.